Chapter 1951. The Nuances of Proper Grammar. By now, he already explored those of his memories that he had either personally crafted or altered. Two more remained, though. Weaver's Mask and Shadow Lantern. Sunny was a little afraid of them. He had already seen their weave, after all, and it was unlike anything he had ever witnessed. Even the most powerful memories he had possessed in the past, Estuary Key and the Crown of Twilight, seemed like toys meant for an infant when compared to the unfathomable complexity of the weave hiding within the divine memories. Sunny had almost killed himself a couple of times by witnessing more than mortals were meant to perceive, like the endless tapestry of fate that Weaver's Mask could show him. He had not been harmed by merely looking at the weave of divine memories, sure. But there was a vast difference between taking a look at them and becoming one with them. Fusing with the silver bell was already a shock, so Sunny was hesitant to do the same with either Weaver's Mask or the Shadow Lantern. Still, the temptation was too strong. Finally gathering his courage, Sunny sighed and summoned the Shadow Lantern. Soon, a palm-sized lantern appeared in his hand. It was made from a black material that felt like stone, but wasn't stone, engraved with intricate patterns that resembled the scales of a serpent. A short chain was attached to a metal ring at its top, similarly black. The lantern's gate was carved from glossy black morion. Needless to say, there was no light shining through it. Instead, the darkness around Sunny suddenly seemed to grow deeper, colder, and more impenetrable. Shadow Lantern was beautiful, but unassuming, not at all like a relic left behind by a god. Then again, maybe it was exactly the kind of thing that the elusive shadow god would leave behind. It also only had a single enchantment, which was both quite simple and dealing with such absolute concepts as endlessness and infinity. Enchantment, Gates of Shadow. Enchantment description: this lantern devours light and can contain, and then release, an infinite amount of shadows. That enchantment had served Sunny well in the past. In fact, it was one of the most useful and irreplaceable tools in his arsenal. He remained motionless for a while, studying the dark memory, then sighed again and controlled his gloomy incarnation to wrap itself around the serpentine stone lantern. In the next moment, Sunny let out a horrified yelp and tossed the lantern away. Of course, that did not do anything, so he belatedly remembered to separate himself from the divine memory by allowing his trembling shadow to dash away. The shadow lantern fell on the floor and rolled a few times, its chain ringing in the silence. Ah, goddamit! Sunny found himself laying on the floor, having hit it hard with his forehead. Of course, his head was quite sturdy, so he wasn't even bruised. The marvelous mimic, however, seemed to have received some damage. The floorboard was cracked, slowly repairing itself. A brick cottage could not really express emotions, but somehow, Sunny felt that he was surrounded by an aura of resentment. He let out a shaky breath. Yeah. I'm not doing that again anytime soon. Just as he had expected, fusing with a divine memory was not something a mere mortal like him was meant to do. His mind was too small, fleeting, and fragile to contain the vastness of the Shadow Lantern's weave, the weight of its enchantment, and the humbling scale of its unseen expanse. The divine memory might have appeared no larger than a palm on the material plane, but truly, its essence was far too immense to fathom. Sunny slowly sat up and let out a low groan. At least I didn't start with Weaver's Mask. Shadow Lantern was a divine memory of the first tier, while Weaver's Mask, it was a divine memory of the 7th tier. It had more than one enchantment, as well, woven by Weaver's own hand. Sunny was suddenly thankful that he was a little scared of his mask, having been traumatized by its "Where is my eye?" enchantment a long time ago. He had used it on several occasions, the last time already as a saint, to see if he was really free of the strings of fate and disconnected from its tapestry. Remembering those times consistently made him shudder. Of course, fusing with Weaver's Mask would be far more merciful than witnessing fate without the privilege of looking away. His mind would not melt, shatter, and collapse under the pressure. It was just that becoming one with something so much greater than himself posed a high risk of his sense of self being substituted by that thing entirely. Sunny had no plans of spending the rest of his life believing sincerely that he was in fact not a person, but a wooden mask instead. He had come really close to being irrevocably convinced that he was an intricate stone lantern, already. Shaking his head, Sunny closed his eyes for a moment, then threw a dark look at the shadow lantern. That was close. The experience of fusion with the divine memory had indeed been perilous. That said, it had not been entirely useless. Slowly, Sunny's expression changed. Remembering that short moment of being one with the shadow lantern, he scrutinized his feelings intently. He had not really managed to fathom the nuances of the spellweave of the divine memory, but he did become briefly aware of its true essence. That impression, although momentary, imparted a much deeper understanding of the shadow lantern to him, and of its single enchantment. Suddenly, Sunny's eyes widened, and he stared at the glossy Moor iron gate of the stone lantern in utter disbelief. No, it can't be. And yet, it could. He was paralyzed by shock. The gates of shadow. Long ago, soon after receiving the shadow lantern, Sunny had wondered how it was able to contain a literal infinity of shadows. Where did the shadows he sent into the lantern really go? He had even sent one of his own shadows inside, learning very little as a result. He had also tried to store the fragment of the shadow realm in the small stone lantern, attempting to test if its capacity was really infinite. The fragment could indeed be sent into the shadow lantern. Sadly, no matter how hard Sunny tried, it could not be retrieved. There was no reason Sunny knew why the shadow realm's fragment would not return from inside the lantern, like all other shadows would, but that was what he had discovered on Alethia's island. The discovery had crushed his hope of being able to move his piece of a divine domain freely wherever he wished. But now, Sunny had a strong suspicion about what the reason was. It was because the name of the single enchantment of the shadow lantern was much more literal than he had thought. Gates of shadow, not of the shadows, but of shadow. Made pale and feeble by the radiance of day, shadow laughed and rose from the ground. That was what the nightmare spell called Shadow God in the description of the lantern. So, the gates of shadow were really the gates of Shadow God. Now, where would the gates of Shadow God lead? Sunny stared at the small stone lantern and its tiny Moor iron door with an expression of horror. There was only one logical answer. They would lead to Shadow God's realm. Chapter 1952. Choice Paralysis. Sunny stared at the shadow lantern with a very strange expression. Today, he had discovered the key to mastering the next step of shadow dance. Later, he had found a way to elevate his sorcery to new heights. And now, he had discovered that the door to Shadow Realm had been in his pocket the entire time. Well, all right, technically, these events had happened in the span of several days, as Aiko so politely reminded him. But still, how was his poor heart supposed to handle this barrage of stunning revelations? Who cares about my heart? I have 6 spare ones anyway. Standing up, Sunny approached the shadow lantern and carefully picked it up. He studied it silently, a deep frown slowly appearing on his face. He was pretty sure that his conjecture was correct. In that short moment when Sunny fused with the divine memory, the two of them had been one and the same. As a result, he had caught a brief glimpse of what the shadow lantern truly was, and what was hidden beneath its surface. He had not fathomed it entirely, of course, but he had learned enough to understand the nature of the Gates of Shadow enchantment. Sunny was pretty sure that the gate of the shadow lantern led directly to the shadow realm. Which would explain a few things. For example, why an infinite amount of shadows could enter the shadow lantern and then return. Or why the fragment of the shadow realm could be stored inside, but not retrieved. That fragment had been torn from the shadow realm when some dreadful being escaped it, after all. So, by returning the fragment to where it belonged, Sunny was mending a rift in the shadow realm. And he wouldn't very well be able to pull the entire divine domain out of the lantern, would he? Just thinking about these things made Sunny feel incredulous. Shadow Realm. There had been 6 divine realms in existence. After the 7th divine realm, the Dream Realm, was born, it slowly consumed the mortal realms, assimilating them into itself. The same fate befell 5 of the 6 divine realms, as well, at least according to Windflower. Sunny strongly suspected that the Storm Sea was what remained of the divine realm of Storm God. Godgrave had most likely been the divine realm of Sun God once. Although he had no proof, he believed that the burned forest had been the divine realm of Heart God. The divine realm of Beast God was somewhere in the Song domain. The Moon River Plain might have been one of its parts in the past. And then there was his own world, Earth, which seemed to be the former divine realm of War God, the patron deity of humanity. 5 of the divine realms were accounted for, but Shadow Realm had always remained a mystery. Where was it? Had it also been devoured by the Dream Realm? If so, in what region of this nightmarish world were the remains of the Shadow God's realm located? Sunny had never seen or heard about any place that resembled the realm of Shadow. So, he had always been curious where it went. And now, he could go and find out. Thinking about it, Sunny shuddered, suddenly overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of terror. Can I? Should I? It was easy to answer the first question. Yes, he most definitely could. His shadow had been able to enter the Shadow Lantern all the way back when he first received it. Now that Sunny had shadow incarnation and could take direct control of his shadows, he could do it himself. In fact, he probably could have done it even before transcending, by using Shadow Step to assume the form of an incorporeal shadow. It was just that Sunny had not been keen on trying, considering that he had known nothing about what was inside the Shadow Lantern, and that there would be no one left behind to summon him back if he did enter it. Now, however, one of his avatars could hold the lantern while another ventured inside. He could maintain at least 2 avatars indefinitely, as well. And on top of that, the passive use of Shadow Step did not consume his essence anymore, either. So, the possibility was there. But Sunny was not sure that he should make use of it. There was one big reason why he wanted to go to Shadow Realm, and one enormous reason why he was wary of it. The latter did not really need to be explained. He just needed to look around to know why blindly venturing into a fallen divine realm was a bad idea. Godgrave, Storm Sea, and Burned Forest, all 3 places were the definition of being deadly, representing some of the most nightmarish corners of this already harrowing world. And although Sunny had no reason to believe so, he felt that the Shadow Realm might just turn out to be the most dreadful of the 5 fallen divine realms, by far. That said, there was also a very important reason why he felt compelled to explore it, at least a little. It was similarly simple. It was his absent Titan core. Sunnis' aspect was especially cruel as far as saturating one's soul went, which was, perhaps, quite fitting for an aspect originating from the god of death. It had always been harder for him to collect fragments than it was for most awakened, and that difficulty seemed even more dire now that he was a saint. Especially because there were no shadow creatures around for him to slay, corrupted or not. But wouldn't it be reasonable to assume that there would be plenty of them inside the ruins of Shadow Realm? Sunny thought that it would be very reasonable to assume that. So, entering the Shadow Realm was the most certain way to become a Titan he could think of. If Sunny did become a transcendent Titan, not only would he receive another core, another shadow, and another avatar, but Serpent would also become one, which would allow it to assume the shape of the Titan Sunny had slain. The fallen Titan Goliath, the Winter Beast, having the ability to summon either one would add another trump card to Sunnis' arsenal. And he was in desperate need of those, considering that the chance of defeating the Sovereigns in battle still seemed very slim. A long sigh escaped from Sunnis' lips. Damnation! He had so much to do, already. He had been planning to start crafting memories just now. There was also the whole damn war, the necessity to learn more about the Sovereigns between facing them in battle, and Nephis was finally coming back to camp, as well, which meant that he could finally see her again. Now, the task of exploring a dead god's lightless realm has been added to the pile of things he had to accomplish. Sunny covered his face with a palm and groaned. What the hell? He had 7 bodies now, so how come he was busier than ever before? Shaking his head, he took a deep breath and stared at the ceiling. For now, the only question was, what was he going to do first? Sneak into the Shadow Realm or make a breakthrough in weaving? Chapter 1953. One small step for Shadow. The smart decision would be to concentrate on weaving for now, slowly consider the potential perils of venturing into the Shadow Realm, and make thorough preparations before entering the Lantern. For example, he had to decide which of his incarnations would explore the Shadow Realm. Would he send the Lord of Shadows and his 3 companion shadows to have as much power as realistically possible in the current situation at his disposal there? Or would he send a single incarnation as a scout to reduce the damage to a minimum in case it was destroyed by an overwhelming threat? It would also be best to consider many things, do extensive research, consolidate his recent breakthroughs, and make arrangements before passing through the gates of shadow. That said, to hell with it. The allure of an unexplored divine realm, the realm of shadows, was too irresistible. Even though Sunny knew that it would be wiser to remain patient, he could not imagine delving into the slow and meticulous process of crafting memories without satiating his curiosity and fascination first. How was he supposed to concentrate on weaving intricate patterns of ethereal strings when there was a portal to a literal divine realm resting basically in his pocket? And not just to any divine realm, either, but one that had belonged to the very god from whom Sunnis powers originated. It would be way too hard. Granted, he had no ambitions of going on a true expedition yet. Rather, what Sunny wanted to do was to take a first look at the Shadow Realm and explore it briefly, simply to know what awaited him there, and from what he would have to protect himself. With that knowledge, he would be able to prepare for the actual expedition better. He might even want to craft a few specific memories to help him face the perils of the Shadow Realm, so it had to be done before he dove into weaving. It had to be done now. Sunny turned around, walked to the middle of the basement, and outstretched his hand. The shadow lantern hung freely from his fingers. Following a mental command, the little Morion gate opened, revealing a dark entrance. He remained motionless for a few moments, absorbed by solemn silence. Then, he looked down at his shadow. "Well, what are you waiting for? Chop chop! Get inside." The gloomy shadow stared at him in shock, then pointed at itself with a finger, as if asking, "Who?" "Me." Sunny raised an eyebrow. "Why, of course. I mean, who else? What, did you think that I'll banish my original body to the Shadow Realm?" He scoffed. "Of course not. That's the land of death, you know." The gloomy shadow was dumbstruck for a few moments, then lowered its hands, and slowly clenched its fists, staring at Sunny with a murderous gaze. Sunny ignored its antics and activated Shadow Incarnation, taking direct control of his shadow. "Here we go." He glided up his leg, onto his arm, and toward the open gate of the Shadow Lantern. Shadow Realm. In that short moment before entering the darkness within, Sunny considered what he knew about it. Truly, it wasn't much, and most of what he did know had come from the description of the fragment. When Shadow made death, he has become death. Everything that Shadow swallowed died, and everything that died was swallowed by Shadow. Death was an absolute law, and thus, that which was ever-changing no more. Time was an absolute law, and thus, that which was everlasting no more. Space was an absolute law, and thus, that which was endless no more. Wielding time, space, and death, the gods defeated and bound their enemies. However, there were those who defied even absolute laws. One of these beings broke free of the Shadow Realm after being swallowed by it, and in doing so, splintered several small fragments of it. This is one of the fragments. It was strange, really. The nightmare spell seemed to make no distinction between Shadow God, his domain, his realm, and death itself. It almost sounded as if the Shadow Realm was located within Shadow God. Dying and being swallowed by the god of death was used interchangeably. Everything that he swallowed died, and everything that died was swallowed by him, thus ending up in the domain of Shadow, in the Shadow Realm. So, is Shadow Realm Shadow God Soul Sea? The idea did not seem that far-fetched, but it also was not entirely plausible, mainly because Sunny did not know much about the gods, who were unfathomable. Had the gods even possessed souls of their own? Had they possessed physical bodies? If so, how had they looked? Everyone knew that the gods were dead, but where were their corpses? Godgrave was called so because people assumed that the titanic skeleton had once belonged to a god, but Sunny did not share that belief. A moment before his incarnation entered the lantern, Sunny suddenly shivered. If he assumed that Shadow Realm was indeed Shadow God Soul Sea, or at least a divine equivalent of one. Then, didn't it sound disturbingly similar to his own lightless soul? After all, the shadows of everything Sunny killed ended up in his soul's sea. In a sense, those he killed were swallowed by him, as well. He remembered the description of the shadow realm, too. Everything you cherish, everything you nurture, everything that starts with you will one day be mine, be welcomed by me, swallowed by me, and find peace within me. This is the mercy of shadow. The silent shadows contained within the tranquil darkness of Sunny's soul were, indeed, quite peaceful. His eyes widened a little, and a seed of a thought appeared in his mind. But before it could blossom and sprout, his incarnation passed through the gates of shadow and found himself somewhere else. Sunny gasped. Chapter 1954. Realm of Shadows. It was a stark contrast to the dreadful reaches of Godgrave, where everything was consumed by the sprawling vermilion jungle that teemed with hungry, restless, abominable life. The ground was covered in a soft layer of fine black dust, but felt more solid than a sand dune would. What made him gasp was not the desolate landscape, however, but everything else he perceived. There was light. He had expected the Shadow Realm to be a land of eternal darkness, entirely lightless and covered by a veil of shadows. However, instead, its dark expanse was illuminated by a beautiful silver radiance, as if resting under a starlit sky. It was just that there were no stars. Looking up, Sunny saw a black sky. At least he assumed that it was a sky. There was no way to tell. There were no stars and no moon, just a seemingly endless expanse of darkness. However, there were clouds. Far in the distance, a vast storm front was moving across the dark plain. That was what Sunny wanted to call it. In any case, in truth, the clouds weren't really clouds, and the storm wasn't really a storm. The clouds weren't formed from water vapor, but from ethereal light particles, instead. Shining with silver radiance, they moved and swirled, as if carried by ghostly winds. The Empyrean currents were like beautiful rivers of starlight that illuminated the desolate land, making the immense, ancient shadows populating it flow and dance. It was a breathtaking sight. But, more than that, even from a distance, Sunny could feel the terrifying violence of the radiant storm. It was both daunting and chilling, making him want to dive deeper into the embrace of shadows to hide himself. It was a storm of light. No. Not light. Looking closer, Sunny shivered slightly. Those sparks of silver light, he recognized them for what they were. It was soul essence. The storm raging above the dark plain was a storm of essence. He didn't quite know what to make of it. At the same time as his eyes were enthralled by the sight of the beautiful, terrible soul storm, Sunny's other senses were flooding his mind with intense sensations, as well. There was his shadow sense, of course. As it flowed in all directions, Sunny felt at home. He was surrounded by nothing but shadows, all of them indescribably ancient and unfathomably deep. Their dark depths were so vast that he almost felt lost, and so immense that he almost felt cowed by their scale. Their tranquil, slumbering indifference made him feel calm and at peace. The shadows were his source element, after all. Here in the Shadow Realm, Sunny felt more spirit essence than ever pour into his soul, soothing and satiating it. It was to a degree that the rate at which he replenished shadow essence had become swift enough for at least one more avatar to be maintained indefinitely, without causing any loss. That's good. Sunny strived to maintain a careful balance between expending and replenishing his essence. Maintaining two avatars at all times, the Lord of Shadows and Rain's companion, was what he could do without constantly draining his reserves. So, knowing that he would be able to send one additional incarnation out to explore the Shadow Realm without crossing the line was welcome news. Now, then, should I take a look around? There did not seem to be immediate danger around him, but Sunny still remained in the form of an incorporeal shadow for now. He could not see any structures or sense any movement nearby, either. But he felt uneasy, for some reason. Actually, it was completely reasonable for him to feel ill at ease. The Shadow Realm was supposed to be the land of death, after all. If everything that died ended up here, then the shadows of unholy titans and horrors beyond description would be here as well, wouldn't they? Sure, those harrowing creatures were supposed to be already dead, but beings of higher ranks were often above such limitations. Had Shadow God not blessed him from beyond the grave? Come to think of it, would the shadows of the gods and the 7 diamonds be here as well? Sunny shivered and carefully glided a few steps forward, nearing the crest of the hill. Something is wrong, I think. He was feeling rather strange. There was no pain and no discomfort, but he definitely felt that something about him was not right. His unease grew stronger. What is it? Then, he froze. If Sunny had eyes at the moment, they would have undoubtedly narrowed. It was because he saw a tiny mote of silver light slowly rise above his incorporeal form, dancing in the ghostly wind. Then, there was another, and another. Why was he emanating sparks of soul essence? That did not make any sense. Not only because he was not supposed to randomly leak essence, but also because Sunny had never possessed soul essence. To begin with, he was rather unique, possessing shadow essence instead. Following an ominous premonition, Sunny summoned the runes and looked tensely at the counter of his shadow fragments. A moment later, he felt a hint of terror. His shadow fragments were dwindling. The rate was not high, just 1 or 2 every moment, but it was unmistakable. His soul was being drained. Not quite. It was not being drained, instead, it was slowly disintegrating. It was bizarre and beyond reason, but he could not deny the fact. He was not under a soul attack and was not receiving soul damage, he did not even feel any pain, but his soul was slowly falling apart. It was being broken down and turned into pure soul essence. If not for the radiant motes of light, Sunny would not have even suspected anything. Feeling a sense of terror, he looked into the distance, where the immense soul storm was raging above the dark plain. A storm comprised of an incalculable number of essence sparks. If Sunny had hair right now, it would have stood on end. Damnation! What the hell was this place? Following an instinct, Sunny assumed his human form and immediately manifested the onyx mantle. A shadow was quite vulnerable, after all, leaving the soul without the protection of a physical body. Finally, the stream of essence sparks rising above him was cut off. Sunny trembled and let out a relieved sigh. That was close. Before he could celebrate his salvation, however, his shadow sense caught a subtle movement a short distance away. And then, a black arrow suddenly flashed from the darkness, easily piercing his chest. Chapter 1955. Rude welcome. It made sense, in hindsight. Who else could exist in this dark and deadly wasteland other than creatures similar to him? He only sensed the black arrow when it was already too late to dodge it. Sunny only managed to turn his torso a little, bracing for the impact. He had a faint hope that the onyx mantle would protect his body. It was a transcendent armor, after all, its breastplate designed specifically in a way to deflect blows instead of enduring them directly. However, his hopes were futile. The arrowhead pierced his armor easily. It pierced his skin and muscles, as well, sliding between his ribs and biting his heart. If not for that slight last-moment turn, his heart would have been entirely destroyed. Now, it was merely damaged. A split second later, the arrowhead exited from his back and scraped against the inner surface of the onyx mantle. Having wasted its momentum, it failed to break through the stone-like armor again. Consumed by pain, Sunny was tossed back by the devastating force of the impact. He flew a dozen meters back, fell into the black dust, and rolled down the slope of the hill at terrible speed. The world spun, and he tasted iron on his tongue. Ah! The shock of the impact was fierce and violent. Being skewered by the arrow hurt like hell. Worse yet, Sunny had no idea where the enemy was, and who the enemy was. The initiative was entirely on the side of the unseen archer, and they were at least powerful enough to effortlessly break an exceedingly durable transcendent armor. Things did not look good for him. Of course, there was plenty Sunny could do. Here in the realm of shadows, he was unreasonably powerful. In fact, he felt more powerful than ever before, as if the world itself was infusing him with dire strength. There was an ocean of shadows around him to manifest. There were his shadows, as well, saint, fiend, serpent. He could call upon them to protect him. There was shadow step, and his ability to move great distances in the blink of an eye. Even without the support of other incarnations and unable to augment himself, Sunny could try to give the deadly enemy hiding in the darkness a good battle. However, he did not. There was a much safer solution, after all. Standing in the basement of the brilliant Emporium, Sunny looked at the open gate of the Shadow Lantern and summoned his incarnation back. A moment later, his avatar disappeared from the slope of the dark hill and crashed on the floor of the marvelous mimic, letting out a muffled groan, sliding a few meters, and colliding with an empty memory display stand. Sunny watched the stand with a pained expression. Both because he was feeling the avatar's agony and because that damn display had cost him quite a lot back in Bastion. His first tentative foray into the Shadow Realm seemed to be over, just like that. Well, that's not the best homecoming I could have hoped for, I guess. Not the worst though, either. Walking over to the avatar, who was sprawled on the floor, Sunny looked down at himself with a dark expression. He considered the few short moments he had spent in the Shadow Realm carefully. It was not what he had expected it to be. That dark land was nebulous and beautiful, but also somehow able to destroy souls. If not for how durable his own soul was, it might have been damaged far more severely. In fact, Sunny had a sinking feeling that without Soul Weave, the damage might have been irreparable. On top of that, he had gotten an arrow driven through his chest. His heart had almost been pierced clean through. In fact, the wound would have been fatal for most humans, even saints. His avatar was only alive because of blood weave, which helped him ignore the damage dealt to his heart and keep the blood running through his veins. For now. The avatar stared back at him from below, his face pale and his lips red with blood. Sunny sighed. "What are you waiting for, fool? Hurry up and turn back into a shadow." That would not heal his wound, but it would at least prevent the wound from killing his body. The avatar gritted his teeth, lingered for a moment, and then said in a resentful tone, "Go to hell, you smug bastard." Sunny smiled pleasantly. Berating himself was still fun. We're already in hell, though. With that, he released control of his incarnation and allowed the avatar to become a shadow once again. Gloomy was a little damaged and seemed rattled by the whole experience, but at least it wasn't vomiting blood. Sunny sighed and looked at the ceiling. I'll need to think a bit before venturing into the Shadow Realm again. He lowered his gaze and looked at darkness hiding behind the open gate of the Shadow Lantern. His thoughts returned to what he had seen, sensed, and experienced on the other side. It was a little bit overwhelming. However, Sunny had a feeling that there was something in particular that he was missing at the moment. Something important. As a scowl appeared on his face, his shadow stirred on the floor. In the next moment, Sunny's eyes widened, and he reeled back. Almost at the same time, there was a quiet rustle, and another black arrow suddenly shot out of the gate of the Shadow Lantern, missing his head by a hair's breadth. It struck the ceiling above, tearing a hole in it and making the marvelous mimic shudder. It can follow. Stunned and terrified, Sunny fell on his back. He froze for a moment, dazed, and then hurriedly slammed the gate of the Shadow Lantern shut. A few moments passed in tense silence, but nothing else happened. The basement of the brilliant Emporium was silent and peaceful. Sunny's mind, however, was anything but. Staring at the Shadow Lantern with a pale face, he inhaled sharply, and then slowly breathed out. What the hell have I almost brought back from that cursed place? Chapter 1956. Consider death. He had gained precious knowledge of what awaited him on the other side of the Gates of Shadow, as well as 2 black arrows, one smeared in his own blood. After retrieving the second arrow from the ceiling of the dining hall of the brilliant Emporium, Sunny studied them both with a dark expression. The arrows were not enchanted in any way. In fact, they looked quite simple, almost makeshift. The shafts were made of dark wood, the arrowheads were cut from obsidian, and the fletching was made from crow feathers. Nevertheless, there was nothing mundane about them. Just by holding the 2 black arrows, Sunny could tell that he was holding something mystical. There was a quiet, deadly aura surrounding them, as if the arrows themselves had presence, akin to one a saint would possess. Each was also much heavier than he would have expected, hinting that the materials used to craft them were not at all ordinary. Sunny did not know who had crafted these arrows and from what, but taking a closer look at them, he was not at all surprised that the onyx mantle had been pierced. He had created more than enough memories to know mystical materials when he saw them. The materials used to fashion the 2 black arrows were at least akin to something he would have harvested from a great nightmare creature, but somehow even more daunting. Even the shadows cast by the arrows were a little threatening. There was something else about them, as well. Sunny's expression turned even darker when he sensed something familiar about the black arrows. If he wasn't wrong, they seemed to be imbued with the killing intent of the unknown shadow stalker, etched with their desire to see the prey die. The arrows carried their own will. Well, I'm still alive, aren't I? Better yet, he was now in possession of 2 supremely lethal arrows. Sunny had many uses for something so precious, who knew, perhaps he would be able to return the favor and sink them into the heart of that damned archer one day. Sadly, he had lost something far more precious in return. It was not the health of one of his avatars, either. Grimacing, Sunny glanced at the shadow lantern. It was his ability to use its gates of shadow enchantment. Of course, he was still able to send shadows inside or call them back. However, now that the unseen assailant had shown their startling ability to follow shadows back through the gate of the shadow lantern, Sunny was wary of opening it again. Who knew what would crawl out of the shadow realm the next time he did? By personally passing through the gates of shadow, Sunny seemed to have attracted the attention of at least one creature dwelling there. Now that the shadow archer knew his scent, it would not be impossible for them to wait patiently in the area where the lanterns led to. Sunny uttered a quiet curse and dismissed the shadow lantern. Now was not a good time to lose one of his most useful tools. The war was raging on, and the battle with the sovereigns was drawing closer with each passing day. He would have to step into the shadow realm and slay the mysterious archer sooner rather than later. But not now. Now, Sunny had to collect his thoughts and pay attention to his other endeavors. First, his sorcery. He looked at the destroyed display stand, sighed, and called upon the shadows to clean up the debris. There was a lot to do, and no time to waste. As he headed for the warehouse hidden behind the memory boutique portion of the brilliant Emporium's basement, though, Sunny lingered, staring into the distance with a complicated expression. He was still being tormented by curiosity, wishing to learn the secrets of the shadow realm. If anything, his thirst had only grown stronger after witnessing the unforgettable vista of the dark, silent land. But he could wait for a bit before trying to quench it. Nevertheless, he had to consider something. He had to consider death. The soul storm raging in the distance and the strange fact that his own soul had started disintegrating almost immediately after entering the shadow realm were obviously connected. In fact, Sunny had an idea of what the storm of soul essence was. If his shadow had been almost reduced to a whirlwind of essence, then other shadows would be, too. And since the shadows of all living beings that died were supposed to enter the shadow realm, he could safely assume that the soul storm was formed by countless shadows being transformed into essence by the dark expanse of the shadow realm. Countless living beings perished every day across the dream realm and the waking world. Just hearing God grave, the constant cycle of the scarlet jungle extending its tendrils to the surface, giving birth to legions of creatures, and being reduced to ash by the incandescent abyss above would probably send an endless stream of shadows to the empty realm of Shadow God, where they would be slowly ground to dust, turning into swirling rivers of essence. Maybe that essence was then released back into the universe, giving birth to new life. If so, then Sunny might have just witnessed the inner mechanism of existence. He might have seen the true workings of death. What was death, really? Death was a weapon created to fight against the void and its corruption. Death was a tool to bring end to that which had been endless before. There was this peculiar detail that he had not really considered before. The souls of nightmare creatures were tainted by the vile corruption of the void. And yet, once a nightmare creature was slain, the soul shards retrieved from its body bore no signs of corruption. No awakened had ever become corrupted as a result of absorbing soul shards. Which meant that death somehow cleansed the souls of the nightmare creatures from the dark taint of the void, putting an end to it. But how could one end something that was supposed to be endless? Sunny lowered his head and rubbed his face tiredly. Was he thinking about useless things? Maybe he was. But then again, maybe he wasn't. Destroying something might end it, but if a thing was indestructible, then transforming it into something new was a kind of end, as well. Shadow God had created death, but he had also become death. He swallowed everything that died, and gifted the dead the peace of an end. Was that peace, the process of being stripped of everything that made a being themselves, grinding their very soul into a river of essence, and releasing that essence back into the world to live anew? If so, it was a terrifying thought. But also, a little comforting. Most of all, it made Sunny think about his own soul, and the shadows that he himself carried within its dark depths. Was his soul a weak, tiny seed of a new shadow realm? Now that is really terrifying. Shivering, Sunny threw these thoughts out of his head and walked into the material storage of the brilliant Emporium with determined steps. Chapter 1957. Sorcerer's to-do list. The memories of the Shadow Realm kept creeping into his mind, but he resolutely ignored them and tried to concentrate on the task at hand. Sadly, just as he did, there was another distraction. It was Aiko, who wanted to know where the large hole in the floor of the dining hall had come from. Sparing his bewildered assistant a neutral look, Sunny turned back to the shelves and gave her a noncommittal shrug. Oh, you know. I just happened to find the gates of death, by accident, and decided to take a quick look at what was on the other side. It was quite pretty, actually. Sadly, my soul kept disintegrating, and someone shot an arrow through my heart. So, I took offense, and left. He sighed. But I sort of forgot to close the door after returning. As you can see, we lost a bit of flooring as a result. And an entire display case. The fancy one with silver inlays and tempered glass. His expression turned somber. His incarnation would heal, and so would the floor of the brilliant Emporium. It was a part of the marvelous mimic, after all. But that display stand was lost forever. Aiko stared at him for a while, then lowered her head tiredly. Aha. I see. Her gaze naturally settled on the two black arrows laying on a table nearby. She studied them for a moment, then shivered. What's that? Sunny glanced her way absent-mindedly. Oh, those? Those are arrows from Death's realm. By the way, can you go clean the one on the left? I got it wet, you know. With my heart blood. Then, he scratched the back of his head and added in a doubtful tone. Actually, scratch that. Don't clean it, in fact, don't touch it at all. It's imbued with a little bit of Death's essence, so who knows what will happen if you do. Sunny was a saint, but Aiko was merely an awakened. He still remembered almost being killed by a mere glimpse of Nether's killing intent, frozen in the reflections of the great river. So, it was better to keep these arrows away from her, just in case. The petite girl gave the black arrows a tense look and took a hurried step away. Ha! You and your jokes, boss. Ha ha. Nevertheless, she then took another step back and even floated up a little. Glancing at Sunny, Aiko hesitated for a moment, then hastily left the warehouse. He nodded. Probably a good decision. With that, Sunny returned to his thoughts. Weaving. There were a lot of memories that he wanted to create. His end goal was the sword he had promised Nephis, a blade to slay the gods. Both figuratively and literally. That sword was meant to accompany her into the battle against the sovereigns, but Sunny was looking further than that. He was looking to what would happen after the sovereigns were gone, to the time she would be sacred, and then divine. That was why he wanted to bind the sword to her soul, and that was why he could not start forging it right now. After all, that sword had to be the pinnacle of his current skill as a sorcerer, not a tool to sharpen it. Aside from the sword, Sunny also wanted to craft a few memories for himself. He wanted to create several soulbound charms, in particular, so that the underworld armament trait of the onyx armor would be finally put to use again. He had some ideas, but wasn't certain what these charms would be just yet. He also did not know how many of them he wanted to create. 1 would be enough, but 7 would be better. That way, Each of his incarnations would be able to use a unique soulbound charm, and all of them would be able to use the charms simultaneously. Do I even have enough imagination to invent 7 suitable charms? He was still determined to only use memories for convenience or to better express his own power, not borrow power from the memories themselves. In any case, it was too early to think about crafting the charms. He had not even discovered a way to bind memories to souls yet, anyway, so planning to forge them was a bit premature. Then, there was Saint. Unlike his other shadows, she could use memories too. Not any type of memory, though, only weapons and charms. The graceful Stone Knight had the ability to either manifest weapons from her darkness or augment existing weapons with it. Currently, she was only doing the former, but doing the latter could push her to even greater strength. And, just like Sunny, her armor could augment the enchantments of a single charm. Finally, there was Rain. His sister had been suffering a lot since coming to Godgrave. She had endured many harrowing battles, surviving against all odds when surrounded by nightmare creatures far more powerful than her, every soldier in this godforsaken place had. She had also killed quite a number of abominations, and since the nightmare spell could not reward her, Sunny had to take its place. Right. I owe a few memories to Rain. These ones were probably the easiest for him to forge due to her low rank. Handing Rain memories of higher ranks is an option, but not a very good one. Both because her pool of essence would be swiftly drained by their power-hungry enchantments and because she would not be able to wield them very effectively. Plus, she would learn to rely on the memories provided by Sunny too much, which would stunt her own growth. There was also the matter of people questioning where a young awakened with no backing had received memories of great power. Not only would that cast suspicion on Rain, but there was a slight danger that someone would decide to try taking them from her. Her safety was already guaranteed by his presence by her side, so Sunny did not want to overdo it with her equipment. I'll start with crafting something for Rain. That would be a good start, as well as something that would allow him to realize his recent insights. Chapter 1958. Practice Run. He wanted to give Rain the best chance of, if not thriving, then at least standing on her own in the war between Song and Valor. The problem was that there were only a handful of individuals in the world who could stand their ground in the sweltering hell of Godgrave. The rest of them, the awakened soldiers, the ascended officers, even the transcendent generals, were really out of their depth. They were not meant to be here, in the middle of a harrowing death zone, and they were definitely not meant to spill each other's blood for the benefit of 2 callous sovereigns. If even saints could not guarantee their survival in the war, then mere awakened like Rain could only rely on luck and good fortune to survive. Of course, Rain had her faithful shadow companion to keep her safe, but she did not quite know how far her teacher was willing to go to protect her. It was so by design. Sunny had intentionally made himself look eccentric and unreliable in front of her, so that she wasn't stifled in his vast shadow. Still, he could think of a few things that would help Rain in the days and months to come. Let's see. He thought back to his experiences on the Forgotten Shore, and the memories he had relied on to survive there. In a sense, Godgrave and the Forgotten Shore were somewhat alike. The latter was a dire crucible in which the dreamers of the Dark City had been forged into unparalleled warriors, those of them who survived, of course. Even Aiko was someone far more dangerous and capable than an average awakened was, despite her outwardly whimsical and cowardly appearance. The former was much the same for the soldiers of the 2 great armies. Those of them who were destined to survive would come out much more fearsome and stalwart on the other side. So, Sunny could very well look to his own experience to determine what Rain needed the most at the moment. The nature of the war was also changing. Before, during its early stage, the dangers his sister had faced were predominantly those posed by the dream realm itself. The Scarlet Jungle, the incandescent white abyss above, the hordes of powerful nightmare creatures that her weapons could barely harm. But things would be different now. The 2 domains had already established themselves on the bones of the dead deity, which meant that one day very soon, the clashes between their soldiers would become far more frequent. There would be bloody skirmishes, devious ambushes, and large-scale battle fought under the grey veil of clouds. Fighting against humans was very different from fighting against nightmare creatures, especially if Rain was unfortunate enough to face a master or a saint on the battlefield. killing humans was also very different from killing nightmare creatures. Sunny himself was not even sure how he would handle the next stage of the domain war due to that. No, he could not even call it the domain war anymore. Now that the House of Night had been wiped out and the government had been forced to break its neutrality, there was no party uninvolved in the war. The whole world was dragged into the conflict between the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms. Both of the worlds, really, so it was a world war. Or a realm war, to be precise. He sighed. Rain's soul arsenal certainly had quality. He had forged her bow himself, after all, and gifted her the puppeteer's shroud. There was also the quiver of arrows and the little shadow snake, which could serve her as a melee weapon. However, the collection of her tools and memories was lacking in quantity. Mostly because Sunny had been a little negligent in his role as a surrogate replacement of the nightmare spell. So, what does Rain need the most? There were several areas that needed improvement. The first and the most obvious one was her lacking ability to slay enemies of higher ranks. Most nightmare creatures of Godgrave were transcendent, so many awakened were physically incapable of harming them. Of course, local abominations were also strange, since they were born weaker than most creatures of their rank, then matured and gained true strength in a matter of days, at least on the surface. That was how the two great armies had been able to push the Scarlet Jungle back, slaying these nightmare creatures before the enemy could come into their natural power. Nevertheless, Rain could use a weapon that was capable of piercing the hides of even mature abominations with at least some degree of ease. Considering that her weapon of choice was a bow, that meant arrows. Sunny glanced at the two black arrows, then shook his head. If even Aiko wasn't safe handling them, Rain wouldn't be either. The second area that needed improvement was Rain's defense. The puppeteer's shroud was a good armor, but it wasn't the most durable of them. Its main benefits were that it was light, sufficiently resilient, and protected one's mind. Better yet, it had an invigorating effect on someone's mind as well, helping its master deal better with mental fatigue, which was perhaps the most valuable gift Sunny could have given Rain in a dreadful war. That said, he had not anticipated that she would keep ending up in the midst of a melee so often when transferring the puppeteer's shroud. Wasn't she supposed to be an archer? Why was his sister constantly fighting side by side with that girl, Tamer of Sorrow? Sunny grimaced and shook his head. Then again, he had been supposed to be a stealthy assassin, too. Life never went the way one wanted it to go. The puppeteer's shroud had seemed sufficient at the start of the war. But now that the two great armies were about to clash, Rain would be going into battle against humans, against awakened. She would be exposed to countless aspects, and those were varied and unpredictable. So, she needed to both bolster her overall defenses and gain resistances against a varied array of attacks, from relatively simple elemental one to more strange and sophisticated forms of harm. Lastly, there was the third area, perhaps the most important one. It was utility and tools. Sunny had used the Midnight Shard and the puppeteer's shroud well on the Forgotten Shore, but if anyone asked which memories had saved his life the most there, he would have to say that they were the Endless Spring and other utility memories, like the Dark Wing, Nefer's Evertwine, or even the Prowling Thorn. In fact, if Rain had the Dark Wing during her days as a laborer on a road crew, she would not have ended up almost dying in one of the canyons of the Moon River Plain. Of course, she had not awakened yet back then, so it was a moot point. Sunny hesitated for a while, looking around the crowded warehouse. Then, he nodded. Arrows, defensive equipment, utility memories. He had his work cut out for him. Chapter 1959. In the bag. In theory, he was ready for that challenge. His foundation was quite solid. Firstly, he had meticulously studied countless weaves, so his mental library of string patterns was sufficiently vast. Secondly, he had spent numerous hours poring over these patterns, trying to discern how they worked. These efforts allowed him enough insight to change and modify the weaves he was familiar with however he saw fit. Well, maybe not. Although Sunny could indeed achieve a lot, he was still somewhat limited in the scale and scope of such alterations. For now. Lastly, there was his new ability to fuse with the memories in his possession, which allowed him to fathom the connection between the weaves and the enchantments they produced on a much deeper level. It was that last gain that was supposed to give him the push he needed to break free from his past limitations. Sunny looked around the material storage, then walked over to the section containing various leathers, which he had made himself from the hides of nightmare creatures over the years. Choosing a roll that wasn't too valuable, he considered it for a moment. Of course, the low value of this leather was relative. Sunny could afford to disregard it, but it would be a real treasure for most awakened, and more than a few masters as well. Nodding in satisfaction, Sunny picked up the roll of leather, then found a few more materials and left for the workshop. Once there, Sunny unrolled the leather, traced it roughly, and then swiftly cut it. The material was durable enough to resist enchanted weapons, but he effortlessly sliced through it using nothing but his nail. After that, Sunny got to work. Sitting down, he manifested for more hands. These shadow hands were responsible for weaving threads of essence, while his original pair was handling the leather. Funnily enough, Sunny also summoned Weaver's Needle. Today, it had some mundane stitching to do. Slowly, a leather backpack took shape in his hands. The backpack was on the smaller side, but crafted with utmost care. In fact, it could quite easily compete with the most luxurious leather bags sold by famous fashion designers in the waking world. That was how good his craftsmanship had become. After paying a ridiculous amount of credits for what would eventually become the overpriced saddle, Sunny had given a solemn vow to never be robbed blind like that again and learn how to handle leather himself. The name of that memory was not a joke, but rather an expression of his deep, inconsolable anguish. He continued to focus on his work. When Sunny needed additional tools, he manifested them from shadows. When he needed thread, he used the diamond thread from the ebony tower. Eventually, all that was left was to add the clasps to hold the flap of the backpack tightly closed when moving. Finishing that, he gave the backpack an appreciative look. "Damn, it's a shame I can't sell you right now." Ico already had the combat equipment market on the Valor side of Godgrave basically cornered, but no one said that they could not expand into fashion. People long to look good even in the middle of an apocalyptic war, after all. Take Kai, for example, who chose his armor based on how pretty it was. That fool. Shaking his head regretfully, Sunny walked over to a massive chest and opened its lid, revealing a radiant pile of soul shards. Most of his fortune was safely stored in the Nameless Temple, but he had plenty of shards at hand here as well. Fishing out a few ascended shards from the pile, Sunny returned to his workbench. He did not know yet how many anchors his weave would need, so it was better to be safe than sorry. Then, he summoned the Endless Spring, put it down, and gave it a complicated look. Sunny had always suspected that the beautiful glass bottle was, at its core, a spatial storage memory akin to the Covetor's Coffer. However, after exploring it recently, he realized that he could not have been further from the truth. The Endless Spring was unique, to say the least. In hindsight, it was a truly remarkable memory, far beyond what other enchanted tools of its rank and class were supposed to be. But then again, Cassie, the person who had initially received it from the spell, was quite an unusual awakened herself. Considering that her aspect was of the almost unheard of sacred rank, the nightmare from where the Endless Spring had come must have been a remarkable trial, as well. In any case, the Endless Spring could not help Sunny with what he was trying to do at the moment. The marvelous mimic, however, did. So, Sunny augmented his shadow instead of the beautiful glass bottle. He wanted to create a spatial storage memory for Rain, and for that, there was no better reference point than the Covetor's Coffer, which the marvelous mimic had been born of. Sunny closed his eyes and sighed, contemplating the next step, all the while continuing to weave threads of shadow essence with his additional hands, of course. Space was an absolute law, so violating it was no easy task. He wasn't sure that there were memories out there that could achieve that, but if there were, they must have been of the divine rank. He was far from being capable of creating something like that. Luckily, there were plenty of ways to manipulate space without violating its laws. The original Covetor's Coffer had done just that, and the marvelous mimic inherited this ability. It contained an independent space within itself, a pocket dimension, basically, and at the same time served as a portal between the larger world and that space. More than that. Sunny leaned back with a contemplative expression. In some sense, the Covetor's Coffer had also been a soulbound memory. not to the same degree as and in a different way than the mantle of the underworld, but its capacity to mimic various objects, as well as the volume of its inner space, had depended on the potency of its master's soul. That was definitely something Sunny had to explore further. Even if he could not repeat what Nether had done with the mantles, there were still ways for him to achieve the desired effect. In any case, creating an independent dimension and then connecting it to the world through a memory was still a difficult task. Sunny was confident that he could do it, if given enough time for research and experimentation, but Rain did not need something that sophisticated, and there was a much easier way. Chapter 1960. Master Weaver. For example, there was the issue of weight. A simple memory like that would be able to contain many items, but it would also weigh accordingly. Having a spatial storage memory was of little use if its master could not lift it, after all. Luckily, Sunny had long mastered enchantments that manipulated weight. By adding a simplified version of the Feather of Truth, he would be able to give the backpack the ability to reduce the weight of all items stored inside. Then, there was the issue of continuity. Effie had actually possessed a spatial storage memory of her own long before the Black Beast locket, all the way back on the Forgotten Shore. However, it possessed a glaring flaw when compared to the Covetor's coffer. Once it was dismissed, everything inside was tossed to the ground instead of being safely stored within her soul. The same would be true for the leather backpack, unless Sunny came up with countermeasures. Who? He had to weave plenty more shadow threads, so there was enough time to think. Actually, I feel that the answer is hidden in the rudimentary enchantments that all memories possess. The most basic of them, the ability to dismiss a memory and manifest it again from essence. If I can somehow make the backpack treat everything stored inside of it as a false memory, maybe a part of itself, that's worth exploring. He mentally planned out the desired enchantments in his head. Just like with the backpack itself, which was made from leather, but required many little details to be added, like clasps, pockets, decorations, and so on, the fundamental weave also needed many additions to perform well. There was a lot to think about. Eventually, though, Sunny took a deep breath and concentrated on the backpack, peering beneath its surface. He was ready as he would ever be. The tentative design of the weave was fleshed out in his mind. Unlike how he had done it before, meticulously imagining every twist and turn of each single thread of essence, Sunny did it differently this time. Instead of a precise and clear image, the weave in his head was more abstract. There were clearly defined sections, those that were responsible for the overall structure and framework of the entire tapestry. There were also several precisely mapped patterns, mostly the smaller ones. However, there were also segments that were loose and vague, more of a concept than a detailed solution. Those, he was going to finish in the process, following his knowledge, intuition, and inspiration. Before starting, Sunny cleansed his mind, bringing it to a state of clarity, something he usually only did when going into battle, but which felt strangely appropriate. Then, he picked up Weaver's needle and one of the soul shards, and started to weave. Sunny started slowly, creating the framework of the weave and its rudimentary enchantments. In the process, he dove deeper into the state of unity with the marvelous mimic, exploring its connection to space. Of course, the marvelous mimic was a shadow now, not a memory. But Sunny remembered the spell weave of the Covetor's coffer quite well. By becoming the mimic, he could mentally connect its traits and attributes to the corresponding patterns on the coffer. I understand. Following an intense spark of inspiration, Sunny entered the state of flow and switched to the conceptual patterns of essence strings he had loosely planned. It was not absolute improvisation, rather, it was a guided improvisation that sought to invent the correct connections between the concepts and elements of the weave he had prepared in advance, forming the functional pattern out of them. There was a strange, unfathomable, and beautiful logic to weaving that Sunny did not quite understand, but could feel intuitively. It felt close now, just out of reach. He was the heir of Weaver, after all. Armed with that intuitive kinship, the deep well of theoretical knowledge he had built, and the state of unity with the marvelous mimic, Sunny used all 6 of his hands to form the intricate patterns of essence threads. At some point, his eyes widened. This is it. As if by magic, the chaotic mess of strings was slowly forming into a harmonious tapestry, giving birth to order. The correct decisions were just clicking together. In that moment, Sunny fully felt the nature of a spell weave, where everything was tied together and interconnected. Resolving one problem led to a solution to another, which hinted at how to deal with two more. Like that, a cascade of understanding was born, helping him deal with dilemmas that he had no prior knowledge of, and pushing the weave to its final form. It's wonderful. Finally, many hours later, Sunny let out a long sigh and dismissed the shadow hands, looking at the beautifully crafted leather backpack with satisfaction. He had succeeded. He had created a spatial storage memory, not by copying a pattern created by the spell, and not even by altering one. Instead, he had enchanted the backpack simply by having a sufficient understanding of the fundamental rules of weaving, graduating from imitation to originality. This was his first entirely original memory. Sunny smiled tiredly. Hell! Am I a bona fide master weaver now? His skill was at least on par with that of the unknown sorcerer who had created Ananke's mantle, and even superior to it in many regards. And it would only continue to grow. In fact, he was about to enter a period of explosive growth. The sky was the limit. Well, maybe here in Godgrave, that phrase was not the best to use. In any case, there was one last step left. Sunny stared at the leather backpack lovingly. What should I call you, her? He intended for Rain to use it well. Sunny scratched his chin. What was the purpose of a spatial storage memory? Obviously, it was to hold things. Not just hold things, of course, but hold it away from the grabby hands of other humans. And here, in front of him, was basically a leather bag. Sunny's eyes glistened, and he raised a finger into the air. Ah, I know. It was so obvious. He nodded in satisfaction, as if having arrived at a perfect answer. I shall name you the Bag of Withholding. Chapter 1961. Soul of a Poet. He had spent these days immersed in weaving. At some point, Aiko delivered a collection of memories to the basement of the brilliant Emporium. Some of them she had purchased and was about to resell, some had come from the Fire Keepers. Sunny had to take breaks from time to time to rest his boiling mind, replenish essence, and weave more shadow threads, so he spent his breaks studying these memories. With each memory he fused with, his insights grew. Almost 2 weeks had already passed since his battle with Revel. The marvelous mimic had long healed the hole made in the floor of the dining hall by the Black Arrow, and Nephis was set to arrive any moment now. Letting out a tired sigh, Sunny took a step back and looked at the memories resting on the workbench in front of him. The first of them was the Bag of Withholding, the spatial storage memory that had helped him advance his sorcery to a new level. Next to it was a canteen which looked like it was made from green copper, housed in a black leather sleeve with an intricate image of a coiling serpent etched into it. There were some decorative patterns on the canteen itself, as well, all following the same theme. In truth, Sunny had crafted it from the leftover scraps of the huntsman's axe. The canteen was a kind of storage memory, as well, albeit quite different from the Bag of Withholding. It could store a great volume of water, as well as purify it. Needless to say, it was his crude attempt at replicating the endless spring. He had called it the Green Canteen. The knockoff Endless Spring had been considered, but eventually dismissed. Crafting the Green Canteen had not taken him a lot of time, actually. However, unlike the original, it had to be filled by hand, so Sunny sent Aiko to do just that. The canteen could really contain a lot of water, so his poor assistant had to spend an entire day filling it under the confused gazes of the Fire Keepers. They even chased her off the Ivory Island when the water level of the lake started to drop. The third memory Sunny had crafted for Rain had a very simple enchantment, but was exceedingly difficult to devise. In fact, in terms of complexity, it might have been the most troublesome of them all, forcing Sunny to really strain himself mentally. It was a long strip of black silk that could be used as a sash or as a scarf, decorated with subtle embroidery. After thinking for a while, Sunny had named it, In Case of Emergency. The In Case of Emergency was meant to serve as a safeguard against a very particular peril, the incinerating radiance of the white abyss that hung above Godgrave. Its function was indeed simple. If given a mental command, it would instantly turn the person wearing it completely still. It didn't matter if the person was standing stably on the ground, in the middle of falling over, or even leaping through the air. As soon as the enchantment of the "in case of emergency" was activated, they would become frozen in place. It had taken Sunny a lot of time to construct the weave of this memory, not only because it demanded much more complexity than one would have anticipated, but also because he had to make it as efficient as possible so that it did not consume a lot of essence. After all, Rain could potentially topple after a few hours of immobility due to running out of essence, which would render the entire memory useless. So, Sunny had tried hard, and eventually managed to make the "in case of emergency" consume less essence than any awakened could replenish naturally, thus making its enchantment somewhat passive, as long as it was used by a person of Rain's weight. That was it for the utility memories Sunny had prepared. Pressed for time, he had no choice but to eventually turn his attention to other areas. Next to the neatly rolled sash were 3 arrows, each possessing a unique enchantment. They were Heavy Blow, Outskirts at Noon, and Don't Cut Yourself. All 3 had black shafts, crafted from the charred wood of the burned forest. The fletching and arrowheads, however, were different. The Heavy Blow had grey fletching and an arrowhead forged from dull metal. Its enchantment was a vastly improved version of the Burden of Peace, one of the enchantments of the sorely missed Morgan's warbow. Once the arrow pierced the flesh of the enemy, its master could pour out their essence to make it immensely heavy. The more essence was spent, the heavier the arrow would become. Heavy Blow was meant to slow powerful enemies down. The Outskirts at Noon was also meant to debilitate a strong enemy, but in a much more insidious way. Its fletching was white, and its arrowhead was carved out of bone, a shard of bone Sunny had picked up here in Godgrave. Although its enchantment was his original creation, it had been inspired by the Blessing of Dusk from the Shroud of Graceless Dusk. What Sunny had done was store a mental image inside the arrow, a mental copy of the overwhelming disorientation he had experienced after enveloping the outskirts of NQSC with his shadow sense for the first time. Once the arrow struck true, this terrible cacophony of sensations was projected into the victim's mind, hopefully causing complete sensory overload. Outskirts at Noon was meant to daze the enemy. The master of the arrow could continue to expend essence to sustain the disorienting effect. Finally, there was the Don't Cut Yourself. Its arrow and arrowhead were green, the latter forged from the same metal as the Beast of Prey and the Green Canteen. Unlike the other 2 arrows, which were meant to debilitate enemies, this one was meant to kill. It carried a deadly toxin, infecting the blood of those pierced by its sharp arrowhead. The longer the master of the arrow fed the enchantment with essence, the more poisoned the enemy would become. The harm dealt by the toxin was cumulative, so it was a perfect weapon for Rain, who mostly faced enemies far above her in terms of power. Even though she was much weaker, with enough determination and tenacity, she would be able to slowly kill even the most terrifying of the jungle beasts. In fact, Sunny had created all 3 arrows while thinking about how to help his sister deal with nightmare creatures that she had no business fighting, and yet had no choice but to fight. Sadly, the arrows had active enchantments, so she was going to be tactical about when and how to use them. Nevertheless, he would give her effective tools to choose from, at least. Lastly, there were the defensive memories he had crafted. One of them looked quite unassuming. It was a polished piece of volcanic glass hanging on a leather cord. It was a powerful charm that could passively bestow a moderate degree of resistance to elemental attacks upon its wielder, or a high degree of protection if used actively. Better yet, the master of the charm could limit the scope of what resistances were active, thus augmenting them even further. As a bonus, it could either cool the wielder down in case of heat or warm them up in case of severe cold. Sunny had called the charm the pièce de résistance. He had no idea what these words meant exactly, but it sounded fancy and vaguely fitting. Apart from the charm, Sunny had also crafted a memory inspired by the chainmail shirt Nephis used to wear, which was a unique piece of enchanted armor that could be worn atop or below other memories of that type. The memory he had devised was designed to augment the defensive properties of the puppeteer's shroud, and was made from black, lusterless leather. There was also a lining of light, dark grey chainmail to make the entire ensemble more durable, effectively adding a second, hidden layer of physical protection to the puppeteer's shroud. He had called it the safety first. These were all the memories Sunny had crafted for Rain. His gaze shifted to one more item laying on the workbench. It was a bracelet much similar to his own. However, Sunny had not been able to finish it yet. He needed Cass's help to complete the weave of this unassuming but deeply complicated memory. Still, I have outdone myself this time, if I do say so myself. A faint smile appeared on Sunny's face. He couldn't wait to present these memories to Rain. There was just one thing that bothered him, though. Sunny frowned, then summoned the runes and glanced at the list of his own memories. Shadow chair, overpriced saddle, weaver's needle, handy bracelet, quintessence pearl, definitely not me. His gaze shifted to the memories he had crafted in the last few days. Bag of withholding, green canteen, in case of emergency, don't cut yourself, outskirts at noon, safety first. He closed his eyes and let out a quiet sigh. There was no denying it. I guess I have a poetic soul, too. Sunny was starting to understand how he and Rain had ended up with their weird names. Chapter 1962. Darkest Shadow. Particularly because neither the Lord of Shadows nor Rain's teacher had any time to rest, either. Shaking his head, Sunny picked up the bag of withholding, opened its clasp, and stored the rest of the memories inside. With that done, he finally left the basement of the brilliant Emporium, expecting to crash onto his lavish bed on the second floor and go to sleep. However, before that, he walked over to the entrance and returned the silver bell to its usual place above the door. There. All better. Sunny stared at the bell for a few moments. It's a little funny. He had expressed regret about not having a home before, which prompted Noctis, another displaced saint, to give his heartfelt and thoughtful advice. Noctis himself had built the sanctuary and made it his home, while Sunny had the brilliant Emporium. It really showed how pathological he was, making a home that was literally capable of following him around wherever he went, so that he would never lose it again. It worked pretty great, though. He was still living comfortably in his cottage despite leaving Bastion and coming to Godgrave, after all. Sunny smiled. I might be a genius. He briefly wondered how the marvelous mimic would look one day in the distant future. Would he and Nephis be living together by then? Hopefully, yes. Imagining an idle life with Neph in this cozy cottage made Sunny's smile widen. Surely, he would have to make some alterations to the interior. She would definitely need a closet of her own. More than that, knowing Neph, she would need a training ground first. Several rooms would have to be added. Another bathroom, an office, a library. At the nursery? Sunny coughed. But then, his smile dimmed a little. Right. If the two of them were to even have a future, they would be supreme. Which meant that Nephis would be a queen, the sole ruler of humanity, most likely, responsible for all the human territory in the dream realm and their slowly collapsing homeworld as well. A queen could not live in a modest cottage. Sunny sighed. It's not a problem, though. There was another great thing about the marvelous mimic: it could change shapes. The size and intricacy of its shape depended on the potency of Sunny's soul, so by the time he was a sovereign, his cottage could very well be turned into a palace. Sunny rubbed his face. He was thinking about strange things. Time to get some sleep. Turning around, he headed for the stairs. But before he could reach them, the silver bell rang, and Aiko entered the dining hall with a happy smile on her face. Noticing him, she froze. Boss! You're out of the basement. She doesn't have to sound so surprised, it's not like I'm some kind of a basement dweller. Sunny studied her for a few moments, then nodded. Yeah. Why are you so happy? The petite girl grinned. Oh. St. Tyrus is finally back at the camp. Which means that there won't be any cloud breaks, at least for a while. Bah, they are so annoying. I was on my way to the bathroom the last time one happened, and it lasted for 4 damned hours. Sunny gave her an unamused look. Thanks for sharing. I could have done without knowing that last detail, though. But then, the meaning of what she had said finally dawned on him. St. Tyrus is back. Sky Tide had been traveling with Nefer's party. Which meant that Nephis was back, too. His eyes brightened. Finally! Smiling, Sunny forgot about Aiko, turned around, and headed for the door. After thinking for a bit, though, he used Shadow Step to jump to the second floor of the brilliant Emporium. He had been stuck in the basement for 2 weeks, after all, and looked accordingly. Meeting Nephis in such an unsavory state was simply unacceptable. First, a shower. Asterisk. Sunny was understandably excited to see Nephis return, but so was the entire Sword Army. Currently, it was split between 2 camps. Most of the soldiers remained in the main camp, while the former expedition force was settling in the secondary camp on the breastbone of the dead deity. Now that Nephis and her party were back, the deployment of troops would probably change. After all, the very reason why it had taken her so long to return was because she was supposed to have secured a wider and safer path for the soldiers to move between the 2 camps on the way. The secondary camp would serve as the spearhead of the war against the Song army, while the main camp would become its bastion in the rear. Similarly, the troops currently stationed in the depths of the Breastbone Reach were the most experienced soldiers of the Sword Army, having endured the hellish expedition to subjugate the Vanishing Lake Citadel, which was the name people had settled on after Nephis burned most of the citadel down during the fight against Moon Vale. The ones who had stayed in the main camp experienced plenty of battles, as well, slowly claiming the eastern expanse of the Collarbone Plain and battling the Scarlet Infestation. However, they only knew about the harrowing journey of the expedition force and the devastating battle for the Vanishing Lake from rumors. Sunny did not know who had been responsible for the rumors, the elders of Clan Vela, who wished to bolster morale, or Cassie herself, but they painted quite a heroic picture of Summer Knight, the Lord of Shadows, and Changing Star, especially the latter two. Although he had spent most of his time locked away in the basement, he still knew what was being said about the Lord of Shadows. If Sunny had not been the Nebula Saint himself, he would have come to believe that the Lord of Shadows was quite an awesome figure. Mysterious, immensely powerful, and chillingly ruthless. A dauntless warrior who wielded darkness and death as weapons, leading a cohort of dreadful creatures to massacre and slaughter countless hordes of abominations, and, at the same time, a calculating and cunning commander who kept his soldiers alive in the face of most dire odds. Well, I am a little awesome, indeed. Sunny sometimes forgot how unbelievably powerful he was, which he couldn't be blamed for, really, considering how the caliber of the enemies he faced always seemed to evolve and reach comically unreasonable levels of power faster than he did. But from the point of view of an ordinary awakened, the Lord of Shadows would indeed appear as an absolutely monstrous existence, someone whose dark and dreadful power defied all reason and logic. The soldiers of the Sword Army would naturally feel blessed to have him fighting for their side. The soldiers of the Song Army, meanwhile, would soon learn to be terrified of shadows. Luckily, none of them knew that the Lord of Shadows was merely half of Sunny, wielded no more than half of his true power. If they did, they wouldn't have been able to sleep in peace. Chapter 1963. Brightest Star. It was understandable. By their very nature, one was meant to shine brightly, while the other was meant to stay hidden and unnoticed. Additionally, the Lord of Shadow was still a stranger, while Nephis was the living idol for most of these people. They had known and admired her family from decades ago, grew to care about Nephis after her incredible feat on the Forgotten Shore, cheered and celebrated when she returned from her long and lonesome journey across the Dream Realm as a master, and learned to rely on her and her sword in the years that passed since the Chain of Nightmares. Nephis had a bond with humanity that Sunny lacked. So, it was natural that the entire camp of the Sword Army was excited to see her return. Funnily enough, Sunny knew that she was quite popular in the camp of the Song Army, as well. It was a bit strange, considering that Changing Star was an enemy to the warriors of Song, but also somewhat expected, since the same bond that existed between her and the soldiers of the Sword Army existed between her and the soldiers of the Song Army, too. Plus, everyone in the Song camp knew that Nephis was the only one among the champions of Vela who had protested the king's decision to declare war on the Song domain. Cassie had probably made sure that they did. As a result, the soldiers of the Song Army did not particularly hate Nephis. They showed anger and contempt when speaking about all the other saints of the Sword domain, and especially the King of Swords himself, but harbored no such feelings toward Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan. Instead, when they spoke of her, there was just melancholy and a bit of regret. It was especially so for Rain. She rarely mentioned Nephis and her companions, but Sunny knew that his sister felt a complicated mess of emotions in that regard. After all, she remembered knowing them, even if in her mind, it was because Effie had briefly lived in a neighboring house. She remembered being taught by Nephis and Kai, being friendly with Effie, and meeting Cassie a few times. Knowing that they were her enemies now, and that she might meet them on a battlefield one day, was a difficult conflict to navigate. Then again, that was how every soldier in Godgrave felt. Although the war between Anvil and Kisong was positioned as a conflict between two independent domains, it was in fact a bitter civil war at its core. Everyone knew and valued someone in the other army. Friends had been forced to become reluctant enemies, and in some cases, even family members found themselves fighting on different sides. That was the nature of being an awakened. Most of them had not chosen the region of the dream realm they called home. Instead, the nightmare spell had chosen for them, and relatively few were capable of traveling between distant citadels, let alone crossing the storm sea, employing the services of a saint, or gaining access to a dream gate to reach the other domain. It was the same for Master Aurum, whose clan had no choice but to become a vassal of Vela simply because their citadel was situated in the east. If the spell had sent him west of Godgrave, he would not have had to become a traitor and die in a dark cell. He would have simply supported Kisong, his queen, openly and proudly. So, there were a lot of rumblings in both of the great armies. Now that the initial chaos had settled and the day when humans would have to spill each other's blood was approaching, many felt resentment and trepidation about the entire situation. But what could they do? The Great Supremes had made a decision, and little people like them could not go against it even if they wished to. Sunny believed that the discontent would only grow worse as the war went on and the wounds it dealt to soldiers mounted, leaving countless scars on their hearts. He was relying on that, actually. The war was an appalling affair, after all, and its horrors would only become more vile in the months to come. The more disillusioned with the rule of the sovereigns the valiant warriors of both domains became, the more willing they would be to accept Nefer's regicidal rebellion. Judging by how excited the soldiers were to see her return, things were progressing according to plan, at least for now. The fame and esteem of the Lord of Shadows would help Nephis, as well. The more respected and feared he was, the more legitimate her claim to power would seem. After all, strength was the foundation of legitimacy in this violent world, and being able to lure someone that strong to her side would become the best proof of her personal power. Sunny had abandoned the Ivory Island and came to the gates of the war camp to watch Nefer's party enter, mixing with the crowd. There were excited voices all around him. "They're back! Look, it's her! Lady Nephis!" Thank the gods, the firekeepers seemed to all be alive. "Lady Nephis! Lady Nephis! Here! Glory! Glory!" People were talking about Sunny, as well. "Wait, where's the Lord of Shadows? He's not coming back, idiot." He returned to his temple to command the Western Front. Temple? Why does that guy have a temple? What is he, a god? Of course not. I mean, at least I don't think he is. He might be. Sunny smiled crookedly, but then let out a wistful sigh. It was as if none of them realized that what happened at Vanishing Lake, while important for spreading the sword domain across Godgrave, was really a Pyrrhic victory. 7 saints of the Sword Army had perished, which was not only a painful loss for humanity, but also the reason why more of these soldiers would die in the future. Of course, some people knew. The clans to which the fallen saints had belonged were informed, and the news spread. Nobody had tried to keep it a secret, to begin with, at best trying to direct public attention somewhere else. To the supposed triumph of Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, for example, or to the perceived defeat of Dark Dancer Revel and her sisters. But all of it were concerns for the future. For now, Sunny simply wished to see Nephis after being separated from her for too many days. Soon, his smile returned. "There you are." Chapter 1964. Nice experience. Sunny blinked. She was not kidding. It seemed that Nephis had indeed given up on wearing armor. She would usually be clad in a suit of lustrous steel, looking valiant and knightly, but today, the armor was replaced by a light tunic and leather sandals. It was a much softer look, but also much more eye-catching. Sunny was not going to complain, though. The firekeepers, who were walking behind her, all looked beaten down by heat, but Nephis seemed fresh and clean, as if she had not spent many days traveling across the perilous surface of Godgrave. He tilted his head in confusion after noticing beads of water in her hair. Why is she so clean, though? It was a mystery. The soldiers around Sunny exploded with boisterous cheers, but he just watched her silently. Nephis seemed to have sensed his gaze, though, turning her head to look back. Her lips twisted into a beautiful smile. The cheers grew louder. Suddenly, someone grabbed Sunny by the shoulder and shouted into his ear with indescribable excitement. Hey! Did you see that? She smiled at me. Immediately, another voice assaulted his other ear. What are you talking about, fool? Why would Lady Changing Star smile at you? Obviously, she smiled at me. Then, there was a third voice. No, it was definitely me. The soldiers were bursting with excitement. Sunny glanced at them with a grin. Yeah. I did see that. But of course, he knew that they were all wrong. Sunny looked back to where Nephis was entering the camp. She smiled at me. It was only for him. Asterisk. After seeing Nephis arrive, Sunny quietly returned to the Ivory Island. Now that Anvil had gone to oversee the defense of the Vanishing Lake and Morgan was away to defend Bastion, she was the only member of the royal family in the main camp of the Sword Army, therefore, it was going to take a bit of time before she was free to return to her citadel and rest. In the meantime, Sunny could prepare to welcome her home. As if by magic, his fatigue seemed to be gone. Instead, Sunny felt full of energy. If not for the occasional yawn, no one would have suspected that he was running on fumes. Now, what should I do? Sunny longed to spend some romantic time with Nephis, but unfortunately for him, Godgrave wasn't brimming with romantic opportunities. Added to that was the fact that he only vaguely knew what people were supposed to do while courting each other. The basics were pretty simple: taking walks together, watching movies or theatre plays, dining in fine establishments, visiting museums, going to amusement parks, whatever that was, and attending concerts. Any kind of activity that could allow the couple to spend time together in a pleasant environment and enjoy nice experiences together. But there was nowhere pleasant to stroll in Godgrave, no theatres, and no dining establishments. No museums, no amusement parks, and no concerts. Most of the time Sunny and Nephis spent together was dedicated to battling hideous nightmare creatures, and the experiences they shared, while sort of nice, were not exactly romantic. He let out a sigh. Damnation! Sunny was really limited in what he could do to show his affection. He could make her delicious food, give her thorough massages, and listen to what she had to say. Which was fine, but he also felt like he was missing something. Sunny's eyes suddenly widened, and he slapped himself on the forehead. Gifts! I missed gifts, damn it, I'm an idiot. He should have made her a memory, as well. Why didn't he think about it before? It was too late now. Shaking his head in dejection, Sunny raided the brilliant Emporium's pantry, then used Shadow Step to teleport to the ivory tower and got busy doing one of the few things he could do, preparing a sumptuous meal for Nephis. She would have grown tired of field rations in the past 2 weeks, and they had not been eating well during the march to the Vanishing Lake either. So, she would definitely be happy to taste something delicious. He chuckled while cooking. Come to think of it, I've been known to taste wonderful myself. That was not an empty boast. Sunny was quite sure that he was truly delicious, otherwise, countless nightmare creatures would not have tried to feast on his flesh despite his modest stature and slender build. If it wasn't because of his refined taste, then why else? Sunny was so focused on cooking that he did not hear the light steps behind him. It was only when a familiar voice resounded from behind that he flinched. What are you laughing about? Sunny froze for a moment, then slowly turned around. Nephis was standing behind him, smiling faintly. Up close, she looked even more enthralling than at the gates of the war camp, making his heart race. His heart was racing for another reason, too, because that question could not have come at the worst time. Sunny gulped, then answered honestly, the only way he could. I was just thinking to myself. That I should be pretty delicious, taste-wise, I mean. Nefer's smile widened a little, and her striking grey eyes glistened in the sunlight. She remaining silent for a few moments, and then said in her usual even tone, "I'll be the judge of that." With that, Nephis placed her hands on Sunny's shoulders, and pulled him into a deep kiss. He wrapped his hands around her slender waist, feeling quite pleased with his answer. What can I say? I guess it's true. It seemed that they were going to pick up right where they had left off when Anvil so unceremoniously interrupted them on the shore of the vanishing lake. Which suited Sunny quite fine. Chapter 1965. Slow Burn. Sunny, meanwhile, was savoring watching Nephis eat. He just sat quietly, following her movements with his gaze, smiling faintly. He felt content, and his heart was at peace. Actually, no. It was very much not at peace, instead, it was beating wildly, and he felt as if his entire body was on fire. It took all his willpower to stay still, maintain his composure, and keep the deep, carnal hunger from reaching his eyes. He really needed a cold shower, a very, very cold shower. Honestly, it was too cruel. Nephis was inexperienced, and therefore irresponsible with showing him physical affection. Did she really expect him to just go and cool down after being set on fire so thoroughly by her touch, her scent, and her lips? Sure, they tasted sweeter than he could describe, but Sunny was a man, and men were not usually satiated by a little taste. In fact, he felt quite insatiable at the moment. Her presence, which naturally inspired and impassioned desires, was not helping the situation one bit. Sunny was ready to devour her like a beast. But he couldn't. Curse it! Why did I cultivate this soft and gallant image? I should have pretended to be a wild and unrestrained shopkeeper instead. A quiet sigh escaped from his lips. What is this sweet torture? Still, he was not in a hurry. He was enjoying the slow burn of their strange romance very much. The flirting, the tender moments of mundane closeness, the exhilarating rush of physical passion, he wanted to savor every second of it. And, deep down, he was a little reluctant to take the next step already. Sunny and Nephis were adults, and they both knew what they wanted. However, he was very aware of how differently they viewed each other. Nephis was fond of him, sure. She enjoyed his company greatly, and there was undeniable physical attraction between them. She might have even begun to develop an emotional connection, learning to care for and depend on him. She certainly trusted him a great deal. But at the end of the day, Sunny was still a stranger to Nephis. She had only known him for a few months, after all, and while some of the experiences the two of them had shared were quite intense, they could never compare to the lifetime bond that still dwelled in his heart. A bond that Nephis did not remember. So, deep down, Sunny hoped that she would at least learn to value him more before their relationship evolved into something more meaningful and irreversible. Before that happened, he would have to be satisfied with what existed between them now. It was fine, he had waited to be with her for many years, and he could wait a little longer. These little sweet moments were precious enough, and he wasn't going to rush. As Sunny was thinking about that, Nephis glanced at him with a smile and winked innocently. His body shivered. No, I take it back. What was the point of being slow and steady? Fortune favored the bold. He had waited for almost 10 years already, so there was no harm in rushing at all. If Nephis beckoned him with a finger, he would not hesitate to rush across the finish line right there and then. The furniture in Nephis' chamber might not survive. Watching his eyes grow a few shades darker, Nephis chuckled. You look really funny. Sunny remained silent for a few moments, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice. Oh? How so? She put a grape into her mouth, enjoyed it thoroughly, and then shrugged with a smile. It's just that you're so intense, but also can't stop yawning. It is so cute. I mean, Such a contrast. She reached for another grape, then seemed to change her mind. Have you not gotten any rest lately? Sunny blinked a couple of times. Have I been yawning? He hadn't noticed at all. Suddenly, he was embarrassed. I wasn't yawning before, right? Not just embarrassed, mortified. Sunny coughed. Oh, yeah. To be honest, I haven't slept for a couple of weeks. I've been busy working on my sorcery ever since the battle at Vanishing Lake. Right. I created quite a few memories as practice. Let me show you. He was about to summon the bag of withholding, but then froze for a few moments. Before that. With that, he manifested the gloomy shadow into an avatar. A second later, a second Sunny was standing near the table, wrapped in clothes made from shadows. Nephis looked at him in surprise, and at that moment, the avatar swayed, clutched at his chest with a grimace, and fell to one knee. The wound dealt to him by the black arrow was refusing to heal. Usually, a saint would be able to recover from a non-lethal injury quite swiftly, but this one had turned out to be unusually stubborn. Even though it wasn't getting worse, it wasn't getting any better, either. Which was a real shame, because Sunny would have been able to weave much faster with the help of an additional avatar. What happened? Neph's voice was full of alarm. Sunny endured the pain, looked up at her with a pale face, and smiled weakly. Well, how do I say this? I visited the Shadow Realm and was shot by an arrow through the heart. Her eyes widened. Nephis remained still for a short moment, and then pushed the grapes away. And you are only telling me this now? As a soft white radiance enveloped her hands, Sunny coughed, this time because he was drowning in blood, as opposed to out of embarrassment, and gave her an apologetic smile. I just didn't want to cause you pain. Chapter 1966. Fragile Flowers. The relief was palpable and exhilarating, dazing him for a short moment. Of course, it was darkened by the knowledge that the pain he was liberated from was at least equal, and very likely much inferior, to the pain Nephis endured for his sake in return. As the soft radiance enveloping her hands dimmed and was extinguished, she supported the avatar and looked at Master Sunless, who was still sitting at the table. Her expression was strangely dark for a moment, and then turned stern. No more of that nonsense. Confused, Sunny raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Nephis remained silent for a moment, then sighed deeply and let go of the avatar. Patting him on the shoulder, she rose from the floor and walked back to her chair. The sparing me the pain nonsense. Nephis took a glass filled with fragrant wine, drank deeply from it, and then carefully placed it down. If I were wounded and in pain right in front of you, and you had the power to stop my suffering, would you have hesitated to help me because of a few fleeting moments of agony? Sunny shook his head. No. I mean, seeing someone I care about suffer would have been quite agonizing, anyway. Nephis nodded slowly. Exactly. So, never hesitate to ask me for help, if you will. Sunny did not say anything for a while. Then, he dismissed the avatar and smiled mischievously. Is this your roundabout way of saying that you care about me, Lady Nephis? She scoffed. Seriously, how come I am only ever surrounded by such people? Nephis sighed and shook her head in resignation. Both you and Cassie. She has this infuriating habit of bottling things up, suffering in silence, and treating me like some kind of fragile flower. I watched her retreat into herself for entire years, never admitting what was wrong. Sunny's eyes glistened. He knew that Cassie could have been very well hearing this conversation, but could not endure the temptation to share his grievances with a fellow victim of the blind seer's cagey nature. Right? She's so secretive. Like, who in their right mind would keep so much to themselves? For years. Vital information, too. Of course, he knew that Cassie had most likely only been withdrawn in the last 4 years because she simply couldn't make Nephis, or anyone, really, except for Sunny himself, remember what she had to say. And he knew that Cassie's habit of keeping secrets close to her chest was because of the trauma of watching her visions become self-fulfilling prophecies in the most horrible way, Sunny was personally responsible for cementing that trauma in her heart, after all. But still, was there anyone who could pass on the chance to complain about a friend to someone who knew them as well? Nefer's eyes glistened with fervor. Right. She didn't even tell me that you were the Lord of Shadows. So despicable. Sunny opened his mouth to agree, then closed it and coughed. Well, that was my fault, really. Nephis looked at him with an appalled expression, but couldn't maintain it for long and laughed. Oh, I know. Then, she lowered her head and gave him a curious glance. It seemed like she wanted to ask something, but in the end, she did not. It was only then that Sunny realized that he had let more than he wanted to slip. His words implied that he had known Cassie for a long, long time. Nephis must have noticed that, but decided to remain silent. By now, she had to know that there was a strange connection between her and Sunny. But, perhaps because of the conversation they had had once in Bastion, she never pressed him to share the truth. Sunny was thankful for that, because he knew that he would not be able to answer. But at the same time, it pained him, because he wanted for her to ask the question so badly. It was a strange thing. Nephis studied his face for a bit, then leaned back and let out a sigh. Then, she raised an eyebrow. So, what was it about visiting the Shadow Realm and being shot through the heart by an arrow? Her eyes narrowed. Who dared? Asterisk. Sunny spent some time telling Nephis about the breakthrough he had made during the battle against Revel, the subsequent experiments he performed, and his brief visit to the Shadow Realm. The conversation had taken longer than he expected because he had to be very careful with his words. Some things he could share freely. Some he had to be very vague about to avoid watching Nephis forget everything he said. In the end, though, she understood most of what had happened. Sunny then proceeded to boast about the memories he had crafted. And this is the Green Canteen. At its core, it is a spatial storage memory, but not a simple one. Of course, I had to manage its weight first and foremost, just like the bag of withholding. But that's not all. I was also able to weave an enchantment that allows it to purify water. It can even desalinate it, albeit slowly. Now, that created a problem of its own: how to separate the purified water, the polluted water, and the byproducts of purification, including salt. Noticing that Nephis was looking at him with an amused smile, Sunny stopped. What? She shook her head lightly. It's nothing, Sunny. I'm just seeing another one of your many faces. I've never seen you so enthused about anything, I think. Sunny's gaze slipped to her lips. He lingered for a moment. I'm sure there was something I was more enthused about. Nephis laughed. Oh, yes? I felt your enthusiasm quite clearly. Sunny blinked a couple of times. What's that supposed to mean? Then, he shook his head. Well, you're not wrong. We are different, after all, you and I. Nephis tilted her head a little. Different? How so? Sunny hesitated for a few moments, looking at the enchanted canteen in his hand. Then, he offered her a faint smile. You were born to a family of warriors. You have inherited swordsmanship from your father, and wielding a sword is both your passion and your calling. I, however, only picked up the sword out of necessity. I've gotten quite good at wielding it, true. But if left alone, I would have much preferred to do something else. Like running a memory store, writing academic papers, or managing a small restaurant. Nephis seemed surprised by his words. Really? Once again, it looked like she wanted to ask more. But she held herself back, sensing that he wouldn't answer. Sunny tried to ignore the awkward pause and nodded. Sure. I am not a very brave and virtuous person by nature. If anything, my true nature is 50% greed and 50% hedonism. Oh, and a little bit of spite. Neph smiled gently. It seemed that you are more remarkable than I thought, then, Master Sunless. Because it takes much more effort to become who you are now while going against your nature. She sighed. It even makes me feel insecure about my own swordsmanship. After all, as you said, it is not only my calling, but also my inheritance. Hearing that, Sunny froze for a moment. Right. Her inheritance. He wanted to spend more time with Nephis, but there was something more important than their reunion. Sunny hesitated a little, then dismissed the green canteen, and said tentatively, "About that. I think you should talk to Cassie soon. We have discovered something important. As well as something that might be of great value to you, and only you." Chapter 1967. Lost together. Not only because of the knowledge about the sovereigns that Auram's memories contained, but also because they were a testament to the lives of her parents. Broken Sword, Smile of Heaven. The two of them, who had been the shining stars of humanity once, were long gone. And they had not left a lot behind for their daughter, who carried the weight of their legacy alone. When Sunny spoke, Nephis nodded lightly and stood up. Placing a hand on his shoulder, she smiled. "All right. Wait a little, I'll be back shortly." With that, she left. Cass's living quarters were only one floor below her own, so she did not have to go far. However, Sunny knew that it was going to take her quite a long time to come back. Left alone, he sighed quietly. Suddenly, the fatigue that he had forgotten about returned, making his eyelids feel heavy. Sunny remained at the table for a while, picking up a few grapes absent-mindedly. Then, he stood up and walked over to the wide balcony, looking at the landscape of the army camp far below. Nefer's chambers were spacious and sparsely furnished. The white walls were unadorned, and there was nowhere to rest except for the bed hidden beneath a canopy, which fluttered gently in the breeze. Shadows and sunlight were interspersed with open space, creating a beautiful and complicated mosaic. Sunny hesitated for a few moments, then sat down on the bed and closed his eyes, intending to let them rest for a moment. Instead, he simply fell asleep. His tired body desperately needed reprieve, and so did his overtaxed mind. So, Sunny decided not to wake himself up. Master Sunless had nothing to do at the moment, anyway. His other two incarnations could pick up the slack. The Lord of Shadows was preparing to attack the Song army from the rear. Rain's mercurial teacher was busy hiding from the Queen of Worms while keeping his headstrong disciple safe. So, he drifted into the soft embrace of sleep. After a while, feeling rested and refreshed, he became aware of his surroundings once again and slowly opened his eyes. It seemed that he had been asleep for much longer than intended. The air smelled of coming rain, and the stone chamber was much darker than before. Considering that there were no knights in Godgrave, it could only mean that storm clouds were gathering in the sky, casting a deep shadow on the war camp of the Sword Army. Sunny was still in the sweet grasp of sleep, a little. The bed was soft and welcoming, and both his body and mind felt revived. He was in a very good mood. The hollows are going to be flooded again. At least the hollows of the eastern reach of the Collarbone Plain. He did not know how vast the approaching storm would be. Turning his head, Sunny noticed that Nephis had come back at some point. She was sitting on a chair a few meters away, looking at the piece of the grey sky visible through the arches of the balcony. Her distant eyes were the same color as the stormy sky, harboring a hint of melancholy. Watching her, Sunny belatedly realized that he was laying comfortably on her bed, his head resting on a soft pillow. However, he did not move, reluctant to disturb her thoughts. Nevertheless, Nephis must have sensed his gaze, or maybe something deeper, and turned. Her face remained motionless for a few moments, and was then illuminated by a faint smile. "You're awake?" Sunny nodded. "Yes. Sorry. I just closed my eyes for a moment, and that seemed to have powered me down." She shook her head lightly. "That's all right. It was sweet, actually. I got to see another of your faces. You look very different when you sleep." He raised an eyebrow, hiding his embarrassment. Sunny had only recently called himself delicious, but really, no one had ever described him as sweet, at least not that he could remember. His expression wavered for a moment. Wait. Was she watching me sleep? He wasn't quite sure how to feel about it. Not the least because it meant that he felt safe enough here to not even bother staying aware of his surroundings with the help of the gloomy shadow. Glancing at it briefly, Sunny looked back to Nephis and hesitated for a moment. "Have you met Cassie?" She turned to the grey sky again and nodded after a short pause. "Yes. We learned quite a bit about the Sovereigns. It's good news." In the silence that followed, Sunny sighed deeply. "What about the rest of it?" Nephis looked up and smiled. There was a hint of bitterness in her smile. Eventually, she sighed. "It is something special, isn't it? Cass's power. I never thought I'd get to see my mother one day. I mean, how she was before becoming hollow. I had only ever heard about how bright and wonderful she was from others." Nephis lingered for a few moments and added, her voice growing a little distant. "My dad, too. I still remember him, a little. It was not like we were particularly close, though. He was not indifferent or uncaring, just always busy. And always bleak, even if he tried to brighten up when around me. Looking back, he was really obsessed with what he was trying to achieve. Conquering the fourth nightmare, most likely. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree, does it?" She sighed. It was really strange to see them like that. Young, radiant, loving, and brimming with hope. I had thought that it would be a solace to finally know what they were like. To know that they have not always been just a pair of ghosts. Especially my mother. She looked down at her hands and added, her voice sounding wistful. "But to be honest?" Nephis sighed. "In the end, witnessing them only made me feel lonelier." Sunny remained silent for a while, not knowing what to say. Everything he wanted to say to her would be forgotten in a few moments, never leaving a mark. So, there was no point. Eventually, he looked at the ceiling. "There is this guy that I know, who became an orphan early on. He was lonely for a long time, too. But then, he met a girl." He paused for a few seconds. "And then, he lost that girl. And then, he found her again, only to lose her again. Come to think of it, I guess it's wrong to say that he lost her, rather, it was him who became lost. In any case, what I am trying to say is, actually, I'm not sure what I'm trying to say." Sunny smiled. "I seem to have had some kind of idea when I started talking, but now, I don't know. You don't have to feel like that, I guess." Nephis chuckled softly. Standing up, she walked over to the bed and sat down, looking at Sunny from above. There was a strange emotion in her eyes, both bitter and sweet, both powerful and timid. Perhaps it was longing. Nephis smiled. "Well, how does the story end? Was that guy found in the end?" Sunny answered her smile with one of his own, then shrugged. "I'm not sure yet. Time will tell." She gazed at him deeply, not saying anything. Slowly, her smile dimmed, replaced by a calm and sober expression. And the strange emotion in her eyes grew more intense. Sunny wanted to speak, but before he could, Nephis leaned down and kissed him deeply. Her lips were like flame, setting his heart on fire. His hands rose, hovered hesitantly near her waist for a moment, and then wrapped around her tightly. As if intending to never let her go. Never let her go again. Responding to her kiss, Sunny pushed himself toward her, and then gently pulled her onto the bed. A flash of lightning illuminated the world, and somewhere in the distance, a deafening thunderclap shook the world. However, neither Sunny nor Nephis were aware of the storm, fully and utterly lost in each other. Chapter 1968. Council of Shadows. Not long ago, it had been covered by the Scarlet Jungle. Now, however, the jungle was gone, the vermilion forest had been obliterated by the soldiers, and the white slope shone blindingly under the radiant, overcast sky. Then, there was movement. A small bird suddenly fell clumsily from that sky, colliding with the bone surface at full speed, headfirst. The black crow bounced off the ground, rolled a couple of times, then jumped to its feet and shook its tiny head dazedly. Then, it remained motionless for a while before suddenly bursting into a tide of shadows. Those shadows surged and formed into the menacing figure of the Lord of Shadows. Sunny stared at the horizon with an absent expression. He was supposed to be preparing an ambush for the supply convoy of the Song army right about now. But how the hell was he supposed to? He was already lucky to have fallen on the arm of the dead deity instead of plummeting straight into the sea of ash. That would have been. What was he thinking about? Why was he even thinking about anything, to begin with? Shaking his head decidedly, Sunny fell backward and crumbled into four bewildered shadows. He had released control of his incarnation, entirely unwilling to split his attention between several bodies right now. The shadows looked at each other in confusion. Nobody was controlling them at the moment, so it was unclear what they were supposed to do. A few seconds later, the naughty shadow suddenly threw its arms into the air and performed a triumphant pirouette. Then, it threw a smug, satisfied look at its companions. The haughty shadow would have usually given its sibling a contemptuous stare, but this time, it charitably held itself back. In fact, it raised his chin even higher than usual, emanating a very subtle feeling of contentment and pride. As if saying, "Finally! Everything is as it should be." Haughty was such an august shadow, after all. It could reluctantly approve of being with a literal princess. Their master had done something worthy, for once. Even the crazy shadow seemed happy. Or, at least excited. It was usually hard to tell what the lunatic felt, but today, it seemed to be in a good mood. Too good of a mood, maybe. Only the creepy shadow remained his usual self. No, not quite. He looked very puzzled by the whole situation. And a little bored. His emotionless stare seemed to convey a silent question. "I don't really know what is happening, but weren't we supposed to start killing soon? Hello? Can we concentrate on the important stuff? Hello?" Why wasn't anyone listening? The other three shadows ignored him. Creepy scratched the back of his head. Well, it wasn't all bad. At least he was learning new things about human anatomy. In fact, it was quite fascinating. Asterisk. Eventually, quite some time later, the haughty shadow coalesced into the fearsome Lord of Shadows once more. Only, he wasn't so fearsome anymore. It was hard to maintain one's ferocity while happily humming a tune. Sunny only realized that he was humming a few minutes later, though, and forced himself to stop. However, he neglected to erase the stupid smile from his face. His face was hidden behind Weaver's mask, anyway, so no one would know. The other three shadows were giving him strange looks. Well, the gazes of the creepy shadow and the crazy shadow were strange. The naughty guy was quite obvious and expressive. Sunny grinned. "Shut up." He failed to make his voice sound stern, though. What does he even know? Looking around, Sunny tried to concentrate and glanced warily at the sky. Then, he turned into a shadow and glided swiftly across the surface of the white bone. He was already running late to his rendezvous. Some time later, he reached the road built on the dead god's arm by the soldiers of the Song army. It was hardly a proper road, really. Not even a sovereign could have built something substantial on the nearly indestructible surface of the ancient bone. Instead, logs scavenged from the annihilated jungle were placed on the ground, held in place by tar. The supply caravans used this road to pull heavy carts up the slope, eventually reaching the crossing to the Collarbone Plain. Now that Ki Song had descended upon Godgrave in person, the Song army possessed a dream gate of their own, so their supply situation was not as bad as it had been before. But there were limits to what a dream gate could achieve. First of all, only cargo from the waking world could be carried through it, most of which was mundane. Secondly, the supply infrastructure in the waking world was a glaring vulnerability. After the fall of the House of Night, no one believed that the war would stay contained in the dream realm anymore. The flow of supplies from the other side could be cut off at any moment, so both armies were working hard to maintain a logistical connection to their domains. Sunny's job was to disrupt that connection by harassing the Song army from the rear. He had briefly considered destroying the crossing itself, but decided against it in the end. The crossing was too close to the main camp of the enemy, and to their sole citadel in Godgrave, as well. The risk of running into someone truly powerful, perhaps even the Queen herself, was too great. So, he had chosen to start with a single caravan. Those caravans weren't easy targets, either. The supplies were guarded by both awakened troops and ascended officers. From time to time, there would even be a saint mixed between the soldiers. Clan Song had plenty of those to spare, after all. Worse still, the carts were being pulled by Beastmaster's thralls, and there were dead pilgrims escorting them. The Queen had her eyes on the caravans, so Sunny had to be swift about his attack. He had already lost the chance to be swift due to unforeseen circumstances. It was worth it, though, of course, without a shadow of a doubt. Sunny couldn't stop smiling. Focus! There is no time to waste. He could already see the head of the caravan in the distance. But, sadly, he really could not focus at all. Chapter 1969. Summon Demon. Yet still, he felt ill at ease. Perhaps it was because of the radiant clouds above, or because of how desolate the landscape was. Perhaps it was for no reason at all, and he was simply tense because of the heavy responsibility of protecting the caravan. Although not a grizzled veteran, he was experienced enough to know that the last stretch of a journey was often the most perilous, for no other reason than the fact that people tended to abandon caution once the final destination was already in sight. His cousin, Saint Dar, had taught him that. We ought to stay alert. He turned back to look at the caravan. The sight alleviated his worry, somewhat. There were more than 100 heavy wagons being pulled across the crude road, each loaded with precious supplies. Which meant that there were at least 100 ferocious, towering beasts pulling them, Beastmaster's thralls, most of them at least equal to him in rank. Some of the enthralled nightmare creatures had come from the various regions of the Song domain, some had been subjugated by the Queen's daughter here in Godgrave. They alone were a fearsome force, making the caravan akin to a moving fortress. But the thralls weren't the only ones defending it. There were awakened warriors, as well, 200 of them. There were a dozen masters like him. There were also powerful echoes, and, most importantly of all, the pilgrims were escorting the caravan, walking silently at its flanks. Although the walking dead made Kana uneasy, they were the heralds of the Queen. As such, they were the best shield he could have hoped for. The caravan had already experienced several battles on the way to Godgrave, obliterating swarms of nightmare creatures lured by the smell of human souls. Each time, the abominations were easily eradicated before reaching the wagons, so it was hard to imagine that something could threaten him and his soldiers. We are already so close. Unless a demon climbed out of hell to destroy them, they would make it to the war camp unscathed. Kana! The shout of a fellow master made him flinch and turn around. He did not need to know what they were warning him about. He could already see. Out there in front of them, in the distance, a dark figure was standing on the sun-bleached surface of the ancient bone. It had appeared out of nowhere like an apparition, for there had been no one and nothing ahead just a few short moments ago. A pilgrim? Was someone sent to meet us? Feeling a chill creep up his spine, Kana narrowed his eyes. He saw a fearsome armor that seemed to be carved out of polished black onyx. A frightening mask that resembled the face of a fierce demon, crowned by 3 twisting horns. The apparition was motionless, looking down. Its long white hair was moving slightly in the wind, like strands of a silken spiderweb. But then, as if sensing Kana's gaze, the demon looked up, revealing 2 pools of darkness where the mask's eyes should have been. Kana trembled. For a moment, he really believed that his careless thought had summoned a devil from the depths of hell to feast on their souls. But then, he forcefully composed himself. It's him. The Lord of Shadows. The Sellsword saint who had faced Dark Dancer Revel and survived. The news of the battle at Vanishing Lake had spread through the Song army swiftly. Although the daughters of the Queen had ultimately failed to capture the citadel, they still managed to escape unscathed after killing 7 saints of the Sword domain. Kana wasn't particularly happy to know that those great warriors had perished, but he knew that it was a triumphant victory that would save the lives of countless soldiers like him in the future. Regardless, one of the most extraordinary details about the Battle of Vanishing Lakes was the clash between the Lightslayer and the Lord of Shadows. He had not shown his strength before, but now, there was no one in Godgrave who did not know about it, and was not wary of him. Although very few people in the Song domain had ever seen him, rumors about the sinister fiend hired by the wicked King of Swords were both abundant and frightening. Some said that he was a madman whose flaw demanded that he revel in bloodshed and slaughter. Some said that he was the last surviving member of a fallen clan, sworn to vengeance against all of humanity. Some said that he was a loathsome killer who had escaped to the Dream Realm many years ago to save himself from being pursued by the Soul Reaper. Some even said that he was no human at all, but instead a nightmare creature masquerading as one. The original vessel of the Skinwalker, perhaps, or of something even more terrifying. In any case, all the rumors agreed on one thing, that the Lord of Shadows was immensely powerful and utterly ruthless. Kana gritted his teeth. Still, he was merely one man. Even if the Lord of Shadows was a saint, he was facing an entire army alone. There were 200 awakened warriors, 2 cohorts of masters, and 100 enthralled nightmare creatures, many of them of the corrupted rank, facing him. There were also the pilgrims. No matter how powerful, one man could not defeat an army. Turning to his comrades, Kana opened his mouth, wanting to bolster their spirits and give the command to attack. But then, he froze. Something was wrong about the world. Something was terribly, terribly wrong. Looking down, he felt icy claws grasp his heart. What? The closest person to him was a fellow master, a quiet woman who was a retainer of the royal clan. Everything about her was familiar, except for one thing. For some reason, the woman had 2 shadows. Kana had 2 shadows, as well. He stared at the shadows in horror, trying to understand where the extra ones had come from, and what their appearance meant. Then, he saw 2 crimson flames igniting in the depths of his own shadow. That was the last thing Kana saw. Because in the next moment, the world was suddenly consumed by impenetrable darkness. Chapter 1970. Fear of Shadows. Which meant that the darkness surrounding him was not simply a vast shadow, but true darkness instead. He could not see anything, but he could hear. There were plenty of sounds. The roars of the enthralled nightmare creatures, the screaming human voices, the clangor of metal, the nauseating crunching of splitting flesh. It all happened in an instant, turning the peaceful melody of creaking wheels into a deafening clamor of battle. How can he? But there was no time to guess. Snarling, Kana activated his awakened ability. In the next moment, he switched places with an awakened warrior who had been guarding a wagon a few dozen meters behind. There was still only darkness, so Kana switched places with another soldier, moving even further back. Come on, come on. Finally, he escaped into the light. In front of him, the front of the caravan was swallowed by a pool of darkness. Behind him was chaos. Everyone was startled by the unexpected attack, not knowing what was going on. There was something different about the state of the caravan, as well. Apart from those unfortunate souls caught in the pool of true darkness, the rest of the soldiers were all right. So were the thralls of Beastmaster. However, the pilgrims, each and every one of them, were gone, replaced by tall bonfires. Someone, or something, had set them all aflame in these few short moments. Kana paled a little and jumped onto the wagon, looking ahead, in the direction where the Lord of Shadows had been standing before. He saw the sinister saint almost instantly. The Lord of Shadows was calmly walking down the bone slope, his steps graceful and unhurried. The back of a black odachi rested on his shoulder, and his white hair was fluttering in the wind. There were still several hundred meters separating him from the caravan, but the madman was indeed intending to face them all alone. Kana's eyes narrowed. If so, he was going to oblige. Raising his bow, he put some strength into his voice and bellowed. It's the Lord of Shadows. Brothers, with me, attack. And they did. The warriors surged forward. The wagon drivers cut the nightmare creatures loose, allowing them to rush at the veilless hired fiend in a murderous frenzy. Arrows streaked across the sky, and scores of aspect abilities were unleashed. The sight of it was daunting. However, in the next moment, Kana felt his mouth turning dry. It was because countless shadows suddenly moved all around them, coming alive. The light of day seemed dimmer now, the darkness deeper. Some of the shadows shot from the ground, turning into needle-sharp spikes. They pierced the bodies of Beastmaster's thralls. Some turned into black chains that slithered across the ground, binding soldiers and pulling them down. Some even turned into black hands, each with 7 fingers that ended in sharp claws, blocking the aspect abilities. Blood spilled on the white bone, a terrible cacophony of screams permeated the air, and several wagons were split apart by the unleashed violence. Karna growled. "Curse you!" A saint was a powerful existence, but not an invulnerable one. They still bled like humans, and could be killed by humans. All it would take was one sword that struck true, one arrow that bypassed the enemy's onyx armor. Narking an arrow on the string of his bow, Karna activated both its enchantment and his ascended ability, then drew it and took aim. Come on! He was far inferior to Saint Dar in terms of archery. But he was still better and far more deadly than almost any other archer out there. And so, Karna let his arrow loose. It shot forward at terrible speed, and disappeared. A split second later, though, it emerged out of nowhere mere meters away from the Lord of Shadows, ready to plunge into the eye of his fierce mask a split second later. Its instantaneous arrival was both bizarre and insidious, and it left the enemy no time to react. However, even though the Lord of Shadow could not have predicted what would happen, and had only a fraction of a second to move, he still did. In the next moment, his hand shot upward and caught Karna's arrow, holding it a few centimeters away from his eye. Karna staggered back. "I am impossible." But a heartbeat later, the Lord of Shadows was suddenly standing in front of him. He? Karna's eyes widened. He had followed the arrow back. Had he stolen Karna's ascended ability? Just like he had stolen Princess Revel's true darkness. He's here. Fight! The Black Odachi moved. In the next few minutes, Karna witnessed a scene of pure horror. The Lord of Shadows did not just look like a fiend, he was a fiend. The sinister saint moved with the grace of a dancer and the ruthless precision of a butcher, his sword never resting and never failing to find its target. His white hair fluttered in the wind like ghostly silk. The attacks of the awakened warriors either missed him entirely or were deflected by the polished surface of the onyx armor, not leaving even a scratch on it. The nightmare creatures, terrifying monsters that had once threatened the lives of the champions of the Song army, fell to the ground one after another, their bodies severed and horribly mangled by the black sword. The Lord of Shadows moved in the storm of blood like an omen of death, the gaze of his fierce mask remaining utterly indifferent, utterly cold, utterly devoid of mercy. But the demon was not without emotion. What frightened Karna the most was that he could faintly hear the sinister saint humming an upbeat tune as he slaughtered corrupted abominations and bathed in their blood. The sick bastard was enjoying the harrowing massacre. Karna had been wrong. That thing could not be a human. It had to not be a human, otherwise, there would be nothing sane left in the world. At some point, the Lord of Shadows seemed to have grown tired of pretending to be a person and shed his human disguise, turning into a towering devil with 4 mighty arms and a frightening crown of horns. His already terrifying strength exploded, and he continued his macabre dance of death, tearing a path of carnage and destruction across the caravan. Nothing could stop him. 1 second, he was in one place, gruesomely tearing a powerful nightmare creature apart. Next second, he was somehow 100 meters away, throwing a master to the ground with a heavy blow of his onyx gauntlet. And throughout all of this, the darkness continued to flow. The shadows continued to move. The black chains rattled as they imprisoned their prey, and blood flowed like a river. Karna was appalled. But his indignation did not save him. In the end, his enchanted bow was cut in half, his sword was shattered, and he was thrown to his knees, the black chains binding his limbs. The battle was over. Shaking, Karna looked around. The darkness was gone. The burning pilgrims had turned to ash. The thralls of Beastmaster were all eviscerated, laying in bloody piles on the ground. The awakened warriors were all bound by chains, many of them unconscious. They were utterly defeated. And the lone creature that had defeated them had not even shed a single drop of blood. Karna let out a desperate growl. "Curse you!" Curse you, you demon! His voice was the only thing breaking the silence, apart from the groans of the wounded soldiers. No, there was another sound. The Lord of Shadows was still humming joyfully, as if today was the best day of his life. The terrifying demon of darkness had assumed his human form once again, observing the battlefield with a strange sense of satisfaction, like a demented artist looking at a painted canvas. But then, something was not right. Kana looked around once more, trying to understand where the sense of incongruity he felt had come from. After a while, a slight shudder ran through his body. The pilgrims had been destroyed, and the thralls had been slaughtered. However, the humans. Many were wounded, and many were bleeding. However, their wounds were shallow, and their bleeding was light. And none of them were dead. They were knocked out, bound by the black chains, and immobilized. But they were alive. Kana gasped, feeling both relieved and suffocated. He felt bitter. Because he knew that keeping an enemy alive in a battle was much harder than killing them. The Lord of Shadows, that fiend, had not even shown them his true power. His true malevolence, his true ability to sow death was still unknown. How could that be? How had Princess Revel survived meeting this horror? Why? His whisper was quiet, but the dark apparition seemed to have heard him. The Lord of Shadow turned the chilling gaze of his lightless eyes in Kana's direction. Knowing that there was no sense in trying to avoid attention anymore, Kana gritted his teeth. Why did you spare us? The fiend stared at him silently for a while, then chuckled. His voice was cold and arrogant. Because Changing Star asked me to show mercy today. The Lord of Shadow grew quiet for a moment, then let out a regretful sigh. It's such a shame. Usually, I love nothing more than slaying humans. How unfortunate. I'm in a terrible mood. With that, he continued to hum his lively tune and walked away. Kana heard terrifying sounds coming from somewhere behind, but he could not turn around. It was as if something enormous was feasting, scraping the ancient bones with countless metal feet as it moved. After some time, an eternity, perhaps, the sounds grew quiet. Then, the black chains binding him dissolved into a tide of shadows. He was free. Standing up, Kana turned and looked around. All around him, the wounded soldiers were swaying as they rose from the ground. But the caravan itself was gone. The wagons had disappeared without a trace, most likely utterly destroyed and swallowed by some abominable being. All that remained were the corpses of the slain nightmare creatures, and the blood painting the surface of Godgrave red. And fear. Fear of meeting the Lord of Shadows on a day when that dreadful demon was not held back by the mercy of Lady Changing Star. Chapter 1971. Rumor Mill. Almost every soldier in Godgrave had been forced to seek out darkness in some way or another. The perpetual radiance of the murderous sky was both oppressive and a source of constant fear, but most of all, it was exhausting. It was bright almost everywhere one went, which made sleep elusive. So, they had learned ways to cope with the hateful absence of darkness and night. Rain's way was on the primitive side, but it still let her sleep in peace. Which was why she was quite unhappy to have been awoken so early. What the hell is going on? She would have been hurriedly summoning her battle memories before, but now that the Queen was with them, the camp of the Song Army was much safer. It was highly unlikely that there was immediate danger, so Rain took her time. Yawning, she stretched, then summoned the puppeteer's shroud and climbed out of her tent as soon as the soft grey fabric covered her pale skin. A wave of heat assaulted her outside, and Rain saw that the camp was boiling with strange activity. The soldiers were rushing, the hideous thralls were being saddled, and the pilgrims were moving silently between the tents. Far in the distance, the main gates of the camp were opening slowly. Rain studied the commotion somberly. Good morning. Turning around, she saw Tamer standing with her arms crossed a few steps away. Beside her, Ray and Fleur were starting a fire to prepare food. Rain raised an eyebrow. Is it morning? The young legacy shrugged. It might as well be. Does it matter? Rain failed to suppress another yawn and shook her head. Walking to the fire pit, she asked, "What is going on?" Ray, who had been trying to fire up the kindling with a mundane flint, looked up at her in surprise. "You haven't heard?" Rain stared at him for a moment, then took the flint from his hands and ignited the kindling on the first try. "How would I have heard anything while asleep? Everything had been fine yesterday." A corner of Tamer's mouth curled upward a little. She took a seat near the fire and summoned a spatial storage memory, which had been the source of endless envy for Rain ever since the legacy girl received it from the Saint of Sorrow. Taking out their provisions and a can of powdered coffee, another luxury item, Tamer handed them to Fleur and spoke. "The news reached the camp a few hours ago. There was another clash with the forces of the Sword Domain. Congratulations. You slept through the second human battle of this war." Rain froze for a moment, feeling a cold shiver travel down her spine. Her mood was instantly spoiled. She sighed. "Oh yeah? Was it on the crossing to the Breastbone Reach?" That was where the first major battleground of the Realm War would be, and where the 7th Legion would be marching for in a few days. Tamer slowly shook her head, her expression turning a bit dark. "No. It happened near the crossing from the right arm to the Collarbone Plain, behind us. A supply caravan was attacked by the Lord of Shadows." Now that was concerning news. Rain threw a sidelong glance at her shadow, wondering how her teacher felt about someone wielding a similar authority launching an attack on the Song army. There was a lot of talk about the Lord of Shadows in the camp these days, painting him to be some kind of a monster. Well, it wasn't that uncalled for, after all. He had crossed blades with Princess Revel and lived to tell the tale. No one would have been surprised if someone like Changing Star or Morgan of Valor had done the same, but for an entirely unknown saint to prove himself capable of facing the first princess in battle was a disturbing revelation. Added to the sinister reputation and mysterious nature of the Lord of Shadows, wild rumors about him were bound to spread. The situation was not helped by the fact that very few people in the Song camp had ever seen him, like her cohort members had. Rain suddenly felt tense. How did the Lord of Shadows and his troops manage to reach our rear without being noticed? Ray shivered. That's the thing. There were no troops. The madman attacked the caravan alone. The young man seemed stuck somewhere between terror and awe. And it wasn't a harassment attack, either. He actually obliterated the entire caravan. Alone. Rain froze. She had seen these supply caravans entering the camp. They were not an easy target, far from it, actually. Each was guarded by hundreds of awakened warriors, several cohorts of masters, scores of powerful thralls, many of them of the corrupted rank, and now escorted by the Queen's pilgrims. One saint obliterated them all? How was that possible? Were the rumors about the Lord of Shadows not as exaggerated as she had thought? Both the rumors about his frightening power and the rumors about him being a monster. Fleur placed a coffee pot on the fire and sighed. That is not the strangest part, though. Rain glanced at her. It isn't. The delicate girl nodded, her expression strangely similar to one of relief. The Lord of Shadow did not just destroy the caravan. For some reason, he spared every human guarding it. He killed the thralls and the pilgrims, but left the soldiers alive. Tamer's subtle smile widened a little. Don't we know the reason? He said it himself. It was because Lady Changing Star had asked him to be merciful. She seemed strangely cheerful despite the slap dealt to the Song army. Rain, meanwhile, was a little dumbfounded. She could easily believe that Lady Nephis had asked the Sellsword Saint to be merciful. She could even believe that the Lord of Shadows would actually listen to her. But subduing so many warriors? Not killing them, but defeating them without taking a single life? Just how terrifying did one's power have to be to achieve a feat like that? She felt both disturbed and relieved. Relieved because her fellow soldiers had been spared, and disturbed because the nebulous figure of the Lord of Shadows seemed even more frightening now. What would happen on the day the enemy decided not to stay his blade? Ray cursed quietly. I told you all that he was a scary bastard. The first time I saw him, gods. He said? Dreamer Ray, I've decided not to kill you. As if killing me was the default option. If not for Lady Nephis, I would have probably died right there and then. Fleur looked at him scornfully. But he saved our lives, in the end. Show some gratitude. Ray spared her an apologetic smile. Tamer sighed, took the cup of fragrant coffee that Fleur offered her, and said, "In any case, the remnants of the caravan are still on the right arm. They are alive, but many are wounded, so the army is sending a rescue force to bring them back. We'll know more once they reach the camp." Then, her expression changed, and she looked around in confusion. But what was that noise? Rain scratched the back of her head, receiving her own cup of coffee. What noise? I didn't hear anything. She was lying through her teeth, though. She did hear it. What the hell? Tamer frowned. I am sure I heard something. Sounded like humming. Chapter 1972. Private Conversation. She had heard it too. After all, the humming had come from her own shadow. What is this fool doing? Feeling pins and needles, she gulped down the scalding coffee and forced out a smile. Well, anyway. I'll go take a walk. I mean, visit the baths. Thank you kindly, Fleur, the coffee was delicious. She had to get away from her companions as quickly as possible, in case her teacher was planning to start whistling or actually break into a song. Rain was truly flabbergasted. He had always been flawlessly cautious when around other people. What could have made him commit such a ridiculous mistake? Putting the cup down, she stood up, stretched one more time, and headed away from their small cluster of tents. Wait, Rani! Aren't you going to eat breakfast? Rain waved a hand and answered Tamer in a carefree tone. Later. I'm not very hungry. Damnation. She needed to find somewhere private to talk to her teacher. Sadly, privacy was not very common in the crowded camp of the Song army. Still, she knew a place or two. In fact, many soldiers did, since everyone needed privacy from time to time, for one reason or another, some as innocent as simply wanting to be alone, some a bit more salacious. The place Rain had chosen was situated at the back of a large warehouse where the building materials were stored, not far from the towering Dream Gate. Now that the walls of the camp had been built, and the Queen was here, making damaging them a tall task for the nightmare creatures inhabiting Godgrave, very few people visited the warehouse, let alone walked around it. She knew this place well. Squeezing into a narrow space between the wall of the warehouse and a neat pile of stone slabs unloaded behind it, she leaned her back against one of them and closed her eyes for a moment. Then, she looked at her shadow angrily and hissed. Hey! What was that? Her shadow remained silent for a bit. Then, it answered in an absent-minded tone. Who? What was what? Rain opened her mouth, losing the ability to talk for a second. The humming. Why the hell were you humming before? A second shadow emerged from her own and scratched the back of its head. Was I humming? Oh, sorry. It must have been because I'm in a really good mood. He finally lost what little remained of his mind. Rain didn't even know what to say. Her teacher, meanwhile, assumed a human form, leaning on the wall of the warehouse across from her. He did indeed seem to be in a strangely good mood, with a subtle smile on his lips and a distant look in his eyes. Rain had not seen him in the flesh for a long time, so being face to face once again warmed her heart. Still, she tried to maintain a stern expression. He couldn't be so careless again. Her teacher, meanwhile, gave her a long look. Right. Since we are already here, I actually wanted to talk to you about something. Rain raised an eyebrow. Oh? Well, good. He smiled. What, did you miss me? She raised her chin a little and looked at him with disdain. As if. That was a lie. She had, indeed, missed him quite a bit. They had not seen each other in a long while, after all. Her teacher laughed. How heartless. So, you didn't really want to see me? He let out a sigh and shook his head sadly. And here I was, all excited to show you all the wonderful new memories I prepared for you. Rain's eyes glistened. Taking a step forward, she grabbed his arm and looked at him with an expression of utter devotion. Teacher! Your student missed you so much. My heart ached so terribly at being unable to see you that I couldn't sleep at all, so I just counted days and hours, finding solace in the memories of how benevolent and amazing you are. He stared at her for a second, then laughed. That's better. Then, he fell silent. Rain waited for a few moments. And for a few moments more. Eventually, she spoke. Teacher, so, about those memories. He grinned. Sure, I'll give it to you. But, not here. There's something else we need to do, so let's go somewhere more private. Rain wanted to say that there weren't really any places more secluded than this one in the army camp, and that going outside unnoticed would not be easy. But at that moment, her teacher fell into the shadows. And pulled her with him. A moment later, they were somewhere else, surrounded by darkness and the damp, suffocating smell of the jungle. Everywhere around them, the vermilion jungle sprawled. Rain's nostrils were assaulted by countless smells, and her ears were assaulted by countless sounds. The rustle of leaves, the hum of abominable insects, the distant footsteps of dreadful predators. They were in the middle of the jungle, surrounded by darkness. That could only mean one thing. Rain's eyes widened, and she suddenly felt cold. Her hair stood on end. Teacher! Did you bring me to the hollows? Of course, she had kept her voice to a barely audible whisper. He just nodded calmly, as if it was not even worthy of being mentioned. Yes. But don't worry, there are no cursed nightmare creatures nearby. Only the great ones. Rain shuddered. You bastard! What do you mean, only the great ones? Pulling her along, her teacher walked between the ancient trees and entered a small clearing. There, somehow. Rain saw a familiar brick cottage. She was too dazed to even bother wondering what it was doing in the hollows. This time, she was led to a back door. Rain was pretty sure that it had not existed the last time she saw the cottage, but now, it was undeniably there. Inside was a vast chamber filled with darkness. And in the middle of that darkness, lay a towering mountain of items. There were pieces of broken wagons, piles of precious mystical materials, bags of flour and rice, crates of arrows with arrowheads forged from sorcerer steel, barrels filled with unknown liquids, slabs of building stone, and so much more. There was a very familiar symbol burned into the wooden crates, as well. The crest of the royal clan song. Rain froze. Raising a shaking hand, she pointed at the mountain of supplies and asked in a small voice. Teacher, what is that? But she knew what it was. It was the supply caravan of the Song army, what was left of it. He glanced at the supplies briefly and shrugged. That? The supplies meant for the Song army, of course. Rain nodded. Right. As if that explained anything. She struggled to speak for a moment. But what are they doing here? Her teacher sighed. Well, I thought that it would be a real shame to just burn them all or toss them into the sea of ash. So, I commandeered them instead. Oh, but don't tell anyone. Officially, all these supplies were destroyed. Feeling like she was losing her mind, Rain took a deep breath and then whispered loudly. But why do you have them? It was the Lord of Shadows who attacked the caravan. That scary bastard. The monster whom even Princess Revel couldn't defeat. Her teacher stared at Rain with a surprised expression. Then, he scratched his nose. Wait, you really didn't know? What was she supposed to know? Rain silently shook her head. He coughed. It's because I am the Lord of Shadows. Noticing Rain's dumbfounded expression, her teacher smiled pleasantly. Just think about it, anyone claiming to be the Lord of Shadow would be claiming to be the Lord of me. And even if there was a fool crazy enough to do something like that, I would have probably sent them to see the Shadow Realm real quick, to dissuade them. Chapter 1973. Me, myself, and I. Then, there was more silence. Rain stared at her teacher with wide eyes. What did he just say? It seemed that she imagined that her teacher claiming to be the Lord of Shadows. The Lord of Shadows, the mysterious saint of Godgrave, the sinister Sellsword who had offered his blade to the King of Valor, faced Princess Revel in the battle at Vanishing Lake, and decimated a supply caravan of the Song army alone, sparing the lives of 200 awakened and ascended warriors at Changing Star's behest. That Lord of Shadows. Wait! The Lord of Shadows who had saved the lives of Tamer, Ray, and Fleur. At Changing Star's behest. The situation was so shocking that Rain was struggling to form a single cohesive thought, but despite all its seriousness, an entirely frivolous memory surfaced in her mind instead of something important. It was one of her teacher's preposterous rants. "Do you know Princess Nephis? Changing Star of the Immortal Flame clan? I was practically her boyfriend." Rain almost swayed. No, wait. She pierced her teacher with an intense gaze, momentarily forgetting even about the sweet memories he had promised to give her. "Teacher, you really are the Lord of Shadows." The bastard had started humming again, at some point. Hearing her, he looked at her and smiled. "Sure. Now, can we move on to?" Rain did not let him finish. "No. We absolutely cannot move on." "What the how? I mean, why, no, what do you mean, you're the Lord of Shadows? He's all the way in the camp of the Sword Army. When he was fighting Princess Revel, you were with me. When he was saving Tamer, you were helping me track down the huntsman. How does that make any sense? What, you can be in two places at the same time? Following me around and simultaneously acting as the Lord of Shadows?" Her teacher gave her a confused look. "What? Of course not." Rain let out a relieved sigh. Thank the gods. It was just another one of his preposterous lies. However, she celebrated too early. Because her teacher wasn't done talking. "I can be in 7 places at the same time. Actually, I am also a Knight Commander of Clan Valor and the Memory Purveyor of the Ivory Island. Oh, and I also run a small restaurant in Bastion. It's quite popular." Rain just stared at him with a dumbfounded expression. Her teacher looked at her with concern and smiled. "Do you want to sit down?" She nodded slowly. "Yeah." A moment later, specks of darkness swirled in the air and formed into an opulent wooden chair. Her teacher moved it caringly to stand just behind Rain, and she lowered herself onto the seat. Or rather, she plopped down on it gracelessly. AAA. So, her teacher could be in 7 places at the same time. She had to repeat it several times mentally for the meaning of these words to sink in. Rain covered her face with a palm. Let's think about it. Something like that was unheard of, but not really impossible. After all, there were all kinds of aspects in the world, and all kinds of unnatural powers wielded by the nightmare creatures. Anything was possible. Actually, it even made a lot of sense. She had long noted how similar her teacher and the Lord of Shadows seemed. It was just that she could not have concluded that they were one and the same without this key piece of information. Assuming that a person could exist in several places at the same time would have been quite an unreasonable leap of logic, after all. Who could have guessed that her closest companion was also a complete stranger, a sinister saint serving the King of Swords, no less? And what was that? Had he mentioned something about running a restaurant in Bastion? A restaurant? Somehow, that last detail rattled her mind more than the rest of what he had said. No, that was not important right now. Rain could reluctantly accept that her teacher possessed the power to live several lives at the same time. But she lowered her hand and glared at him. "Teacher, what the hell?" He scratched the back of his head. "Ooh? What are you angry about this time?" Rain's eyes narrowed. "If you are really the Lord of Shadow, one of the most fearsome champions of the Sword Army, then why the hell did you let me join the Song Army? Did it not occur to you that being on the different sides of this damned war might pose a bit of a problem for us?" He looked at her with a strange expression. "What do you mean?" "Of course, it did. Have you forgotten that I tried to dissuade you? But no, you just had to be all moral and righteous. I can't just sit on the sidelines. These are the people I know, and they will be the ones who suffer. I can't step back and do nothing. Those were your words. Do you even know how loudly I was cursing on the inside while going on about how you are joining the war? Rain's eye twitched. Well, when you put it like that. Her teacher scoffed. But I couldn't very well stomp on your principles, so I kept quiet. Well, it doesn't matter that much, anyway. Who says that you and me being on different sides will become a problem? Me and me are on different sides as well, and I'm not worried. Hearing that last sentence, Rain felt a strong headache. As if it made sense. It was too bizarre. Not only had her teacher been living several lives at the same time, but one of his incarnations was even a general of the opposing army, the most feared general of them all. The very same sinister saint who had just attacked the supply caravan of Song. The incriminating evidence was right here, an entire mountain of stolen, commandeered, as he had called it, supplies. And he had not even taken them in the name of the Sword Army. He had just hoarded them for himself. Her eyes trembled. My teacher is a bandit. He's a shameless, flagrant highwayman. But then again, that one actually wasn't that surprising. Quite the opposite, really. She could believe it easily. That sounded exactly like something her teacher would do. Rain took a deep breath. So, her teacher was pretending to be a Sellsword saint who had been hired by the King of Swords. He was also the Knight Commander of the great clan Vela. He was also the memory purveyor, whatever that meant, out of the Ivory Island, which was Changing Star's own citadel. And he was a master chef somewhere in Bastion on top of that. Right. It was going to take her some time to come to terms with these facts. Just as expected from a dark deity. No, was he really a dark deity? Suddenly, Rain came to realize that she knew very little about her teacher, despite spending almost every day of these past 4 years in his company. She took a deep breath and looked at him soberly. After hesitating for a while, Rain asked, Teacher, who are you, really? Chapter 1974. Lost time. I mean, are you a human? A spirit? Some strange apparition that enjoys cooking, terrifying vast armies of awakened, and educating young maidens? And don't you dare say that you are just a shadow. What does that even mean? Her teacher stared at her for a few moments. Well, a shadow is the dark area that appears when an object blocks the source of light. Rain clenched her fists. That's not what I was asking. He laughed, then commanded the shadows to rise from the floor and manifest into another, much less comfortable, from the looks of it, chair. Sitting down, her teacher shrugged. What are you even talking about? I am just a human saint. Rain shook her head energetically. No. I've met saints, and there are no human saints like you. You never sleep, never eat, live in the shadows, and go around slaying skinwalker vessels as if they were children. You even know how to guide a person to awakening without infecting them with the spell. And that is just 1/7 of you. He hesitated for a little while. Well, all right. I'm not just a human saint. I am quite special, as far as human saints go. Leaning back, he smiled. In fact, there is no one else like me. As far as I know, there are 2 other transcendent humans who can rival my power. However, I am unique even among them, because I am not a carrier of the nightmare spell anymore. Rain blinked. A saint, who is not a carrier of the nightmare spell. Anymore? How was that possible? Noticing her confused expression, her teacher chuckled. It's a long story, a story that spans thousands of years, actually, so forgive me if I don't go into detail. Suffice it to say, I met a very loathsome cursed terror in my 3rd nightmare, and here I am. He hesitated, and then added. My original body is someplace else. Unlike this incarnation, it does eat, sleep, and perform all the things that humans tend to do. The version of me that has been following you around, meanwhile, is one of my shadows. That is why I sometimes seem a bit weird, compared to normal humans. Rain studied him silently. So that's how it is. She felt satisfied because things were finally starting to make sense. But, strangely enough, she also felt a little betrayed. Because her teacher had an entire other life, or several of them, actually, that she knew nothing about. Suddenly, something occurred to her. Teacher, if you are a human, then what is your name? He coughed. My name? Hey, well, if you must know, my name is Sunless. But people usually call me Sunny. Rain stared at him for a few moments. Then, she leaned back and laughed. The laughter came on its own, and although she had tried, she failed to contain it. Oh, sorry. It's just funny. Because people used to call me Rainy. Sunny and Rainy, they were quite a pair, weren't they? No. I just can't call teacher that way. Rain felt a strange warmth spread in her chest after finally learning his name. But, at the same time, it was very strange to think about calling her teacher by such a mundane and human name. She could at least imagine calling him Sunless, but Sunny. Nope. No way. Even if he really was a human, he had not deserved to be treated like one. After everything he had put her through. Rain spent some time in silence, digesting the earth-shattering revelations that had befallen her out of nowhere. He's the damn Lord of Shadows. Eventually, another thought suddenly flashed in her mind, and her expression changed. We are quite a pair. Now that she knew about the many incarnations of her teacher, she could understand why he was ruling a citadel in Godgrave and serving the King of Swords. She could also understand why he had positioned himself close to Lady Nephis. She could even understand why he would run a restaurant, somewhat. In fact, out of all the lives her teacher had mentioned, only one wasn't making any sense. This one. The life in which he followed a random mundane girl around, taught her how to survive and thrive in the dire world, and guided her on the path of ascension. Why was this tremendously powerful saint, someone who clearly aimed to exert influence on the flow of history, wasting his time with her? Rain was no one special. She was hardworking and talented, yes, but so were countless other people. In fact, hadn't their first ever encounter been strange, to begin with? Because even back then, in the nameless convenience store in NQSC, her teacher had already known her name. Rain raised her head and looked at him intently. Teacher? He smiled faintly. Yes? Are you ready to take a look at those memories? I've worked really hard on them, you know. Usually, Rain would have been mesmerized by the promise of receiving new memories, but today, she did not even spare them a second thought. Instead, she asked, Why did you offer to teach me? He stared at her silently for a few moments. Then, her teacher scoffed. Haven't I told you? It's because I am your long-lost brother. Rain sighed. And I told you that I would have remembered having a brother. He studied her for a while without saying a word. Then, he shrugged nonchalantly. Weren't you adopted? Rain nodded slowly, not knowing what that had to do with anything. Wait. Her teacher smiled. Well, I was your brother before that. There, you have my permission to drop that teacher and start calling me your older brother instead. Rain froze. Before that? She had no memories from before she was adopted. After all, that happened when she was very young, 3 years old, at best. Her parents had never made a secret of the fact that she was not their biological child, and had never treated her differently because of that. That was why Rain had never really felt a need to learn where she had come from. However, she had tried to find out eventually. Her parents helped her, and her dad even pulled some strings at work. But there was nothing to learn. There was no robust centralized database that contained the records of every person living in the outskirts. In fact, many of them had no digital trace whatsoever. They weren't citizens, and so, the government did not care to waste manpower on keeping records of them. All they found out was that Rain's parents were both deceased, her mother passing away last due to illness. Even that was only a rumor an orphanage worker heard from the person who had worked there before him. And that was all. She had been a little disappointed to have learned nothing, but not too much. So why did Rain feel like she was forgetting something? It was as if she had just thought about it, but the thought slipped away. Looking at her teacher, she asked evenly, "If you are really my brother, then where have you been? Where have you been all this time?" His smile dimmed a little. Strangely, Rain found it hard to focus on what he was about to say. Her teacher lingered for a few moments, then looked away. "Rotting in the outskirts, at first. And then, well, I can't really tell you, and you should not ask." Rain looked at him, stunned. He was not joking. He had not been joking from the start. She felt some strange, inexplicable emotion rising in her heart. She thought that she had never cared about her original family and about her past. But now, it seemed that she had been wrong. Or maybe she had simply forgotten. Looking at the young man sitting in front of her. The familiar, insufferable, whimsical, caring, strong, funny, unreliable, dependable man who had been her companion, confidant, teacher, and protector for the last 4 years. Rain took a shaky breath. Then, she said tentatively, "Brother." Chapter 1975. The incredible adventures and astonishing deeds of heroic dreamer Sunless and his brave disciple Rain, Abridged, Volume 8. The two armies were going to clash soon, so Sunny had judged that it was time to start slowly revealing the true nature of the war to Rain. She was directly involved in the conflict between the sovereigns, after all, so he had to give her an opportunity to prepare herself for its resolution. Because that resolution was not going to be what people on either side expected it to be. However, Rain reacted in a way that forced Sunny to share more truth than he had wanted to, and although he could have avoided her poignant question despite the strict limitations of his flaw, after thinking about it for a few fleeting moments, he chose not to. Perhaps it was because of what had happened between him and Nephis. Sunny had already forsaken reason and given up on holding back, completely abandoning caution to blindly follow his desires. And since he had already betrayed one inhibition, the rest of them did not seem as sensible and important anymore. What did he have to lose? He had nothing. Brother. Hearing that word from Rain's mouth made Sunny flinch. It was such an emotional moment. It was something that he had been wanting to hear again, ever since saying goodbye to his little sister in the rundown orphanage, almost 2 decades ago. And yet, he had not flinched because of the powerful, almost overwhelming feeling that swelled in his heart because of that word. Instead, he had flinched out of sheer embarrassment. It felt so awkward. Partially because Sunny was almost afraid to choke up, but mostly because he could not help but cringe a little at the same time. Hearing Rain call him brother after the last 4 years was just too unnatural. He coughed, struggling with the desire to hide his face. After a few moments of silence, Sunny said, "I take it back. You can continue to call me teacher." Rain studied him with a cautious, vulnerable expression. For a moment, he was worried that his answer had hurt her feelings. But then, a faint smile twisted her lips. "Big brother." Sunny shuddered. "Even worse." "Stop it." Rain's smile widened. "Why, big brother?" A heavy sigh escaped from Sunny's lips. "I had not thought this through." Asterisk. Sunny led Rain out of the brilliant emporium. Both of them were silent, not quite sure how to treat each other now that the nature of their relationship was completely rewritten. Sunny knew what his familial bond to Rain meant to him. She was the only family he had left in the world. For many years, she had been the only person he cared about in the world, as well. And even though there were other people he cared for deeply now, Rain still held a singular place in his heart. But it was probably different for her. What did the word brother even mean to his sister? After all, she did not remember having him as a brother. As far as Rain was concerned, someone else was her family, people who had raised her, cared for her, and showered her with affection, never letting her feel alone or abandoned. Who had been with her for as long as she could remember herself. There was a lifetime of precious memories shared between them, unlike between her and Sunny. Why would she long for something that she had never lacked? Why would she miss someone she had never known? So, Rain must have felt a little awkward and unsure of what to say, too. However, she did speak soon after exiting the brilliant Emporium. That was because Sunny had moved the marvelous mimic while they were talking inside. After ambushing the supply caravan, he had fled the battlefield with as much speed as he could muster, not sparing any essence. It was quite a prudent decision, considering that the battle had taken place within Qi Song's domain. If he had not left swiftly, the queen herself could have come to greet him. As a result, Sunny had managed to return to the Nameless Temple in record time. He had not planned to bring Rain here again, yet, but changed his mind halfway through their conversation. Dismissing the mimic from the hollows below the war camp of the Song army, he summoned it again as the Lord of Shadows inside his citadel. So, Rain was quite surprised to see a vast underground chamber outside the mimic's door instead of the ancient jungle of the hollows. She looked around with interest. This is the Nameless Temple, then? The citadel of the Lord of Shadows. Sunny nodded. Yes. Rain took a deep breath. So you do have a citadel, after all. He gave her an amused look. Didn't I say that I do? She lingered for a moment. Well, yeah, but you lie all the time, so I did not really believe it. I mean, you lived in my shadow for 4 years. Rain's voice slowly trailed off, as if she was starting to realize something. Sunny scoffed. I never lie. Didn't I also tell you that I am the most honest person in the world? 2 worlds, even. His sister's eyes widened slowly. He could guess what she was thinking about. The joke about being my brother turned out to be true. The story about ruling an ancient temple turned out to be true. Wait. Wait, wait, wait. If those are true, then what else is true? Rain looked at him with a fearful expression. A few moments later, she asked in a small voice. So, that story about killing an evil version of yourself? Sunny nodded. Ah, yes. That happened. He was such a hateful, odious, insufferable bastard. Good riddance. Rain hesitated. What about sailing on a river of time that flows inside the corpse of an unholy titan? He shrugged. Sure. That was my 3rd nightmare. Her eyes shook a little. Rain gulped, then took a deep breath. What about being 26 years old, 4 years old, and several thousands of years old at the same time? Sunny glanced at her and smiled nonchalantly. River of Time, remember? You would not believe the kind of shenanigans I survived there. It's also the reason why I am 26 years old despite having been born 25 years ago, and am 5 years older than you despite having been only 4 years older than you before. Oh, and the part about being 4 years old, that is the age of this incarnation of mine. I became a saint during the chain of nightmares. Rain just stared at him silently, dumbstruck. As if any of that nonsense makes any sense. Sunny smiled brightly. I'll give you that. The tomb of Ariel was a little confusing. The young woman opened and closed her mouth several times, as if trying to force herself to ask the next question, but not daring to. Eventually, she managed to squeeze out. What about being a celebrity, a war hero, and immensely rich? Sunny grinned. I used to be all of those at one point in time or another. Come to think about it, I am back to being all 3 now. Rain took a deep breath, remained silent for a while, and then asked weakly. Do you really know someone who became a saint as a baby? He raised an eyebrow. Who? She remembers that, too. It seemed like his nagging had been quite memorable. Sure. You've heard of him too, actually. Little Ling, Saint Athena's son. Of course, you weren't there when he was born and did not feed him ice cream every week, unlike me. Oh, and I am also the only reason she met her husband. Rain remained silent for longer this time, then suddenly yelled. What about the blood of an ancient demon flowing in your veins? What about devouring the bones of a nebulous deity? What about ruling a fragment of a divine realm? Sunny scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, then said humbly. All true. Rain staggered. After a while, she asked in a quiet, numb voice. Did Beastmaster really ask you to run away with her once? He laughed, which prompted Rain to glare at him angrily. I should probably tone it down. Well, yeah. Technically, she offered to run away from a great nightmare creature together, but there were other candidates, and she chose me. I guess she likes me a little. His sister closed her eyes and fell silent. Eventually, though, she asked in a shaking voice. Is Lady Nephis really your girlfriend? Sunny tripped. He did not answer for a while, then coughed and said in a neutral tone. Don't start calling her sister-in-law just yet, but yeah, it's true. He paused for a moment, and then added with a dreamy smile. In fact, I'm in her bedroom right now. In the next moment, Sunny was surprised to find a fist flying toward his face. Chapter 1976. Rani of Shadow. So, she hurt her hand. They ascended the stairs silently, but the silence was much less awkward than it had been a few minutes ago. In fact, it was quite comfortable, almost like before, well, if not for the fact that Rain groaned from time to time, cradling her bruised hand. What the hell are you made of, stone? Sunny looked at her and smiled. Actually, yeah, sort of. You see, there was this suit of armor I had, a memory of something forged by the ruler of the underworld. Rain shook her head decisively. No, stop. I don't want to know. He chuckled. There were some Vela troops stationed at the Nameless Temple, but their camp was outside its walls. Still, they had access to the main hall and the gateway located there, so Sunny took a roundabout way to the inner sanctum, and the courtyard beyond. There, a tall tree stood in absolute darkness, its leaves rustling quietly in the wind. Sunny led Rain across the black marble plates. As he did, the darkness around them stirred and surged, eventually manifesting into a long bench. Sitting down, Sunny leaned back and inhaled deeply. Rain sat down, too, looking around with curiosity. Her gaze grew a little tense at the sight of the tree, and she studied it cautiously. Her caution was easy to understand. Here in Godgrave, the only trees were those spawned by the abominable jungle. She had seen too many of her comrades being killed and consumed by them, enough so that the sound of rustling leaves had already become an instinctual fear. Sunny sighed. Calm down. I brought it here from the waking world. It is a perfectly mundane tree. He paused for a moment, and then added. Well, at least it should be. In truth, he wasn't quite sure. After being tended to by Shakti the Firekeeper, this tree of his had recovered from its former malaise. It was doing quite well now, already having grown a bit taller, too well, even, considering the environment. It was only ever surrounded by shadows, after all. Sunny honestly had no idea what was happening to his tree. Hearing his words, Rain seemed to calm down. She looked around once more, and then asked suddenly. Wait. If you really are a saint who rules a citadel, and my brother, then. Her expression became a little strange. Doesn't that make me an actual legacy? I'm a legacy. Sunny stared at her silently for a few moments. That was an interesting question, actually. He was one of the 6 most powerful humans in the world, did indeed conquer a citadel with his own 2 hands, and had even unlocked his aspect legacy. More than that, Rain was a direct beneficiary of that legacy now that she bore the mark of shadows. There was no codified definition of what a legacy clan was, really. Most of them had been founded by the prominent awakened of the first generation, those powerful and lucky enough to survive and thrive in the dire world of the nightmare spell. Ruling a citadel and having a legacy heirloom were common traits shared by many clans, but not all of them. In fact, the hierarchy of the awakened nobility had been shaken in recent years. With so many new masters and saints making a name for themselves in the wake of the chain of nightmares, some old families had suddenly found themselves inferior to the nameless newcomers. Old clans fell out of power, and new ones were being established. Take the Hanley clan, for example, who had lost its most promising scion and never managed to produce a saint. Although not entirely forgotten, it had definitely declined, losing all influence. It was funny to think that Sunny had once been afraid of their retaliation. He scoffed. Girl, if you don't qualify to be a legacy, then no one in the world can claim that they do. Rain blinked a couple of times, then suddenly smiled. Well, who would have thought? Turns out I'm just as much of a princess as Tamer is. Ha! That is an entirely new perspective. How should I break the news to her, I wonder? She remained silent for a few moments. Wait, so what do I call myself? Reign of the Shadow Clan? Reign of Shadow? I mean, Rani of Shadow? That does sound kind of cool. Sunny did not answer immediately, since he was stumped himself. What about him? Was he supposed to call himself Sunny of Shadow? Sunless of Shadow? No, that did not sound even remotely right. But then again, Nefer's grandfather had not called himself Immortal Flame of the Immortal Flame. He was simply Immortal Flame. So, Sunny did not have to call himself anything. You can call yourself whatever you want. However, do remember that if anyone learns of our relationship, the royal clan will probably capture and execute you as a spy. The Lord of Shadows is a champion of the sword domain, after all. Rain's smile dimmed a little. Right. I guess I'll continue playing the peasant and let Tamer be the princess, for a while longer. But then, she laughed. I'll force her to call me young Lady Rani for a week straight. After that, Rain gave Sunny a curious look, hesitated for a few moments, and said in a tone that was a little more subdued. If it was you who fought Princess Revel at Vanishing Lake, then you must have crossed swords with Tamer's dad, as well. Her words hung in the silence, making the courtyard of the nameless temple feel a bit grim. Sunny knew what Rain had left unsaid. It was that he could have become the murderer of her friend's father, and that fighting on the different sides of a bloody war was not as inconsequential as Sunny tried to make it look. He shrugged. That citadel was quite large. I only saw him from the distance, actually. Then, he looked at her and added, It is not your place or responsibility to think about these matters, Rain. You are merely an awakened. In the grand scheme of the war, your beliefs and actions are insignificant. Not that they don't have value. In any case, you don't have to feel burdened by what is happening to the world. All you can do is follow your principles and do your best. Sunny turned to the tree, remained silent, and then added, a hint of coldness finding its way into his voice. People like me will deal with the rest. Rain studied him for a while, then asked neutrally. Because your beliefs and actions are significant, unlike mine. Sunny smiled darkly and shook his head. The only difference between you and me is that I am strong enough to force my beliefs onto others and reshape the world with my actions. Strength is the only virtue that matters, in the end. And weakness is the only sin. She let out a quiet sigh and looked at the tree, as well, listening to the peaceful rustle of its leaves. After a while, Rain asked, Why did you bring a tree from the waking world here, anyway? Sunny lingered for a moment, and then smiled. Because it is my grave. Chapter 1977. Their legacy. That's it, a bit ominous. Sunny chuckled and looked at the tree with a distant expression. Eventually, he glanced at her with a faint smile. I wanted you to see this tree, actually. He paused for a heartbeat or two, then looked away. People in the outskirts rarely get to have graves. The place is terribly overcrowded, well, at least it used to be before the Dreamed Gates, and the mortality rate is extremely high. Bodies get disposed of in a very utilitarian way, so there's nothing left behind. Sunny sighed. Very few people from the outskirts survive the first nightmare, as well. So, I was quite convinced that I would die when the spell chose me. I didn't mind that much, really, but it was a bit sad to think that there would be no trace of me left in the world. He paused for a moment and smiled wryly, realizing how ironic it was. After all, that was exactly what had happened to him. In the end, every trace of his life had been erased from existence, leaving nothing behind. He had assured this obliteration willingly, earnestly, and with his own hands. Oblivious to his thoughts, Rain listened to him intently. Sunny looked at her, then pointed to the lonely tree. That was why I carved a line into this tree before entering the nightmare. You know, to leave my mark on the world. She traced his finger and studied the dark bark, then frowned slightly. But there are 3 lines. Sunny nodded. Yes. That is because I had carved 2 lines into the tree before that. He paused for a few moments. For our parents. Rain grew quiet, looking at the 3 lines with a guarded expression. Sunny smiled wistfully. What could he say? After a while, he finally spoke. They were good people, the 2 of them. Actually, they were very mundane people, but that is already an accomplishment in the outskirts. Our father. I don't really remember him that well. In my memory, he is more of a feeling than a person, something big, quiet, strong, and caring. Mom used to say that he had a mischievous side and quite a hot temper hiding behind the calm facade, but I don't know. He worked on one of the city barrier maintenance crews, and died in an accident not long after you were born. Stuff like that happens all the time to maintenance workers. Sunny did not know a lot about his father, but he did know some things. The mere fact that his dad had been a maintenance worker instead of ending up in one of the local gangs spoke a lot about his character. The way he had cared about his family was quite telling, too. He had been a good person, and both Sunny and Rain inherited some of that goodness, it seemed. It suddenly occurred to Sunny that Rain's mild obsession with building and infrastructure, which she had picked up while working as a laborer on the road crew, might have come from their dad. He smiled. Our mom, now that I think about it, when you were born, she was about as old as you are now. She was very cheerful, soft, and pretty. Well, at least from what I remember. Actually, you look a lot like her. When I saw you for the first time, I thought, thank the gods, unlike me, Rain took after Mom. Sunny chuckled. Rain indeed resembled their mom very much. Of course, her beauty was far more striking, after all, she was an awakened. Perhaps more importantly than that, she had grown up in an affluent district of NQSC, breathing clean air and eating well. Their mother, however, had spent all her life in the outskirts, where the air was toxic and the best food one could get was synth paste. She had been affected by this harsh and unforgiving environment, inside and out. Still, in Sunny's memory, she was breathtaking. His smile widened a little as he looked at Rain, studying her features subtly. She loved us very much. Mom worked in a factory that produced air filtration systems, and spent all her free time taking care of you and me. We lived in a small cell in one of the hives, on one of the highest floors. In the winter, she often cuddled with us on the floor, sharing her warmth and reading to us. Sunny searched his memory for more details, not knowing what else to say. Oh, yes, she liked reading. We had an old communicator with a cracked screen, and she downloaded all kinds of stuff from the network to read. She especially liked fanciful stories about the world before the dark times. What else? Her favorite snack was fried synth paste crumbs, with whichever spices she could get. She called me Sunless because I was born during an eclipse, and called you Rain because you were born during a storm. Rain's eyes widened slightly. He paused, remained silent for a few moments, and then sighed. She got sick when you were about 3, and eventually passed away. I hope you never believed that you had been abandoned. Because she would have never left you, or me, by choice. It's just that life is hard in the outskirts. Sunny hesitated for a while, looking at the gently rustling tree. Eventually, a pale smile twisted his lips. I know that it probably doesn't mean as much to you as it does to me. After all, you already have parents, and they are quite wonderful parents at that. I don't want or expect you to feel any particular way about what I told you, either. It's just that, being forgotten is quite a sad thing. No one remembers Mom and Dad in this world, except me, but now, you can remember them too. It makes me happy to know that. Rain remained silent for a few moments. Then, she said quietly, I will. I'll keep them well in my memory. Sunny smiled. With that, he stretched his arms above his head and let out a long sigh. Well, good. Now, speaking of memories, we were sidetracked for quite a long time, weren't we? Young Lady Tamer is probably wondering what the hell you are doing in the baths for so long. So, let's get to the important stuff, shall we? Rain studied his face with a sober expression for a while, then smiled tentatively. Sure. After all, as a legacy, I should receive some cool stuff, shouldn't I? I swear, there has never been a poorer legacy than me, and a stingier founder of a legacy clan than you. Big Brother. Chapter 1978. Shiny new heirlooms. But at the same time, he didn't feel quite well about himself. After all, he had unexpectedly dumped the knowledge that they were family on Rain, and then proceeded to give her a lecture about their dead parents, whom she did not even remember. Rain was a young woman who was trying to find her place in the world while dealing with the appalling nature of war. The former was already difficult enough, but the latter was a mental burden that no human could carry well, let alone endure unscathed. Sunny knew it better than most. And yet here he was, adding to her burden. Feeling a bit guilty, he decided to sweeten the deal with some gifts. Luckily, there were the memories he had prepared for her. Although Rain seemed a little distant and subdued, her eyes glistened at the mention of memories. She had witnessed and survived so many horrors since the start of the war. After all, and unlike other awakened soldiers, she had not received any rewards from the spell in the process. The same awakened soldiers were walking around with their shiny new memories on full display, and she saw them every minute of every day. Naturally, Rain was excited. And Sunny's mood improved even further after witnessing her excitement. All right, here we go. Don't thank me too enthusiastically. With that, he summoned the bag of withholding and presented it to her proudly. However, her reaction was not what he had expected. Instead of bursting with delight and admiration, Rain just continued to look at him expectantly. Her expression did not change at all. She remained silent for a few moments, looking at him with lively anticipation, then blinked a few times and glanced behind him. Sunny tilted his head a little. What's wrong? Rain smiled cautiously. That's not it, is it? What a strange question. Still holding the bag of withholding in one hand, he scratched the back of his head with the other. I mean, yes? That's it. Her smile froze a little. Slowly, the excited gleam of Rain's eyes was replaced with something that strangely resembled fury. A seething kind of fury. Leaning forward, she shouted suddenly. What do you mean, that's it? One memory? One? After everything I went through, and all the abominations I killed? Am I a joke to you? What kind of a damned legacy lord are you, huh? Big Brother. Sunny stared at her in shock. Then, he stared some more. After that, he let out a quiet sigh and said with reproach. Open it, you idiot. Rain frowned, then grabbed the leather backpack from his hand, without spending even a second to appreciate the delicate stitching and tasteful decorative details, at that. And opened the clasp roughly. A moment later, she forgot to breathe. Sunny scoffed. Such an ingrate. Rain raised her head, looking at him with burning eyes. Her expression was strangely intense. Is that a spatial storage memory? And her voice was strangely hoarse. Sunny nodded dismissively. Yeah. Just a little something I crafted for practice. It's called the bag of withholding, by the way. I put everything else inside. In the next moment, he was suddenly deafened by a high-pitched squeal, and then frightened by a low, completely unladylike boast of laughter. Big Brother is the best. Sunny's eyes twitched. I told you to stop calling me that. Rain continued to stare at the bag of withholding. Whatever? She studied the leather backpack with bright eyes, then nodded in satisfaction and finally looked up. We can work on your naming sense later. Let's see what's inside. Sunny frowned in confusion. What? What is wrong with my naming sense? But that was an exercise in self-delusion. In fact, he knew perfectly well what was wrong with it. All right. She's not wrong. But at least I named the other memories exceptionally well. Rain carefully took the memories in question out of the bag of withholding. Soon, they were all laid neatly on the bench between them. Sunny pointed to a green flask housed in a black leather sleeve. This is the green canteen. It can store a great amount of water, as well as purify it. Just like the last time, you need to infuse a bit of your essence to claim it as your memory. Rain did just that and smiled in satisfaction. This is great. Not only can I drink as much as I want, but I can also use it if my water ration in the baths runs out. Sunny nodded. Yeah. Just don't forget to refill it from time to time. It is quite voluminous, but not boundless. With that, he pointed to 3 arrows. These are a heavy burden, outskirts at noon, and don't cut yourself. Rain gave him a strange look. Really? Those are the names you went with? Sunny gritted his teeth. Yes. If you don't like them, I can just take them back. Rain quickly swept up the arrows and pressed them against her chest. No, no. I like them a lot. I can't believe you managed to create something so ingenious, deadly, and aptly named. What do they do, exactly? Sunny gave her an unamused look, then a detailed explanation. As he talked, Rain's expression slowly grew more serious. Eventually, she nodded. I see. Quite powerful, indeed, but I will have to use them tactically. Otherwise, they'll just drain my essence without accomplishing anything. Sunny held the same opinion. It should become a bit easier as you absorb more soul shards, but yes. The potency of memories I can craft for you is limited by the quantity and quality of your essence. The more powerful a memory is, the steeper the price of using it will be. Some of the more powerful memories could even kill their wielder if used carelessly. Others came with their own kind of flaws to balance their dire power, like the sin of solace, for example. That cursed thing. Moving on from the 3 arrows, Sunny briefly explained what safety first and the pièce de résistance did. Rain was especially impressed by the latter. But not for the right reason. A cooling effect. It's the best. Sunny stared at her for a few moments and shook his head in dejection. Does she not realize how revolutionary its other enchantments are, TSK? Too young, too naive. He made sure that Rain claimed and summoned both memories before moving on to the last one. An additional layer of protection was added to the puppeteer's shroud, making the armor look much more suitable for intense melee. Sunny appreciated the subtle, but tasteful blend of grey fabric and black leather, giving himself a mental pat on the shoulder. He had been sure of the defensive properties of this memory, but worried a little about its aesthetic value. After all, it wasn't easy to design it in a way that complemented the look of the puppeteer's shroud perfectly. But he had done well. His sister looked positively, cool, sharp, and darkly formidable in this enchanted armor. Finally, he pointed to the sash made from glistening black silk. And this is the, in case of emergency. The most important memory you'll possess during this war. Rain frowned, then picked up the silk sash and tied it around her waist. It went well with the puppeteer's shroud, as well, making Sunny regret not having this version of the enchanted armor on the Forgotten Shore. A moment later, he shuddered in fright. Oh, no. Have I been infected by Kai? Throwing the terrifying thought out of his head, he looked at Rain. Activate the enchantment. She did as he told, and suddenly froze. Not just figuratively, but quite literally. Even a few strands of her beautiful raven black hair that the wind had been playing with hung motionlessly in the air, as if frozen in time. Of course, they were merely frozen in space. The only sign that Rain was still alive was that her chest was still rising and falling subtly. Sunny nodded in satisfaction. Deactivate the enchantment. Rain's hair fell, and she took a deep breath while throwing a complicated look at the silk sash. He sighed. That is in case a cloud break catches you unaware. Never take this memory off while you're in Godgrave, do you understand? Rain threw a tense look at him, then nodded slowly. Sunny smiled. Good. Well, then. Time was waiting for no one. There was one more thing he needed to talk to Rain about, quite an important thing, too, but it was going to have to wait. You've been gone from the camp for too long. I better bring you back. Rain smiled. Sure. Let's go. She looked at him with mischief in her eyes, and added, Big. Before she could finish the sentence, Sunny dismissed the shadows forming the bench they were sitting on, and watched as Rain fell to the marble floor with a startled yelp. Chapter 1979. Sweet Dreams. Pure sunshine was pouring through the tall arched windows, and the air was suffused with warmth. The sweltering heat of Godgrave was dispelled by a pleasant breeze. The storm was long over, and the world was at peace. His body felt refreshed and revitalized despite having been enveloped by a blissful fatigue not too long ago, and his mind was at ease. He had slept well, better than he had ever slept in his life. Waking up in Nefer's bed for the second time in a row felt quite amazing. Of course, this time, he had not just fallen asleep atop the covers. Feeling a tantalizing, warm softness pressing against his chest, Sunny raised his head and rested it on a hand, looking down. Nephis was sleeping peacefully by his side, in his embrace. Her long, beautiful silver hair was scattered across the pillow, glistening in the sunlight. Her face was smooth and enchanting, more vulnerable than it had ever seemed before. Below it, her slender neck led to a round, alabaster shoulder, and beyond that, the alluring sight of her delicate clavicle was revealed, making his heart race. To Sunny's dismay, the rest was covered by a pristine white sheet. Still, there was probably no sight more lovely in the entire world. He remained motionless for a while, delighting in the breathtaking scene and listening to the subtle sound of Nefer's tranquil breathing. His mind was a little empty. This moment, this feeling, this closeness. He had been wanting it so desperately, and for long. Being here, with her, was almost too meaningful to fathom. And he did not really want to fathom it, either, or anything, for that matter. He was in too good of a mood to spoil it with excessive thinking, and wished to simply enjoy the blissful beauty of the moment. He wished that it would never end. How fitting it was for him to attain what he wanted so deeply in the Tower of the Demon of Desire. With a quiet sigh, Sunny lowered his head back to the pillow and closed his eyes, enveloped in Nefer's smell and basking in the sensation of her warmth. Perhaps it was all right to sleep for a bit more. He had almost drifted back into the gentle embrace of sleep when a tentative voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Ah! Sunny. Sunny opened one eye, startled a little and dissatisfied by the sudden interruption. What? Cassie remained silent for a few moments, then asked in calm tone. Are you guys coming down anytime soon? Because, you've been locked up there for a couple of days, already. And Nephis is technically in charge of this entire camp. There are some decisions I can't make alone. Cassie spoke in a composed, nonchalant tone, but that only made Sunny feel more embarrassed about what she had said. For a split second. Then, a satisfied smile crept up on his face. Why yes, we have. Sunny answered without opening his eyes, still lost in the softness, warmth, and sunlight. Sorry. Nephis is a bit tired. We should probably let her rest for a while longer, but I'll be there shortly and lend a hand. With that, he decisively relaxed his mind, intending to sleep. At the same moment, his shadow glided across the floor and slid out of the chamber. Assuming a human form on the stairs, Sunny stretched his arms above his head, sighed sweetly, and walked down with a spring in his step. Cassie was not too far away, buried under a pile of reports in her office. Walking in, Sunny picked one of them up and briefly studied the contents. Who? On a usual day, his mood would have been dampened, but today, Sunny simply put the report down. So soon? Cassie nodded. The Royal Legions of the Song Army are already on the move. The 7th Legion will be departing for the battlefield in a few hours, most likely. She hesitated for a few moments, and then added. This time, Sishan and Beastmaster will be joining the fray, as well. Revel has not been seen on the surface since the battle for the Vanishing Lake, though it is highly likely that she is leading an expedition to the Spine Ocean already. Sunny looked away, the darkness in his eyes growing a little bit deeper, and a little bit colder. What about the sovereigns themselves? Cassie shook her head. It seems that they are not going to take direct action against each other until both of the remaining citadels are conquered. For now, they will be serving as a deterrent for each other, although I am not sure if Kisong can even be contained. Her power is an insidious one, after all. Sunny nodded slowly. So, it is an all-out war. Cassie leaned back in her seat and sighed. Yes. We have received orders to set out west a few hours ago. Nephis, the Fire Keepers, me, Centiris, and the warriors of the White Feather clan will be traveling to the battlefront on the Chain Breaker. He frowned. Traveling aboard a flying ship was suicide in Godgrave. The only reason why such an order could have been given was probably because of Sky Tide, who would be traveling with them. Which also meant that she would be in the very thick of the bloodshed. Considering how important the role of Centiris was, the champions of Clan Song would stop at nothing to eliminate her. Pairing her with Nephis was probably as much for her own protection as it was for the safety of the Chain Breaker. And Sunny had to safeguard both Sky Tide and Nephis well. He glanced at Cassie. What about the Lord of Shadows? She shrugged. I suspect that he will be summoned to participate in the first few major battles, at least. Beyond that, we will have to see what the king is planning. Sunny smiled darkly. He remained silent for a few moments, and then said with cold indifference, "Let's give them war, then." Hearing his words, Cassie nodded slowly. If that is the case, there are a lot of preparations that have to be done. Everyone is busy, so I would appreciate some help. She gestured to the pile of papers laying on her desk. Some were written in Braille, but some were not. Cassie needed someone's eyes to read them. Sunny silently walked to stand behind her shoulder and looked down. He hesitated for a few moments, and then couldn't help but ask, "Don't you have any questions, by the way? About, you know." "I don't." Cassie's swift response came before he could even finish the question. Her voice was a little bit too loud, as well. Sunny could swear that the indomitable blind seer even blushed a little. Where was her composure? Where was her nonchalance? He grinned. "Well, good. Don't be like Effie." Cassie took a deep breath. "As if." He chuckled, then hesitated a little, and asked in a calm tone, "How are things in Bastion?" Cassie remained silent and motionless for a moment. When she spoke, though, Sunny couldn't help but flinch. "Bastion is gone." Finally, a deep frown found its way onto his face. "Gone? What do you mean? Has Mordred taken it already?" Cassie sighed, then shook her head. "No. I mean it is literally gone. The castle, the city, and the people." Her voice grew somber. "All that is left are the broken walls, the lake, and the shattered moon." Chapter 1980. Flawed Creation. Taking a deep breath, she leaned on her sword and stood up. Her vermilion cloak had turned to tatters, and her black armor was broken and battered. Dismissing both memories to give them some time to mend themselves, Morgan felt a cold wind caress her skin gently. It was a pleasant feeling, especially after days spent in frenetic fighting. Her black tunic fluttered slightly, revealing how littered it was with tears, most of them crusted by blood. She sighed and listened to the sounds of the ruined castle, trying to evaluate if there were any immediate threats. It did not seem that way. Her companions would have warned her if the enemy was launching another attack, or if something else was. They would not have been eliminated without a fight, either, and there was no chance that she would have missed such a disturbance. It seemed that Mordred was still licking his wounds after the last assault, just like they were. Good. Morgan walked into the moonlight and looked up at the tall dais towering above the ruined hall. There was no throne on the dais, and no altar. Instead, there was only an iron anvil. Beautiful swords were scattered on the floor below the dais, glistening in the cold moonlight. There had been a mountain of them here once, but her father had taken most of the swords with him to Godgrave to use in the battle against the Raven Queen. Morgan stared at the abandoned swords for a while, a strange mixture of regret and amusement shining in her striking scarlet eyes. It used to be that she admired the swords her father had forged quite a lot, never missing the chance to steal a look at them. But now, she saw them for what they were, flawed creations that had been discarded by their demanding creator for failing to live up to his harsh expectations. Morgan knew because she was one such creation herself. Thank the gods. People seemed to be disturbed by the notion, but she had always known that her father saw her as a blade to be forged into a flawless weapon more than he saw her as a human being. That was how he saw everyone, really, and the only distinction between her and the rest of them was that she had been the most promising of blades. One made of most precious steel, one that he had harbored the most hopes for, and had forged with most care. Morgan knew that people had always misunderstood her father. To them, he was many things: a great warrior, a genius sorcerer, a wise ruler, a fearsome tyrant. But what he really was, first and foremost, was an artist. An artist who resented the deep imperfection of the world and rebelled against it, striving to create one flawless thing with all his heart. A flawless sword. Morgan had been meant to become that sword, so she understood him best, and she had been fine, happy, even, to carry that responsibility, despite how cold and harsh its weight was. She had been proud. It had all changed after Antarctica, of course. Looking at the scattered swords, Morgan sighed. There, she had learned the error of her ways. Ever since being a child, Morgan had always done what she was told. She had followed the guidance of her father, enduring his harsh training by sacrificing most of what other children had, and what most other people cherished. She had always excelled, never failed, and satisfied his every demand. And she still lost. Which inevitably made her think about the reason for her defeat, of course. What Morgan realized as a result was quite disturbing. If she had done everything her teachers told her to do flawlessly and without complaint, and still lost, then the fault did not lay with her. Instead, the fault lay with her teachers, and the very form they were trying to mold her to. In truth, it was not just the King of Swords who had become disappointed in his daughter after Antarctica. Morgan had become disappointed in her father, too. Good thing I did. Looking at a beautiful, discarded sword that lay at her feet, Morgan smiled wistfully. She would have probably become an actual sword if she had continued to follow her father's will blindly. That would be quite a fitting transcendent transformation for a girl who had been raised to be a perfect tool, a pretty, deadly blade to be wielded by someone else. However, Morgan did not really want to be a sword, nor did she want to be wielded by another's hand. That seemed like quite a pathetic fate to her. So, her transcendent transformation had turned out to be something else. Of course, she could still transform into a sword, if she wished to. But that was not at all the only thing she could become. Picking up the abandoned sword, Morgan silently absorbed it into her body and smiled. How nice. I should have done this much sooner. A moment later, her figure rippled, turning into a river of liquid metal. It flowed across the moonlit hall, drowning it. The violence of its passage put cracks into the marble floor and made slabs of stone crumble to dust. Sweeping every abandoned blade that lay forlorn below the dais, Morgan climbed the steps and swallowed the ancient anvil, as well. Finally, the river of liquid metal coalesced back into a human figure. A moment later, it regained color, and Morgan was back to her original self. Looking up, she observed the radiant remains of her shattered moon and sighed. Time to face another day. Chapter 1981. Disillusionment. It was very likely that she had not been sent here to achieve victory, to begin with. Buying her father enough time to defeat Kisong seemed far more likely of a purpose. So, Morgan had done two things after returning to Bastion from Rivergate. First, she had claimed the citadel for herself to gain control over it. Second, she went to a vast underground chamber hidden deep below the castle, in the heart of a stone maze very few people knew existed, and even fewer still were allowed to enter. There, a great mirror stood, towering above the floor at dozens of meters in height. Its frame was composed of two immense stone pillars, and it was covered entirely by black cloth, reflecting nothing. Morgan hesitated for a few moments, then took a deep breath and pulled the cloth down. It flowed to the floor like a black waterfall, revealing the dark edifice of the ancient mirror. The vast underground chamber was drowning in darkness, so one would have expected to see nothing reflecting in the great mirror. However, instead, pale moonlight poured out of it, illuminating Morgan's pale face. Inside the mirror, a devastated version of Bastion seemed to be drifting in the beautiful night sky. Countless stars shone on the surface of the still water, made pale and bleak by the radiant shards of the broken moon. Dreadful beings hid in the cold lake, and there was no city on the distant shore. Instead, an ancient forest stood where the city should have been, teeming with harrowing beasts. That was the true face of Bastion. And, unlike the illusory one humans of the waking world had inhabited, it was a place that Morgan could defend. So, taking another breath, she closed her eyes, concentrated on her connection to the great citadel, and made reality and illusion switch places. Soon, a sunlit city that sprawled on the shore of a beautiful lake was reflecting in the dark mirror, instead, seen from the walls of an immense and magnificent castle. She sighed, gritted her teeth tightly, and used her authority over the citadel to break free of the illusion. A moment later, Morgan disappeared from the underground chamber and found herself standing in a ruined hall with a tall dais and crumbled dome. There was no sunlight here, but the eerie scene was bathed in moonlight. The world was in the embrace of a foreboding night. The castle was a ruin, and the still lake was surrounded by a pristine wild forest. This was what lay in the heart of the sword domain now. The bastion that people knew was safely hidden in the dark mirror, and the true face of this land was revealed to the dream realm once more. The citizens of Bastion were safe, but the same could not be said about the rest of the sword domain. The human cities depended on each other, after all, and they especially depended on the capital, the place where the Dream Gate had stood before being summoned to Godgrave instead. There were merchant caravans, exploration parties, patrolling warriors, and the like traveling to or from Bastion. Now, they had nowhere to go or return to. Worse than that, there was now a dire and perilous region of untamed wilderness in the heart of the sword domain, one far more dangerous than any of the surrounding lands. The closest human citadel to Bastion, Rivergate, had already fallen, but the rest of them would have to mobilize all their forces to avoid disaster. Luckily, there was Nightingale. Morgan had sent word to the people who ruled the citadels in the absence of the transcendent champions in advance, and she had also sent Senkai to scour the surrounding land and warn the travelers of danger. With his ability to fly, in human sight, and stunning speed, most tragedies could be avoided, hopefully. Of course, she had no doubt that her dear brother would anticipate that decision and set up an ambush for the charming saint. But Nightingale was quite a fearsome being. Morgan had faith that he would complete his mission alive, especially after being warned about the danger. But even if there was no way to warn the rest of the sword domain about unleashing true Bastion from the mirror, it still had to be done. Morgan had several reasons to summon it back to reality. First and foremost, of course, was protecting the populous city, or rather, preventing her brother from using it as a hostage. Now that the city was replaced by the dark expanse of an abominable forest, Morgan could concentrate on defending only the ruined castle and use the lake to her advantage. Naturally, it would have been much better if Mordred had not taken the entire House of Night as his vessels, in that regard. But there were creatures in that lake that would give even transcendent Nightwalkers pause, not to mention that Morgan had Neve, Ether, and Bloodwave by her side. Both of them had come prepared for the battle for the Mirror Lake. The second advantage was the forest itself, which was no less dreadful than the depths of the lake. Her brother would have to launch his siege from there, suffering the full brunt of the fury of the powerful nightmare creatures inhabiting the nebulous dark expanse. Sadly, that was actually a sword that cut both ways. On one hand, Mordred would have to protect himself and his vessels from those abominations without rest, which would slowly drain his power. On the other hand, the forest would also present him a nearly inexhaustible supply of bodies to take, and the same nightmare creatures could become the cannon fodder he sent to ground the strength of the defenders of the castle down. A lot of blood was going to spill, which Morgan welcomed. The more chaos there was, the more opportunities to exploit it she would find. The final advantage introduced the most chaos, by far. It was also the most vital, and the most dangerous of the three. Both to Mordred and to herself. That advantage were the others. Chapter 1982. Open Invitation. And that was for a good reason. The others. Reflections had a mind of their own in true Bastion. There were strange, alien, and harrowing beings populating the mirrors here, and they could sometimes enter the real world uninvited. Morgan did not know the details, but she knew that her family had suffered greatly, and had paid dearly, for laying claim to the stronghold of the demon of imagination in the distant past. This topic was a taboo that not even the elders dared to discuss. All that she knew was that the Great Mirror had to be covered at all times, and that one had to be careful around reflective surfaces in true Bastion, especially the lake itself. There was a set of rules one had to follow here and a set of prohibitions one had to adhere to, lest they wanted to lose their lives and put the lives of others in danger. And yet, many of the elite knights that had been allowed here still perished in chilling ways. Morgan herself was a bit different, because she had been forced to face and kill her own reflection not long after becoming an awakened. Her father had escorted her to the Great Mirror personally on that day, and watched the battle until it was over. That rite of passage was quite a memorable experience for her. So, she purposefully left the Great Mirror uncovered today, inviting the others to come. Obviously, that made the ruins of the ancient castle dreadfully dangerous for Morgan and her 6 saints. But it was going to be far more dangerous for her brother, the Prince of Nothing, without a doubt. After all, most of his powers had to do with mirrors. He even carried a minor mirror domain in his soul, something that made all attempts of defending a fortified position against him hopeless, since he could bypass almost any fortification easily by jumping between reflections. However, the true Bastion was one of the few places in the world, the only place, perhaps, where her brother's authority over reflections would not stay unopposed. The powerful nightmare creatures dwelling in the forest were a threat to him, but the eerie beings that dwelled on the other side of mirrors were infinitely more dangerous. After all, they could enter his domain, intercept him when he was jumping between reflections, feel his gaze when he spied through mirrors, and do many things that neither Morgan nor Mordred could even imagine. Her brother would have to contend against the real mirror wraiths here. That was the greatest obstacle that stood between him and conquering Bastion. Of course, there were a few others. Like the runic array that her father had carved into the ruins to protect them from the enemies of Clan Valor, and from her monstrous brother in particular. Or the sentinel swords he had left behind. Or the insidious influence of the shattered moon, which almost no one knew about. That was the dire battlefield that Morgan had prepared to stack every possible advantage in her favor. The enemy was too strong, and so, she had to be both resourceful and willing to risk it all. Hopefully, that would be enough to stall her brother long enough for the Song domain to fall. But, of course, Morgan wanted more than that. She had greater ambitions than merely serving as his foil. She wanted to win. She wanted to win and erase the shame of her pitiful loss in Antarctica, so that she did not have to think about it again, and feel fear ever again. "You bastard!" Smiling darkly, Morgan ascended the crumbling wall of the ruined fortress and looked upon the moonlit lake. Asterisk. That had happened ages ago. The events unfolded pretty much exactly as Morgan had anticipated, even though she would have loved to be mistaken for once. Not long after the real Bastion replaced its illusory twin, Mordred attacked from the depths of the dark forest. They did not know how much he was stifled by the presence of the others, exactly, but his power was definitely diminished quite a lot compared to Rivergate. He seemed to be reluctant to use his powers often, as if wary of something, and his usual omniscience was replaced by doubt. Still, her brother was a fiend, and he definitely did not lack determination. That first battle was both intense and chilling, testing the very limits of their resolve and mental endurance. The mirror lake boiled as the 3 remaining saints of the House of Night, the vessels of the Prince of Nothing, and the dreadful nightmare creatures that dwelled in the depths clashed with each other in a frenzied storm of violence. The water of the lake would have turned red if it wasn't painted black by the veil of night already, and tall waves assaulted its shore. The 3 government saints and Morgan herself defended the 4 sides of the ruined fortress. The crumbling walls quaked and groaned, sometimes collapsing into piles of rubble, and the dark edifice of the broken keep towered above them like a gravestone. A squall of terrifying forces was unleashed, making Morgan feel a rare moment of relief at her decision to hide the illusory Bastion in the Great Mirror. If she hadn't, the collateral damage caused by the titanic battle among the civilian population of the city would have been incalculable. The first battle lasted for a while, but eventually, it became apparent that neither side would be able to achieve a sweeping victory. Of course, Morgan and her saints were still inferior to the enemy in terms of pure numbers, which was a funny thing to say, considering that their enemy was a single man. Still, they had the advantage of being the defending side, and not only that, but being the defenders of a fortress designed specifically to protect the VIII family from its monstrous scion. Tied by the eerie threat of the others and bound by the runic array carved into the walls of the ancient castle, Mordred could not rely on his bizarre powers and endless tricks. He was more or less limited to only using skill and brute strength to destroy them, and although his strength was not at all lacking, Morgan and her people were quite powerful themselves. In fact, some of them were the epitome of power. Morgan, the Princess of War. The chilling and beautiful wraith, Soul Reaper Jet, known and feared by most awakened. Saint Athena, raised by wolves, a bona fide war goddess who had led her warriors into a hopeless siege on the Forgotten Shore, and only gotten stronger and more heroic since then. Saint Kai, the Dragon Slayer. And 3 last saints of a fallen great clan who burned with the desire to avenge their kin. It was quite an epic battle. In fact, it was just the kind of battle that people would sing about centuries later. It was just a pity that no one was there to witness it and tell the tale. Perhaps if Nightingale picked up the microphone once again. Chapter 1983. Besieged. And it was not time yet for that. So, eventually, he chose to retreat. Watching the grotesque leviathans resurface and swim away, Morgan exhaled tiredly and leaned on her sword. They had not won, exactly, but had not lost, either. It was a reason to celebrate, and yet she was not in a festive mood. She knew that this first battle was merely the beginning. The battle for Bastion had not ended, it was just starting. Of course, its nature would change after tonight's bloodshed. It would become a war of attrition. And it had. There had been many battles since then. Morgan and her saints held the ruins of the castle, while Mordred settled in the forest. He had to battle the nightmare creatures dwelling there constantly, which was a boon for Morgan, since his vessels had already been damaged during the assaults on the ruins, and were now being worn down further by the endless onslaught of abominations. But it was also a curse, because the same nightmare creatures would be then taken by her brother and sent to wear the defenders of the castle down, in turn. If there was one mercy, it was that he seemed reluctant to control more bodies than he already controlled. Therefore, if the nightmare creatures attacked, the transcendent vessels of the Prince of Nothing were absent, and vice versa. Morgan just hoped that her brother was being drained and ground to dust by having to survive all these soul duels, just like the rest of them were being slowly battered to the ground. Athena's prodigious strength and Nightingale's startling archery skill were of immense help in the battles against the taken forest dwellers, while Soul Reaper and the Saints of Night were indispensable when battling the human vessels of her brother. Morgan herself had long abandoned caution and went all out in every battle as well. Her aspect was both formidable and versatile, as was her transcendent ability. Therefore, she was a devastating presence on the battlefield no matter what enemies they faced. Somehow, they survived a week of the siege, and then another. In the process, her brother had attempted to sneakily circle around Bastion and stage an attack on the citadels of the Sword Domain located deeper inland. In response, Morgan and Senkai launch an attack on Night Garden, almost managing to claim it before falling into a trap set for them there by Mordred. That trap was the being he had left to guard the beached Great Citadel, a single reflection of his, which would not usually pose a real threat to 2 saints as powerful as Morgan and Kai were. If not for the fact that this reflection was a supreme titan. In the end, they did not manage to conquer the Night Garden, barely escaping with their lives. However, they did manage to dissuade Mordred from trying to move past Bastion without eliminating its defenders first. The siege continued, with both sides slowly studying the enemy and searching for a way to destroy them. It was intense, grueling, and often full of dread. However, the most dreadful part of it all was the others. Morgan did not know how her brother, who was much more susceptible to their sinister influence, was managing to stay alive and sane. But it was definitely a challenge for her and her saints. The others were so eerie and frightening because they were alien, unknown, and unknowable. Their origin was a mystery, and so was their nature. Morgan did not even know if they were truly beings, in the full sense of that word, let alone living beings. The others moved and acted like creatures that possessed will and even an eerie form of sentience, but she could not be sure. They could have been mere manifestations of some mysterious force or process that simply reflected what was in front of them, thus creating a false impression of intent and intelligence. The worst part of it all was that, unlike the nightmare creatures, the others were not even necessarily malicious. The harrowing evil they perpetrated was nothing but a result of their inherently alien nature. These beings did not seem to know or be able to fathom the natural concepts like a person's desire to stay alive, the fear of pain, the terror of having one's body and soul stolen, maimed, torn apart, or consumed. At least that was the opinion that Morgan and her saints shared now, after witnessing the others, and even clashing with them, several times. But they simply could not be sure of anything, which made the sinister guests from the mirror realm so much more frightening. On top of that, even fighting them was a dreadful ordeal, because the others did not follow the conventions of power that both Awakened and the nightmare creatures shared. They were neither divine nor profane. They did not seem to possess ranks and classes. They were not beholden to a single aspect or a set of unholy powers. Instead, they were entirely unfathomable and unpredictable, making every battle with them a chilling affair. Some of the others were surprisingly weak, and were easily destroyed by the saints. Some, however, possessed a harrowing power that made them utterly lethal, while their bizarre nature made obliterating them a dangerous and difficult undertaking. Morgan had almost lost Saint Ether that way during the early days of the siege, which would have been quite a disaster, considering that he was the closest thing she had to a healer. Luckily, the Nightwalker had survived in the end, even if his eyes seemed a little haunted to this day. Poor guy. Morgan herself had grown up knowing about the others and brushing against the eerie mystery of their existence from time to time, so these dreadful encounters were nothing new to her. The government saints were taking it surprisingly well, too, but the saints of night were rattled. How much longer? Letting out a sigh, she shivered in the cold, looked at her blooded tunic in disgust, and walked toward the lake to take a plunge. Chapter 1984. Beneath the surface. But Morgan did not care. She had no choice but to come to this dark place, and for her, there was no escape from the war. The siege was not going to end any time soon, but she could at least endeavor to not spend the rest of it feeling dirty. It was her home, anyway. The black water was deceptively tranquil and still, reflecting the moonlit heavens. Stepping into it was like stepping into the night sky, and bathing in it was like bathing in stars. Enjoying the cold embrace of the lake, Morgan sighed in contentment and studied her reflection. It was important to know that her reflection was not doing anything strange, like tracing her movements with its gaze or trying to speak. Morgan was safer than most from being preyed on by the others, since she had killed her reflection many years ago, but she still had to be careful. Her reflection was prim and proper, staring at her back with two vibrant vermilion eyes, which seemed to glow softly in the darkness. Sending it a smile, Morgan cautiously pulled off her blooded tunic. She knew that Senkai was probably blushing and hurriedly turning away somewhere in the ruins, but she did not care. That dirty thing was disgusting, and she was determined to give it a good wash. The only problem was that the frayed fabric parted under her fingers, and several new cuts appeared on its surface. Morgan cursed her flaw quietly. Her tunic was made from mystical cloth and could usually withstand her touch, but now it had become tattered and fragile. Feeling a bit dejected, she crouched to wash the blood off the black fabric. She should have packed more thoroughly before sending the illusory Bastion into the Great Mirror. Sure, there were supplies in the real castle, and she even had her own living quarters here, but that part of the ruin crumbled in one of the countless battles, burying her wardrobe under the rubble. That had been a painful loss. Morgan rinsed her tunic swiftly, then walked deeper into the cold water to wash the blood off her body. At that moment, there was a subtle movement under the surface, and something slippery wrapped itself around her shin. Instead of pulling her into the depths, however, the flesh of the nightmare creature parted and bled, as if it had wrapped around a sharp blade. Morgan raised her hand indifferently. A split second later, it rippled like liquid metal and turned into a long spear, which extended downward with terrible speed and pierced the surface of the lake. The spell whispered softly into her ear, announcing the death of a corrupted monster. Morgan smiled. "I guess we have dinner." At that moment, someone coughed behind her. Morgan retracted her monstrously long javelin, allowed it to turn back into a human hand, and unhurriedly pulled the wet tunic back onto her pale body. This time, there were no new cuts. Good. Feeling clean and refreshed, she turned around and walked back to the shore. Speak of the devil, there was Nightingale, standing at the edge of the water and looking at the sky politely. She had not heard his steps, so he must have descended from above. Morgan had once assumed that Senkai would be quite accustomed to these kinds of situations as a former entertainment star, but he was strangely shy. His sense of decorum was also better than that of most noble legacies, which was both funny and disheartening to see as the noblest of them. And that bastard somehow managed to look cleaner and more put together than her despite the fact that Morgan had literally just bathed. Walking out of the water, she swept her hair back and tried to hide her irritation. "What is it?" Nightingale finally looked down. "I saw movement in the forest, Lady Morgan. It appears that there is going to be another attack soon." Morgan frowned. The timing was unfortunate. Both Neve and Bloodwave were yet to recover from the wounds they had received several days ago, even with Aether's help. That was why she had held them back yesterday. Soul Reaper was strangely inefficient as of late, as well. For whatever reason, strangely enough, she had been diving into the lake to hunt nightmare creatures despite her weakened state. Why is he in such a hurry? Mordred used to space out his assaults, but now they were becoming more frequent. Morgan contemplated the issue for a moment. Something must have changed in Godgrave. They received news of how the war was going from time to time. The last thing she heard was that Nephis, Gilead, and the Lord of Shadows had clashed with the daughters of Kisong in the Hollows, and that Sishan had finally conquered a citadel for the Song domain. Which meant that the Queen herself must have arrived to Godgrave already. The two armies were going to clash soon. Was that what lit a fire under her brother? Is he worried that she will kill our father before he can do it himself? That was a delusional fear to harbor, but then again, that man was not known for having a sound mind. Letting out a quiet sigh, Morgan glanced at the lake, knowing that her plans of fishing out the transcendent monster she had killed and roasting it were ruined. "Thank you for letting me know, Saint Kai. Please gather the rest and prepare for battle. Oh, and don't stare at the sky too much. Especially at the shards of the moon." She summoned her armor back, even though it would not have had any time to repair itself. The vermilion cloak weaved itself from scarlet sparks, draped around her shoulders. A nicked sword appeared in her hand. Morgan smiled. The uncle and nephew pair were indeed wounded, but several of Mordred's vessels had been shredded quite thoroughly when they last appeared, as well. If things went well today, she stood a good chance of reducing the number of transcendent shells her brother possessed. Of course, there was also the chance of losing a couple of her own saints. That would be a real shame. But still. How many of his vessels do I need to destroy, and how dire the situation in Godgrave must become for him to grow desperate enough to jump into my soul? Her scarlet eyes glistened with sharp light. Morgan lingered for a moment, and then sighed. I hope it happens before my tunic completely falls apart. Chapter 1985. Ruined Fortress. Instead of launching simultaneous attacks from the four cardinal directions, he seemed to be gathering his forces in the south, where the walls of the fallen castle were the most damaged. Nightingale had noticed movement between the ancient trees, but sadly, he could not tell them more about what was happening in the dark forest. One of Mordred's vessels possessed an aspect that allowed him to hide himself from the gazes of living beings. There were ways to predict the timing of the attack, though. Morgan was looking at the shifting line where the water touched the ruin. After a while, there was a shallow wave, and the lake seemed to climb up a little, swallowing more of the ancient stone. She sighed. Typhaon has entered the lake. Typhaon had been one of the most powerful saints of the House of Night, as well as Aether's father. Now, however, he was one of the most powerful vessels in Mordred's possession, and a true curse for the defenders of Bastion. His transcendent form was so immense and terrifying that his presence on the battlefield could be traced by simply paying attention to the lake. When he transformed, the amount of displaced water was so great that the level of the lake rose visibly. It was an ill omen. Standing by her side, Aether looked down, his handsome face turning grim and distant. Neve and Bloodwave shifted slightly. It was that monster who had wounded them so severely in the last battle against the transcendent vessels of the Prince of Nothing. A moment later, there was another wave, and the water rose even more. Morgan smiled. The big octopus is also coming. How wonderful! Saint Knossos was another heavy hitter among the transcendent champions taken by her brother. Not too long ago, he was one of the pillars of the Great Clan, as well as its elder, and before that, he had been Nightwalker's peer and the head of one of the Stormsea clans that joined together to form the House of Night. Nightwalker himself was long gone, but Knossos had survived decades of trials and tribulations of the Nightmare spell. He did not survive Mordred of Nowhere, though. Now, his body was one of the most dire threats to Morgan and her saints. His transformation was that of a gargantuan kraken, and together with Typhaon, these two abominable creatures were the hammer with which her brother bludgeoned the defenders of the ruined castle every battle. The rest of his vessels all possessed powerful transcendent forms, but none could compare to the sheer size and terror of the two behemoths. Morgan inhaled deeply and listened to the night for a few moments. The world was at peace. The lake was still and silent, with a beautiful tapestry of stars reflecting on its surface. The water murmured as it washed the shore, and a mild wind sang in the moonlit darkness. This was her home, her birthright, and her burden. That stillness was not going to last long. She looked across the lake, studying the distant shore. Prepare yourself. It's starting. Just a few moments after she spoke, the lake suddenly grew restless, and taller waves crashed into the rubble. Aether, Athena. Those two were their vanguard. Aether silently leaped off the wall and dashed toward the lake, but raised by wolves lingered for a moment and glanced at Morgan. It was a bit irritating to crane her neck to look the tall beauty in the eyes, but Morgan obliged. Yes? Saint Athena smiled. Your Royal Highness, Venerable Princess Morgan, how many times have I told you to call me Effie? Morgan's brow twitched a little. She remained silent for a moment, then answered with a forced smile. About the same amount of times as telling me to put some meat on my bones. Her unruly subordinate laughed while jumping down. Well, you should. Even my son is less picky with his food. A few moments later, she landed on the rubble below and followed Aether with unhurried steps. Morgan held back the urge to roll her eyes. What nonsense. I am not picky. She just had standards. As she watched, Aether reached the lake. Unlike his two clanmates, the younger saint did not possess an aspect tied to the depths. Instead, his lineage had manifested itself in the startling affinity to the night sky and starlight. Still, he wasn't helpless when surrounded by water. Instead of plunging into the lake, Aether simply stepped onto its surface and continued to move forward. Behind him, on the shore, Athena activated her ascended ability. In the next moment, Morgan felt a rush of invigorating power permeate her body. Her pale cheeks flushed a little, and a hot breath escaped from her mouth. She felt strong, tireless, and full of unbridled potency. Every time Morgan experienced this exhilarating sensation, she understood why Raised by Wolves was so beloved by the government soldiers and the civilian population better, among other things, of course. The rest of her saints were feeling the effect of Athena's power as well. Despite the fatigue and exhaustion of the past weeks, they suddenly looked impatient to join the fray. Bloodwave gave Morgan a long look and asked, his deep voice sending shivers running down her spine. What about us? She shook her head lightly. Stay back. We'll face them on land today. The white-haired saint scowled, but listened to her order. It would be a disadvantage to leave him and Neve out of the water, thus incapable of using their aspects fully. But Morgan had a bad feeling about today's attack. It was high time for her brother to come up with some new diabolical tactic. And more importantly than that, she had her own diabolical plans as well. For them to come to fruition, she had to lure the enemy away from the lake. Soul Reaper simply leaned on her ghostly glaive, looking at the surging water with a lazy smile. Her icy blue eyes were cold and ruthless. Staying on land suits me fine. It's quite a welcome change, really. Behind her, Nightingale silently summoned his bow and rose into the air, looking at the lake intently. His mesmerizing green eyes seemed to glisten in the darkness, reflecting the pale moonlight. A moment later, his expression tensed. Morgan sighed, knowing that she would not like what he was about to say. "What is it?" St. Kai sighed. "They're dragging corpses across the bottom of the lake, leaving trails of blood behind." He hesitated for a moment, and then added with a hint of dejection, "I think we'll have more guests today than we anticipated." Chapter 1986. Baiting the Monster. The corpses were launched into the air like morbid projectiles, tracing low arcs as they trailed torrents of blood behind them. One was shot down by Nightingale, who had drawn his bow in the blink of an eye. Another exploded into a cloud of bloody haze when a pebble tossed casually by raised by wolves collided with it midair. But the rest landed on the rubble with disgusting squelching noises, some crashing into the wall and making it tremble with deafening thunderclaps. A series of shockwaves rolled across the lake, making the water ripple. Morgan studied the bloody mess left in the wake of the obliterated corpses with a dubious expression. Leave it to my brother to find a common language with the nightmare creatures. The effects of this spectacular blood offering were already letting themselves be known. The lake boiled, and dozens of hideous shapes rose from its dark depths, following the scent of blood. Following it to the shore. It seemed that the Prince of Nothing had finally found a way to attack the ruined fortress with both transcendent and corrupted forces at the same time. Grimacing, Morgan summoned a bow and shouted a command. "Ether, Athena! Let loose!" As they heeded her command, she briefly glanced at the bow in her hand. This one, she had received in her third nightmare. It was a good bow, but she still missed her old one, the bow that her father had forged for her. It was not the only memory he had given her, and Morgan had never cherished the warbow that much. She was primarily a swordsman, after all. Still, it had been a loyal companion to her for quite some time. Strangely enough, Morgan did not remember what fate befell that memory. Had it been destroyed in Antarctica? Or had she simply returned it to the arsenal of Clan Vela after transcending, knowing that an ascended memory would not be worthy of her strength anymore? She seemed to have a vague recollection of bestowing it upon someone interesting. And cute? One of the promising knights, perhaps. She couldn't remember. What was I thinking about? Suspecting that she had not gotten enough sleep, Morgan summoned an arrow and narked it on the string. Below the wall, Ether and Athena were starting. The Saint of Night was standing on the surface of the water, not far from the shore, bathed in moonlight. Above him, distant stars shimmered with a silver radiance. And as the waters of the lake suddenly rippled all around him, that radiance suddenly grew brighter. Morgan could not see Ether's eyes, but if she could, she would have witnessed them shining with cold silver light. In the next moment, the sharp rays of starlight seemed to solidify, raining on the lake like a radiant net. The depth dwellers that had risen their hideous heads above the water were cut terribly by the falling strings of light, letting out pained wails as their fetid blood poured into the lake. Some received only shallow wounds, some were hurt quite badly. One lake monster had even lost much of its head. It was still alive, but the other abominations were already rushing in its direction. Soon, the water boiled, and the wounded abomination was torn apart by its own brethren. There was no honor among the nightmare creatures. Athena was less flashy in her attack, but even more devastating. Looking around, she chose a slab of stone the size of a PTV, picked it up easily, and tossed it in the direction of the attacking abomination with terrifying force. The giant piece of stone tore through the air with dire speed and fell into the lake like a bomb, causing a tall fountain of foam to shoot into the sky. Although it was quite dark, Morgan could tell that the foam was not white, but crimson. Athena rarely missed, so her crude projectile must have obliterated at least one enormous abomination completely. A moment later, her own arrow found its way between the scales of an especially revolting nightmare creature, exploding from the back of its misshapen head in a torrent of gore. Nightingale was releasing another arrow, as well, having the advantage of a high vantage point. He was even more deadly. Morgan was not usually competitive without reason, but falling behind her subordinate was a shameful thing. Smiling faintly, she strained her muscles and drew the heavy bow again. In the next minute or so, both the surface and the depths of the lake had turned into a scene of bloody slaughter, with a storm of starlight raging across it like a beautiful mirage. The nightmare creatures stirred awake by the scent of blood were all powerful, the weakest of them of the corrupted rank. And yet, the saints defending Bastion were not weak, either. Aether's starlight, Athena's barbaric projectiles, and the arrows sent flying by Morgan and Kai fused into a devastating barrage, mangling the bodies of the abominations and reaping their lives. Sadly, it was not as deadly as she would have wanted. Killing a great abomination was no easy feat even for saints. After all, several of them had to concentrate their attacks on the more powerful dwellers of the depths and waste quite a bit of time to bring a single one down, while the rest were free to reduce the distance between them and the shore unopposed. Which was a cause for concern. And throughout all of it, even consumed by the thrill of the battle, Morgan was keeping an eye on the lake and the dark shore beyond. She could not miss the moment her brother decided to join the battle. "Where are you?" Frowning a little, Morgan lowered her bow for a moment and bellowed. "Aether! Retreat!" She was disappointed. She had hoped that using their only healer as bait would produce more of a result. The nightmare creatures were already dangerously close to where the Saint of Night was standing on water. Sparing one look at the approaching horrors, he turned around and dashed back toward the ruins. Athena covered his retreat by sending an especially enormous piece of rubble barreling through the air. It displaced a veritable flood of water, causing towering waves to spread in all directions from the point of impact. And when the plume of foaming water fell down, Morgan finally saw what she had been searching for. Behind it, in the distance, a gargantuan fin rose above the surface of the lake, cutting it like a colossal blade. Typhaon was coming. Or rather, her brother was, wearing the once fearsome saint as a suit. Chapter 1987. Siege of Bastion. This time, of course, it was not Pandora who had opened the mystical box out of curiosity. Instead, Morgan's monstrous brother had done it out of malice. Still, she wasn't too concerned. If these poor creatures had known any better, they would have stayed in the depths. They would have guessed that the box had not been locked to contain the horrors inside. Instead, it had been locked to protect them from the true monsters that dwelled beyond. Witnessing the chilling tide of abominations, Soul Reaper smiled. "I guess it's my turn." She did not seem particularly impressed by the sheer dread and splendor of the chilling scene. The blue-eyed wraith remained calm and laid back, as if facing a swarm of great and corrupted abominations was not a death sentence for most saints. Then again, this saint in particular had long proven that death was afraid of her, and not the other way around. Morgan gave her a brief look. "Lure them into the ruins." Jet raised an eyebrow, amused. "They'll topple the wall." Morgan looked at the crumbling wall they were standing on. This great fortress, what remained of it, was her ancestral home. 3 generations of the VIII family had dwelled here, and it was from these ruins that the glorious sword domain was born. She shrugged impassively. Let them topple it, then. Her brother was determined to stop at nothing to destroy VIII. There was no step he would hesitate to take, and no sacrifice he was unwilling to make. That was how one won a war. And Morgan. Morgan was the princess of war. She was prepared to sacrifice the entire world if it meant achieving victory, let alone these ancient walls. Soul Reaper smiled crookedly, then picked up her war scythe, raised it above her shoulder, and tossed it forward with tremendous force, as if throwing a javelin. At the same time, her body turned into a torrent of mist and swirled around the scythe, being carried away from the safety of the fortress by its pull. Far below, Aether had reached Athena's position and dashed past her, rushing back toward the wall. Raised by wolves herself lingered, summoning a long spear and looking at the approaching tide of abominations with a grim expression. It was then that the ghostly war scythe landed among the nightmare creatures. Suddenly, a chilling mist exploded from it in all directions, obscuring the view. A moment later, haunting wails resounded from within the veil of mist, echoing across the restless lake. Morgan had no time to pay attention to that part of the battlefield anymore. The nightmare creatures, calamitous as they were, just a couple of them could have destroyed all of humanity a few decades ago, were merely a diversion today. The true threat was her brother. Athena, retreat! Below the wall raised by wolves stared at the cloud of mist with a complicated expression, then gritted her teeth and dashed back. Morgan could see Typhaon's fin towering above the surface of the lake as it cut the surging water. Her brother was moving around the ruins, threatening to attack them from the east. At the same time, a vast swathe of the lake west of the crumbling castle boiled, revealing glimpses of gargantuan tentacles and an abominable body surfacing from the depths. There were more transcendent vessels advancing from the south, as well. Morgan scowled for a moment, calculating the timing. He got me good, this time. Her vermilion eyes glistened in the darkness. Despite the head start, Aether reached the battlements at the same time as Athena. Morgan studied them for a moment, then spoke evenly. Nightingale, intercept Knossos and his retinue, if you will. Athena, stall Typhaon for as long as you can. After Soul Reaper, these two were her strongest champions. In fact, they were no weaker than the former pillars of the House of Night. Typhaon and Knossos had been, despite being decades younger and far less experienced. Morgan even suspected that they would have slain the legendary saints in battle if given the chance to face them one-on-one. Sadly, the two Storm Sea saints were dead, and it was Mordred controlling their bodies now. Not only was her brother fearsome, but he was also shrewd and cunning, never letting his most powerful vessels face her best warriors without an advantage. So, she could only hope to stall them today. Athena sighed, then dismissed her spear and crouched. A moment later, the crumbling wall shook, and the stones under her feet cracked. The beautiful saint soared into the air in a stunning leap, seemingly flying toward the swiftly approaching Finn. As she flew, her body, which seemed to be cast of polished steel, expanded in size. By the time raised by wolves landed in the water, she was a steel colossus at least 100 meters in height. A great wave rose from her plunge into the lake, and a deafening thunderclap rolled across the lake, making the trees on the distant shore sway. She was standing far away from the ruined fortress, and yet, the water barely reached her thighs. The lake was deep enough to swallow even a giant like Athena, but she had chosen her battlefield carefully. There, the water was deep enough to lure Typhaon to come, but not so deep as to leave her no fighting chance. Of course, she could have fought him at the bottom of the lake, if she so wished. Saints could hold their breath for a long time, after all. However, fighting a transcendent of the House of Night in the depths was something that only people with a death wish would do. Almost at the same time, a graceful figure dashed across the black sky, rushing west. Nightingale assumed his transcendent form as he flew, and soon, moonlight glistened on the beautiful scales of a majestic dragon. His great body was dark like the night sky, and his eyes were like silver stars. The vast shadow of his wings covered the tall waves, raising up a hurricane. Morgan sighed. The three government saints were each handling an overwhelming foe. But it was up to her and the Saints of Night to face the most dreadful adversary. Chapter 1988. Ruin has come to our family. Or bring the enemy down to the depths, into the dark chasm of the creature's harrowing maw. The size of the enormous kraken was so immense that it easily dwarfed the great dragon, making him seem small and insignificant in comparison. However, the Night Singer was undeterred. Folding his wings, the dragon dove down, piercing through the palisade of towering tentacles with dire speed. His voice resounded above the lake, making their movements grow slow and sluggish. In the next moment, a haunting song resounded above the lake, and a devastating sonic wave crashed into the foaming water, producing a deafening explosion. Countless tons of water were displaced and thrown into the air, obscuring the view. It was really a daunting thing, to witness the dreadful battle between the ruler of the depths and the monarch of the skies. Reality itself seemed to contort and groan from the dire forces unleashed by their tyrannical clash, as if moments away from cracking and crumbling down. Sadly, Morgan did not have time to pay close attention to the battle between Nightingale and the Kraken. Nor did she have time to observe the clash between Athena and the monstrous creature, Typhaon. The giant fin had risen even higher above the water, and then, the behemoth's fearsome body was finally revealed. He slowly emerged from the deeper part of the lake, straightening as giant waterfalls flowed from his impenetrable scales. Typhaon was vaguely humanoid in shape. He had a powerful body that towered even above the war colossus, Saint Athena. However, where she was lean and graceful, the monster of the depths was broad and mighty. His figure bulged with muscles that resembled tectonic plates, and his skin was covered by a natural carapace of unbreakable scales. He had sharp, ridge-like fins protruding from his back, his forearms, and his thighs. Those were like colossal blades, capable of slicing armored ships in half. Instead of 2 legs, Typhaon had 4 flexible, pillar-like limbs that resembled long tentacles. His head was bestial and appalling, crowned by enormous horns, and there were 2 monstrous serpents growing from behind his shoulders, each with long twisting necks and terrifying needle-like fangs crowding their maws. He looked like a dark deity whom the abominable drowned would have worshipped. Morgan had never been to the Great River, so she could not draw the parallel. However, Effie, who knew the drowned all too well, could. She grimaced with resentment and braced herself, preparing to endure the assault of the titanic fiend of the depths. When the 2 Goliaths collided, the entire world shuddered and shook. All throughout the ruin, shards of stone fell from the crumbling walls and scattered on the piles of rubble. Morgan winced. Below the wall, the cloud of swirling mist was flowing up the shore, already nearing the wall. The chilling wails and muffled thunderclaps were still resounding from within it, proving that Soul Reaper was engaged in a deadly dance with the swarm of abominations. Her insidious aspect was capable of destroying souls directly, and Morgan suspected that that was the only reason why there were no rivers of blood flowing back into the lake from within the icy fog. Finally, the first tendrils of mist washed over the stone wall, and she looked at the Saints of Night. "We are retreating to the second ring." Neve hesitated for a moment. "Wouldn't that give that man more room to surround us?" She smiled darkly. "His forces are spread thin, too." There was always the risk that her brother would choose to attack either Nightingale or Raised by wolves from the back instead of going to her and her remaining saints. However, the possibility was not high. After all, he was being weakened by the prolonged siege, just like them. In fact, time was his most fearsome foe. And while Morgan lacked the ability to end the battle swiftly by decapitating the enemy, Mordred could. All he had to do was kill her. That tempting possibility would dictate his actions, even if he knew that it made him more predictable. Morgan turned around. The 4 of them abandoned the outer walls and swiftly reached the second defensive ring deeper in the ruins. It was situated higher than the outer wall, too, so they could see the battle more clearly from there. So, they saw the moment when the walls of Bastion fell in perfect detail. Even though Morgan had anticipated the inevitable destruction of the outer rampart, watching the ancient wall crumble still rattled her. No one knew who or what had shattered the moon and brought the proud citadel of the demon of imagination to ruin in the distant past. However, what remained of it had withstood thousands of years of neglect and desolation, never surrendering to the wrath of the nightmare creatures. Until humans, she and her brother, came. A wide section of the wall collapsed, raising a billowing cloud of dust. Mist poured through the breach, followed by the enormous shapes of advancing abominations. They spilled from the breach like a tide. There were fewer of them than before, and many seemed to be in agony, their movement slow and listless. Still, nightmare creatures had invaded Bastion for the first time since her grandfather had conquered this great citadel. Morgan sighed lightly and cast her gaze further, at the shore of the surging lake. There, more creatures were emerging from the water. These ones were no less terrifying, and yet, they were no nightmare creatures. Instead, they were transcendent vessels of her brother. As she watched, several of them retained their monstrous forms, while others turned into humans. One figure in particular caught her eyes. He was looking at her, too. Morgan gritted her teeth. So, he came personally this time. Far away, her brother smiled and gave her a mocking bow. Snarling, Morgan looked away and turned to the Saints of Night. "The main guest has arrived. Let's give him and his entourage a warm welcome." Chapter 1989. Home Sweet Home. In this battle, their strength would be stifled by having to fight on land. However, that did not mean that they were powerless, far from it. Neve was wearing light, but immensely resilient armor sewn from the skin of some unknown sea monster, wielding a long harpoon made of bone as a spear. His indigo eye seemed to glow in the moonlight, and his handsome face was both somber and cold. Bloodwave had summoned a heavy armor forged from dull metal, which made his towering figure seem even more formidable. He was armed with a heavy cutlass. There were two of them before, but one had been destroyed in one of the previous battles. Now, the taciturn Saint simply used the claws of his steel gauntlet to rend the flesh of his enemies. Ether reached toward the sky, grasping a ray of starlight and manifesting it into a thin blade. The youngest of the saints did not possess as much physical strength as the rest of them, but made up for it with speed and skill. The weapons he could weave from starlight were absolutely lethal. Still, his aspect was not suited for close combat that well. Not that anyone was suited well for facing Mordred. Today, the defenders of the crumbling fortress were weaker than they had ever been. Morgan's three most powerful champions were away, each dealing with their own crisis. Her brother, meanwhile, still possessed more than enough vessels to take the castle. Some of them were following Knossos and Typhaon, but 10, including his true body, were here. They had already scaled the outer wall, avoiding the cloud of mist and the nightmare creatures that were still fighting Soul Reaper within it. Mordred himself lingered at the top of the rampart, looking up at the second ring of the battlements. Despite the apocalyptic noise of the battle, his voice reached Morgan and her saints clearly. How sweet it is to finally come home. Despite the sweet words, his tone was deep and dark, full of nothing but coldness and malice. He smiled. Aren't you going to welcome me, sister? Instead of an answer, Morgan sent an arrow flying his way. Laughing, Mordred swatted it away with his sword. As the spell whispered in her ear, announcing the memory's destruction, her brother and his vessels leaped off the outer wall and rushed toward the second ring. I guess he's done being sentimental. Morgan sighed and dismissed her bow, summoning a sword instead. All around Bastion, runes carved into the ancient stone suddenly lit up with ethereal light as its enchantment array came alive. Before, sentinel swords left behind by her father would come alive and fall like steel rain on the heads of the invaders. Many other deadly enchantments would activate, as well, enveloping the ruined fortress in a defensive net. Sadly, most of the array's power had been exhausted in the past few weeks. The sentinel swords had been shattered one after another, the reserves of essence powering the array had been drained, and many of the runes forming it had been found and destroyed. Now, the colossal enchantment was a pale shadow of its former self. It still did one thing particularly well, however. It restricted both the others and the aspect powers of the Prince of Nothing. Here in the crumbling fortress, he could only rely on brute strength to obliterate its defenders. Morgan raised her sword and prepared to fight. For saints against 10 transcendent vessels of a murderous madman, the odds were not too great. For her brother, that was. Because while he could not use his aspect, Morgan could still use hers. Activating one of the enchantments stored in her body, she sensed dire strength permeating her very being. Time seemed to slow down a little. Smiling viciously, Morgan dashed forward and met the first of the transcendent vessels as it leaped onto the wall. Those of the taken saints who could move on land in their transcendent forms had kept them. Those who could not had become humans again. Each of them looked different, but all, both humans and creatures, had the same cold, inhuman, unfeeling look in their eyes. With dark flames of boundless wrath burning beneath the cold surface. Morgan crossed swords with one of the human vessels, throwing it back off the wall. But in the next moment, she had to dodge back as a gargantuan clawed hand fell on the battlements, sending a rain of sparks flying in all directions. The claws bit into the ancient stone, and a hideous snout rose above the parapet, resembling that of a giant crocodile. The triangular fangs snapped, almost taking Morgan's arm off, or at least catching her in a crushing trap. Her body was as hard as steel, so her limbs were not that easily separated from it. A moment later, 2 swift figures dashed past the crocodile's head, and she had to defend herself from 2 insidious blows. Morgan managed to deflect one, but the second scratched against her armor. Worse than that, the enchanted blade seemed to have left a corrosive film in its wake, making the black steel of her breastplate boil and flow down in thin streams of bubbling metal. That was what made her brother so deadly. not the number of his vessels, as not their power. It was their perfect coordination which allowed them to fight as different parts of the same organism. Because they were. If it were any other pair of enemies, Morgan would have managed to evade both blows, but the vessels of the Prince of Nothing left no chance to the enemy. Damn it! 10 of them! The enormous crocodile head rose into the air, revealing an immense neck. The creature's body was both reptilian and human-like in nature, and it was truly enormous, standing almost as tall as the wall. The towering creature unleashed another blow at the battlements, making a section of them crumble from the obliterating force of the impact, and outstretched a mighty hand. A hurricane of sparks swirled around it, starting to form into a giant bronze trident. Morgan pursed her lips. On both sides of her, Neve, Bloodwave, and Ether had already clashed with the remaining 6 vessels of the Prince of Nothing. Mordred himself was holding back, for now, waiting to see if Morgan had prepared any traps for him. Should I be flattered? He really seems to have a very high opinion of my abilities. Well, who could blame him? After all, she did have a trap prepared. In fact, this whole battle, and this whole siege, had been a carefully constructed trap. Chapter 1990. Iron Maiden. In Antarctica, he had been weaker than her. He had been slower than her. Even his technique, while stellar, had been inferior to hers. He had not commanded an army or possessed a force of powerful echoes, either. And yet, he had turned her nearly assured victory into a defeat. Even if it had seemed like the forces of Valor would have prevailed before the descent of the Nightmare Gates, in the end, Morgan herself would not have lived long enough to see their triumph. She would have been dead, slain by that fiend. So, she knew how fearsome her brother was. However, she also noticed how he had changed after coming to the shores of the Sword Domain. Even his mask of pleasant friendliness was gone, replaced by the inhuman emptiness that Mordred had usually kept hidden in the past. He must have dreamed of his revenge for a long, long time, for many long years, locked in a dark room in the Night Temple, waiting and dreaming of visiting death and ruin upon those who had locked him there. His family. So, now that his goal was at hand, the Prince of Nothing had lost some of his flawlessly maintained composure. He was being impatient. And since he was also monstrously strong, Morgan knew how to use his impatience and turn it into arrogance. From that first battle at Rivergate, she had been carefully hiding her true strength. She had not revealed it even when her life was in danger, and when the lives of her saints were in danger, either. That was because even while unleashing his thirst for vengeance, her brother was still supremely cautious. So, Morgan had to wait. She had waited for many long weeks, methodically reinforcing the notion of her lacking strength in his mind. Mordred was a monster, but there were still remnant pieces of humanity left in the depths of his abominable soul. He already despised Valor, and therefore felt contempt for his younger sister. Deep down, he wanted to prove that he was better than her. Stronger than her. Smarter than her, that his father had chosen wrong when casting him aside, and choosing to elevate Morgan instead. It was for that reason, and because of having already defeated her once, that Mordred had to be prone to underestimating Morgan. He already wanted to believe that she was below him in all regards, after all, so, showing him weakness over and over again was bound to reinforce that subconscious bias. However, Morgan was not weak. She was just waiting. And now, finally, the day she had been waiting for was here. Granted, the situation was still terrible. She had hoped to decimate Mordred's forces in one fell swoop, but he had proven to be too monstrously, unreasonably powerful. It tasted bitter to admit that he was indeed much stronger than her. As a result, Morgan could only hope to level the playing field and assure that the siege would last for a while longer with her carefully prepared trap. But there was no escaping it. Her saints were already battered and worn out, losing more of their strength with each day. If she continued to stall for time, it would be her forces that suffered fatal losses, not his. A pity. Morgan deflected a glancing blow of the enemy's sword, somehow managed to push another aside with the pommel of her own, and then gasped when the towering reptile's trident brushed against her side. Her armor caved a little, and she was thrown back, slamming into the parapet of the battlements. A net of fractures spread through the ancient stone, and a rain of debris fell down. She groaned and straightened slowly, tasting blood on her tongue. Feeling beaten and tired, Morgan glanced east, caught a glimpse of Athena, and felt new strength flood her veins. Her cracked helmet collapsed into a rain of sparks. Sensing cool air on her heated face, Morgan smiled crookedly, looked past the hideous head of the human-like reptile, one of the strongest vessels in Mordred's possession after Typhaon and Knossos, and pierced her brother with a dark gaze. The fiend was still refusing to join the fray. Or rather, refusing to risk his original body. In truth, each of these vessels was him, and he was already engaged in the battle. Why was he so cautious? She had hoped to destroy that original body today. But the gargantuan crocodile would have to do. Hey, brother! Standing some distance away, Mordred looked at her without any particular emotion. His lips twisted into a false smile. Are you ready to surrender, sister? Or, wait. Are you going to run away again? Go and ask our father for help, perchance? I'm sure he can spare a few echoes. Morgan let out a hollow laugh and watched as the giant reptile raised its trident to deliver another blow. The other two transcendent vessels had not been idle while Mordred was talking either, having already flanked her. She lingered for a moment, and grinned. Why are you calling him our father, anyway? You bastard! Mordred's expression finally changed, bringing her great satisfaction. In the next moment, Morgan's smile disappeared, replaced with a cold and ruthless expression. And her body turned to liquid steel. The torrent of it swallowed the black armor and rushed forward like a flood. In the past, Morgan had only used this transcendent ability to change parts of her body into blades or grow in size, becoming a steel giant of about 10 meters in height. A few times, she had even mimicked the forms of other creatures, but that was not all she could do. She had held back the true extent of her power until now. Becoming a sword? Who wanted that? A sword could cut flesh, and in the right hand, it could even cut souls. But it could not cut the world. It could not wield itself, and force its own will upon existence. Morgan was going to do exactly that. A torrent of liquid metal rushed forward, expanding in size until it was like a river. It instantly swallowed the two transcendent vessels that had been rushing to attack her from the sides, slicing their bodies apart and extinguishing the false sparks of life that burned in their dead chests. Then, it dove off the wall and wrapped itself around the colossal reptile like a snake made of mercury. The humanoid crocodile was truly gargantuan, standing as tall as the fortress wall. But finally unleashed, Morgan was able to envelop it almost entirely. And there was no escape from her iron embrace. She had absorbed quite a lot of mystical steel in the past for years, after all. The swords her father had forged, as well as the shards of the destroyed sentinel swords, had reinforced her transcendent form especially well. Trapped, the enormous reptile staggered back. But it was too late. Because the river of liquid metal that Morgan had become retained the curse of her flaw. Amplified by her aspect power, her flowing shape was cutting into the flesh of the powerful vessel, slicing it apart, and letting torrents of blood flow down onto the rubble. It was too slow, though. The shell of liquid metal swirling around the body of the taken saint rippled, and countless long, appallingly sharp spikes shot from its inner surface into his flesh, riddling it with holes and destroying his every organ. Just like that, 3 transcendent vessels of the Prince of Nothing were destroyed. Even knowing that his retaliation would follow a few moments later, Morgan couldn't help but laugh. Of course, she only laughed inside her mind, since her current form had no mouth and no lungs to produce sound. 3 down. Would that be a big enough gesture to invite Mordred into her soul? If yes, one of them was going to die in the next few minutes. Or both of them. If not, the siege of Bastion would continue on for a long time. The loss of these vessels would slow Mordred's momentum, after all. 2 of the 3 possible outcomes ended in her victory. Those weren't bad odds. East of the crumbling fortress, a beautiful steel colossus was battling a hideous monster in the shallow water. West of it, a graceful dragon was fighting a titanic horror of the depths fiercely, his haunting songs traveling across the surging lake. Inside the fortress, the ancient walls were collapsing, and a man with mirror-like eyes was looking curiously as a river of living metal was slowly painted red. The shattered moon shone coldly in the broken sky. Chapter 1991. Hideous Face of War. The gargantuan beast had 4 mighty legs, a broad back, and a flat head that rested on a long neck. However, it had not been created by the nightmare spell in the image of a fearsome abomination. Instead, it had been forged by the King of Swords once, perhaps to serve an important purpose, perhaps simply out of boredom. Unless one wanted to bully the weak, the giant echo was not suited well for battle. It was not swift enough to be of use in a serious battle, and while its carapace was durable, it was not nearly resilient enough to survive the many dreadful perils of the Dream Realm. At best, it could serve as a massive siege tower. At present, however, it served as a mobile redoubt for the command staff of the Sword Army, not because of its power or impregnable carapace, but simply because its height offered the King of Swords and his retinue a convenient vantage point to observe the battlefields. The echo's long tail rested on the ground, serving as a bridge that one could use to reach the flat expanse of the creature's back. There were even guardrails installed on both sides of the ascending path to prevent people from falling down. On the back of the steel beast, the field headquarters of the Sword Army stood, composed of colorful tents and canvas pavilions, most of them black or vermilion, of course. This was where the king and his close aides resided when the army was on the march, and where the generals gathered to hold council. This arrangement was not at all as impressive as the VIII keep in the main camp of the Sword Army, of course, but still far more comfortable and convenient than one would expect in the middle of an active war. Finally, there was another steep path leading from the back of the enormous echo and up its long neck. A circular viewing platform was located on the other end of the path, resting atop the head of the steel behemoth. The posts of the decorative guardrail were fashioned to look like a crown, and the white plane of sun-bleached bone could be seen far below in stunning view. That was where Sunny had found himself on a hot summer day, hiding his grim expression behind Weaver's mask as he observed the calamitous battlefield. Well, every day in Godgrave was cruelly hot and sweltering, so this one was no different from all the rest. He sighed. Why is it that every war I participate in happens to take place in an area with extreme weather conditions? First the dreadful cold of Antarctica, now the suffocating heat of Godgrave. It was truly unfortunate. The next war I join better happen somewhere with a nice climate. The rest of the people gathered on the platform did not seem to share his sentiment. All of them were clad in heavy armor, except for Nephis, who had stuck with her decision to forego it entirely and was wearing simple white garments. There were no dark corners on the head of the enormous echo for Sunny to hide in, so he simply found a relatively desolate spot and stood there alone, leaning on the railing with crossed arms. Added to his fearsome mask and cold attitude, this pose dissuaded others from approaching him, which suited Sunny fine. Most people crowded around the king, anyway. Anvil was standing at the foremost point of the viewing platform, observing the battle with a somber expression. His vermilion cloak was moving slightly in the wind, and his iron crown seemed especially heavy today. Sunny could not tell what the sovereign of the sword domain was thinking about, and couldn't even guess what he felt. No one was speaking at the moment, absorbed by the dreadful view of 2 great armies clashing on the plain below. It was truly an awesome scene. There were hundreds of thousands awakened warriors participating in the battle, as well as thousands of masters. There were countless echoes, as well. There was also a vast horde of horrid nightmare creatures subjugated by Beastmaster, and the eerie legion of the dead risen by the Queen of Worms. The battlefront stretched from east to west for no less than a dozen kilometers, and terrible forces ravaged the crumbling lines of desperately struggling soldiers. Countless aspects were being unleashed, and countless memories were consuming oceans of essence to release a myriad of enchantments. The bone plane was quaking, and the fabric of reality seemed to grow brittle and thin. The bone plane was drinking blood greedily, and too many lives were being lost each minute. It was appalling. Here on the head of the gargantuan steel beast, it was almost peaceful. The deafening roar of the battle was like a distant murmur of the tide, and none of the devastating forces unleashed on the battlefield reached the viewing platform. And yet, the people gathered here were not at all at peace. If there was one thing lacking on the battlefield, it was the saints. Neither of the 2 armies had sent their transcendent champions into battle, so all they could do was watch from a distance and gnash their teeth. Sunny had imagined the war as many things, but he had never imagined that it would be so boring. At the start of it all, he had been worried about having to slay countless humans with his own 2 hands. But in truth, Sunny had barely had an opportunity to spill blood after his first few attacks on the supply caravans of the Song army. All the killing and all the dying was being done by ordinary soldiers like Rain, and they were the ones paying the hideous price of war. It was a shameful truth. Chapter 1992. Mass Destruction. A shameful and ugly reason, but a good one nevertheless. Soon after the second stage of the war started, the forces of both domains had ventured to gain control over vast territories of Godgrave. The Sword Army had held a great advantage in that regard, already holding East Collarbone Plain and a large portion of the Breastbone Reach at the time, while the Song Army had been locked on West Collarbone Plain. There were expeditions launched to conquer the 2 remaining citadels in Godgrave. Revel was leading an expedition into the darkness of the Spine Ocean, and a saint from the branch family of Valor was leading a competing one to make sure that the Lightslayer died there. At the same time, Sir Gilead ventured south with a small force of elite warriors to claim the citadel on the femur of the dead deity. Considering that nameless temple stood between them and the Song army, his expedition was unopposed. The Queen of Worms had seemingly decided to choose her battles and gave up on the south completely. A lot of time had passed since the 3 conquest parties departed, but neither of the citadels were conquered yet, which was quite important. That was because the conquest of the last 2 citadels would become the final tally of the authority that the 2 domains possessed in Godgrave. And once their authority had no more room to grow, there would be nothing left to hold the sovereigns back. And so, the King of Swords and the Queen of Worms would finally enter the battlefield in person, to face each other, and see which one of them would inherit the throne of war's divine realm. Which one of them would kill the other and get the other's crown. That did not mean that there was nothing for the 2 great armies to do while the conquest parties braved the dreadful depths of Godgrave to claim the citadels, though. In fact, the ordinary soldiers had to play the most important role in this realm war. The authority of a domain did not only depend on citadels, after all, as Sunny had found out. There were other factors involved, like the strength and spirit of those people who belonged to the domain, and its territory. The latter was especially important because while the 2 domains were roughly equal in terms of population, there was vast unconquered territory in Godgrave. The side that managed to claim more of it could very well swing the final balance of power in its favor. So, the 2 great armies had begun the conquest. The initial process of claiming territory for a domain was rather simple. Sunny had helped the Sword Army do just that while marching to the Vanishing Lake. The forces of humanity had to push the Scarlet Jungle back, burn it, slaughter the nightmare creatures who populated it, the original masters of this cursed land, and build fortresses around the fissures in the ancient bone, thus preventing the abominable infestation from extending its tendrils from the hollows again. However, what followed next was more complicated, and far more vile. Because after the forces of humanity wrestled control over the lands of Godgrave from the grasp of corruption, humans could still fight for that control among themselves. And that was what had been happening during the second stage of the war. Both armies continued to claim more territory by banishing the Scarlet Jungle into the hollows wherever possible, but they also clashed with each other, fighting for the already conquered land. The extermination outposts had become the currency that both domains lusted for, and so, humans were now spilling human blood in Godgrave. The Song army had eventually made its way to the Breastbone Reach by staging a 2-pronged offensive from the Collarbone Plain and the western First Rib. The battlefront had become twisted and complicated, with some fortresses changing hands several times a week. And all of that was being done by the awakened soldiers and ascended officers. The most powerful champions of both great armies, the Saints, mostly remained on the sidelines. That was because Saints were too powerful and too rare. Losing even one was a great loss for the domains, especially if the fallen Saint controlled a citadel, since there was usually no one left to replace them as its ruler. Besides that, a single Transcendent could annihilate an uncountable number of soldiers. If they were unleashed on the battlefield, the casualties among the awakened warriors would be too monstrous. Which would never stop either of the armies from using their Saints as weapons of mass destruction, of course. In fact, they would gladly do just that. Either more enemy combatants perished, the better. However, they were deterred from doing so by the enemy Saints. The transcendent champions of the Song army guarded the transcendent champions of the Sword army watchfully, and vice versa. None of them were allowed to enter the fray unless an enemy saint launched an attack on the ordinary soldiers, so everyone remained passive, doing nothing. Valiant saints led their warriors to battle, only to stand back and watch as the soldiers fought the enemy alone, all the while the enemy saint stood on the other side of the battlefield, doing the same. Of course, there were exceptions to the rule, especially because the Song army possessed much more transcendent champions, and the Sword army had been having a hard time keeping them in check. At the same time, though, the Sword army possessed Changing Star and the Lord of Shadows, who could not be stopped by just one or two saints. These exceptions were rare. So, the weak fought and died while the powerful stood back and watched. It was a disgraceful affair. While not at all different from how it was in most other wars, perhaps, it was also quite strange at times. At one point, for example, the Saints of Song had decided to stage a clandestine attack in the portion of the breastbone reach that Sunny had been assigned to watch over. He had to shadow step into the middle of the battlefield, summon the shadow chair, and sat down, then watch Silent Stalker and a few other transcendents shift awkwardly from one foot to another and grind their teeth, unwilling to provoke him and unable to do anything. Sunny had remained sitting until the battle ended, never moving a muscle. He had a feeling that things could change today, though. Because although there had been countless minor battles and skirmishes in the war already, today's battle was different. It was the first full-scale clash between the two great armies, with most of their soldiers present on the battlefield and participating in the bloodshed. The scale of it was both terrible and daunting. There had never been a greater battle in the history of humankind, after all. Sunny was watching the greatest crime in history be committed right in front of his eyes. Well, maybe not. Humans of the waking world, the children of war, had committed plenty of atrocities during the dark times, after all, and plenty more before that. Nothing had really changed since then, except that human soldiers wielded far greater powers now. In the indescribable chaos of their cataclysmic confrontation, anything could happen. He doubted that saints would be forced to remain idle until the bitter end. Chapter 1993. Attrition. The battle lines were twisted and broken, and in some places, all pretense of order had been lost. Countless awakened warriors were intertwined in a chaotic melee there, having forgotten all about discipline and battle formations. Blood was spilling on the ground, and a litany of desperate voices was drowning in the deafening clangor of steel. In other places, stalwart officers were still maintaining a semblance of control. The forces of the Sword army were pushing the forces of Song on the left flank of the Grand Formation, while its right flank was being pushed back instead. In the center, a furious tug-of-war was boiling, with neither side managing to gain ground. At first glance, the soldiers of the Sword domain were in a better position. That had been true throughout the war. The warriors of the Song domain did not lack courage, determination, or martial prowess. In fact, Sunny had often been stunned by their tenacious resolve. Their powers and tactics were often strange, insidious, and wild, bringing with them a sense of lethal peril. They were chillingly fearless in the face of death, and viciously ruthless when they needed to be. And yet, they were simply no match for the soldiers of the Sword army. The army of the Sword domain was better equipped, better trained, and better able to maintain discipline in dire situations. Even if each individual warrior fighting under the banner of the King of Swords was not more powerful than the warriors of Song, together, they made for a much tougher and deadlier force. It was partially because Clan VIII and its vassals had been in power for much longer than Clan Song, and therefore possessed a much richer martial tradition. The core of the Sword army had been forged in the successive subjugation campaigns that brought vast regions of the Dream Realm under human control, after all, and while Qi Song had led a historic conquest of her own, its scope and length did not compare. It was also because the awakened of the Sword domain had always been more militant, and their martial culture had always leaned more in the direction of organized warfare. The VIII family had inherited the lineage of war god, and therefore, the region under its control was influenced in subtle ways to fit that legacy. But mostly, it was because of the King of Swords. His authority was everywhere, enveloping the Sword army like an invisible veil. The soldiers were not just fighting for his domain, they were parts of his domain and, therefore, its conduits. Sunny had noticed the subtle effect of Anvil's authority during that first battle at the eastern edge of the Collarbone Plain. Those who carried it would not magically become stronger or more powerful, but the efficacy of their joint actions would be greater, their cooperation would be more seamless, and their battle spirit would become more indomitable. It was an authority to make armies triumph. And that was why the soldiers of Song were desperately outmatched in this war. Even now, they were suffering on the battlefield. The waves of Song warriors were breaking against the steel bulwark of the Sword Army forces, paying a heavy price for each assault. Despite the dire havoc of the battle, their enemy still maintained a high measure of martial discipline. The forward units endured the attacks for as long as they could, then rolled back to make space for fresh troops. When it was time to push, they marched forward as a single being. When the defensive lines were broken and the warriors of the Sword Domain were pushed back, they promptly received reinforcements. For every soldier of the Sword Army that fell, 2 enemies died. Sunny sighed. It did not matter, in the end. The seeming advantage of the Sword Army was merely an illusion. Anyone with a bit of insight could tell that things were actually going quite badly for their side. That was because the Queen of Worms was exerting her influence on the battlefield, as well. And hers was a power no less dreadful than that of the King of Swords. What did it matter if fewer warriors of the Sword Army were dying? In the end, all of those who were killed, no matter the side, simply rose again, becoming members of the Legion of the Dead. That had been true throughout the war, as well. Yes, the Sword Army was stronger. And yes, it had held the advantage from the beginning, winning many more battles than it was losing, and suffering far fewer casualties than the enemy. But it was still a road to certain defeat. As the losses of both sides mounted, only one side was actually becoming weaker, the side Sunny was fighting for. The Song Army, meanwhile, was losing awakened warriors, but its numbers never truly diminished. On the contrary, they continued to grow. Because it did not matter to whom the dead had been loyal once, the Queen of Worms did not discriminate between the fallen of her own army or that of the enemy, embracing all with equal grace. It was a chilling sight, to see a comrade with whom you had been fighting side by side a minute ago, and whose death you were mourning, rise from the ground and aim their empty gaze at you, determined to extinguish your own life, in turn. It was as if the Sword Army was waging war against death itself. The longer the war continued, the more soldiers the Sword Domain lost, and the greater the army of the Song Domain became. And the wider gap there between the two was, the more casualties the Sword Army suffered as a result, thus creating a harrowing cycle. Despite its superiority, they were destined to lose this war of attrition. The same situation, albeit on a smaller scale, was currently taking place on the battlefield Sunny was observing. Something had to change soon, or they were going to suffer a bitter defeat, which could very well become irreparable, swinging the balance of power in favor of the Song Domain too much. He glanced at the King of Swords, wondering what the fearsome sovereign was thinking about. Chapter 1994. Call to Arms. The Sword Army seemed to be prevailing against the enemy for now, but as its losses mounted and the horde of the dead puppets grew, there was no escaping the eventual defeat. If Sunny could see it, then Anvil could see it, as well. And yet, the King of Swords was not doing anything. The only orders he gave were minor commands, like sending reserve units to reinforce the faltering sections of the battlefront or pulling back heavily battered battalions. His tactical prowess was immaculate, true, but that was hardly enough to remedy the situation. At the moment, the sovereign was simply watching the carnage silently, his steely eyes not revealing any emotion. It was as if he was waiting for something, or maybe simply putting too much trust into his domineering authority. His presence was, indeed, more suffocating than the sweltering heat. Sunny scowled behind his mask. He's not planning to obliterate both armies, is he? Out of the two sovereigns, only Anvil possessed such an option, thanks to St. Tyrus, who could break the veil of clouds above the battlefield. But no, that could not be true. Not because Anvil wasn't capable of implementing a monstrous strategy like that, but simply because Sky Tide would never agree to heed such a command. She had a will of her own, after all, and had disobeyed the sovereigns before. More than that, her own daughter was currently down there, somewhere, fighting on the front line with other warriors of the White Feather clan. Even if Anvil threatened to cut Tiris down, she would simply invite him to try. So, what then? As if to answer these thoughts, the king suddenly turned away from the battlefield and looked at something. Sunny was confused for a moment, not knowing what he was looking at, but then realized that the answer was obvious. Ignoring the people crowding around him, Anvil was gazing at Nephis, who stood some distance away. He studied her for a few moments, and then asked evenly, "What do you make of it?" Sunny's scowl deepened. Why was that bastard putting Nephis on the spot? Sure, she was technically his adopted daughter, but everyone knew that it was merely a charade to justify a political alliance. Even if it had not been, Anvil wasn't known for treating his children with warmth or attention. Nephis seemed surprised by the question, as well, of course. To everyone except for Sunny, her expression would have looked just as calm and composed as ever. She looked up at the King of Swords, remained silent for a few moments, and then shrugged. It's appalling. Something unexpected happened in the next moment. The King of Swords smiled. His smile was faint and cold, but it was undeniably there. Anvil looked back to the battlefield. I see that you are more like your mother than your father. His voice was just as emotionless as ever, but there was a hint of something personal in it. It almost sounded human. Nephis frowned. In what way? Anvil did not respond for a few moments. Eventually, he spoke in a detached tone. Your mother cared about everyone. But your father only cared about himself, and that which was his. He lingered for a moment, and then added quietly. Perhaps that was why she left before the rest of us. The King of Swords then glanced at Nephis, his heavy gaze crushing into her with almost physical force. Since you are appalled by this slaughter, you must care about the soldiers below. A corner of his mouth rose subtly once again. Or do you simply consider them yours? Sunny felt a cold chill run down his spine. Was that an innocent question? Or was it aimed to test Nephis' loyalty to the sword domain? Or was this Anvil showing that he did not trust her at all? Or was he hoping that he could? In any case, something told Sunny that many things depended on how Nephis answered. The rest of the Saints seemed perturbed by the strange conversation between the commander of the Sword Army and its most radiant champion as well. Nephis remained silent for a while, the wind playing with her silver hair. Then, she sighed, stretched her neck with a tired expression, and walked over to the railing of the wide platform. Jumping over them in one fluid motion, she landed on the steel skin of the enormous echo and took a few steps to the edge of its head. There, she turned around and looked at the sovereign calmly. He raised an eyebrow. What are you doing? Nephis shrugged. I am going down. I grew tired of standing here and doing nothing. He considered her silently for a few moments. Haven't I forbidden my saints to fight the enemy unless the enemy attacks first? Nephis met his heavy gaze expressionlessly. You did. You haven't forbidden us from entering the battlefield, though. Anvil smiled for the third time in a single day. This time, his smile was a little terrifying. And if your arrival provokes the enemy to attack you? Nephis just stared at him impassively. After a few moments of silence, she said in an even tone. Then I will break them. Anvil's chilling smile turned into an equally frightening sneer, but he did not stop her. Witnessing this, some of the saints present on the viewing platform moved, as well. Roan gave his wife a brief look, then headed to the railing. I think I would like to stretch my leg, too. Saint Heli, who had been standing by her lonesome on the opposite side of the platform from Sunny, glanced at Nephis and sighed. I am actually afraid of heights. Spending some time on the ground will be quite nice. Revelin of Aegis Rose stared at them in confusion. Ah, yes. Me too. I mean, I want to stretch my legs too, Your Majesty. Not that I am afraid of heights. The rest of the saints had begun moving, as well. The King of Swords did not spare them a look, continuing to study the battlefield. Sunny wasn't sure if that was because everything was going according to what the sovereign had wanted, or if he simply did not mind. Nephis did not wait for the sword saints. Summoning her wings, she leaped off the head of the gargantuan echo and plummeted toward the battlefield like a falling star. Saint Jest, who had appeared next to Sunny at some point, let out a chuckle at the sight and shook his head. Young people are so hot-headed these days. Then, he looked at Sunny and grinned. What about you, Shadow? Are you joining the fun? Sunny turned his head and stared at the old man coldly. When he answered, his arrogant voice carried a hint of displeasure. No way. Haven't I told you before? He lingered for a moment, and then added evenly. I am a pacifist. With that, Sunny sighed, pushed himself off the railing, and turned into a shadow. The shadow disappeared from view a moment later, heading in the direction of the battlefield with stunning speed. Jest scoffed and shook his head again. This kid is such a terrible liar. Chapter 1995. Grim Reality. It was as though she was walking through life while asleep, stuck in a long and lurid nightmare. The first months of the war had been a dreadful and appalling ordeal, but she had always felt wide awake back then. Ascending the titanic arm of the dead deity, crossing over to the collarbone, establishing a camp in the middle of the abominable jungle, and marching into its depths to claim the citadel for the Song domain, those were the horrors she knew and accepted. What had happened next, however, was not. Rain was a bit lucky, perhaps, to be a part of the 7th Legion. After playing an important role in the conquest of the Collarbone Citadel, they had been allowed to rest and recover for quite some time. Even later, the Song army had held the 7th Legion back as much as possible, letting other divisions spearhead the offensive on the Breastbone Reach. It had taken a long time before Rain saw people killing other people, and was forced to spill human blood herself. She had been dreading that moment for a long time, but when it happened quickly. It was kill or be killed. The other person would not hesitate to end her life if given the chance. Only they would, if they were like her. And that was precisely the point, they were like her. The soldiers of the Sword Army were fellow humans, no different from Rain, and the thought of killing another human for no good reason was just as appalling to most of them as it was to her. They were all awakened, and therefore no strangers to bloodshed. In fact, they were all natural killers, having experienced the visceral rush of fighting and slaying living beings many times. However, there was a stark difference between killing nightmare creatures and killing humans, real humans, not nameless phantoms conjured by the spell in the illusory nightmares. If anything, their experience only made the act of killing harder. Those who routinely faced nightmare creatures knew how precious human lives were, after all, because they knew that humanity was surrounded by the enemy, by the abominable other, from all sides. The soldiers of the two great armies might have been enemies, but they weren't the other. They were the same. Still, war was war. The first time Rain had to aim at a human, she felt nauseated and afraid. She froze for a moment, unable to let go of the string, and then lowered her bow a little, an action that was somehow both involuntary and completely conscious. As a result, her arrow struck the enemy archer in the thigh instead of piercing his heart. It had never become easier. There were a few of these moments later on. Sometimes, Rain was sure that while her arrows seriously wounded many, they did not kill anyone. Sometimes, she was not. But it was all happening so quickly. There was no time to think. Before she could even fathom the implications of her actions, there was a new enemy rushing at their position, and after one battle was over, another would be starting too soon. Strangely enough, or maybe quite predictably, the aim of the enemy archers was often just as terrible as hers. Melee fighters like Tamer and Ray did not enjoy the same privilege. And yet, they too did not seem burning with a feverish desire to see the enemy die. In the bloody havoc of battles, they often aimed to incapacitate their opponents instead of killing them, as often as they could, at least. But how often could that be? People were still dying. The skirmishes in Godgrave were swift and brutal. One army attacked, and the other one defended. Usually, it quickly became apparent which side held the advantage. The other side retreated, unwilling to suffer heavy casualties for an empty cause. Sometimes, the ascended officers would try to implement a more ruthless strategy and held the wavering soldiers back, but the officers themselves were human, too. They were just as appalled by the senseless bloodshed, and just as dismayed by the hideous reality of war. The more people died, the more discontent the soldiers and the officers became, and the more elusive the initial reason for the war seemed. In the end, the soldiers on both sides were shaken and disturbed. The army camps, which had been lively once, were now subdued and full of silence. Rain often saw people sitting on the ground and staring into the distance with empty eyes, some still covered in blood from the recent battle. As an archer, she was usually cleaner than them, but otherwise, she was very much the same. All of it seemed too ugly and wrong to be real. And so, she couldn't shake the feeling that reality was merely a nightmare. It would be quite fitting, actually. Rain had cheated the world by awakening without undergoing the first nightmare, so there was perverse justice in the fact that her life had become a kind of nightmare in turn. But, of course, she knew that what was happening around her, and to her, was no nightmare. The war was very real, and the horrors of the war were very real, as well. There was no escaping that fact, and all she could do was blame herself for coming to this godforsaken hell instead of burying her head in the sand and cowardly running away to hide in Ravenheart. Rain found some solace in the company of her cohort. Tamer, Ray, and Fleur. The four of them were going through this terrible ordeal together, and searched for ways to survive it in sound mind together. Even in the depths of her dejection, she couldn't imagine abandoning them. But most of all, what helped her stay sane, was the company and support of her brother. Her brother. It had taken Rain a while to come to terms with the fact that her mysterious and often sinister teacher was not, in fact, some dark deity or errant spirit, but instead her older brother. An entirely human, on top of that. A completely improbable, astonishing, and absurd human. How did his existence even make sense? How could he be one of the most powerful saints in the world, her brother, and Changing Star's boyfriend to boot? Still, although confounding, his presence by her side was not unwelcome. It was a source of warmth and strength for her, instead. And Rain desperately needed both of those things. Especially today. Because today, the two great armies had gathered on a vast bone plain, and the 7th Legion was thrown into the jaws of a calamitous battle. Chapter 1996. Fodder. There had never been a battle this great and this terrible in all of human history, at least not in the history of their world. But then again, this wasn't their world. The 7th Legion was in the most dire section of the battlefield, the very middle of the center, serving as the spearhead of the entire Song army. The enemies they faced were not young awakened who had become carriers of the spell in the aftermath of the Chain of Nightmares, either, but the hardened core of the Sword army instead. The seasoned veterans of the royal clan's own storied forces. The Knights of Valor. They were like a steel bulwark that refused to be shaken or pushed back, repelling one fierce attack after another. The ascended knights commanded awakened squires, maintaining immaculate discipline and the indomitable will of the elite troops. They were all clad in heavy steel armor and wielded potent memories as weapons, their vermilion cloaks standing out vividly against the white backdrop of the sun-bleached bone. Powerful echoes fought in front of the formation, some of them earned as rewards from the spell, some crafted by the enchanters of Valor. Rain was concentrating on destroying these echoes while trying to ignore the terrible cacophony of battle and the screams of dying soldiers that washed over her like a heartbreaking song. Damn it, damn it, damn! But how could she ignore it? The shaking ground was slick with blood, broken bodies laying here and there and staring at the blinding sky with empty eyes. Most of them were strangers, but some of them, she had come to know over the months spent fighting side by side in Godgrave. That man there, she had seen him survive the deadly embrace of a monstrous tree in the hollows. He had survived the abominable jungle only to die here, cut down by a human blade. The woman there, she was quite infamous in the 7th Legion for the habit of singing her heart out in the baths despite possessing absolutely no musical talent. Rain had never spoken to her, but she had heard the painful singing many times. The woman would never sing again. Damn it! Gritting her teeth, terrified out of her mind and immensely angry at the same time, Rain tried to take aim through the tears veiling her eyes and let go of the string. Of course, there were not that many bodies littering the ground. Not because very few people had died, but simply because the dead did not stay still for long on this heinous battlefield. Just as Rain's arrow pierced the neck of a rampaging echo, the dead singer moved and slowly rose to her feet. Her memories were gone, and her tunic was painted red by blood, revealing a harrowing wound. Nevertheless, the young woman did not seem bothered by the pain. She turned her empty gaze to the steady line of heavily armored knights, and headed toward them with calm steps. All around her, other pilgrims were marching toward the enemy, as well. And inside the enemy formation, their own fallen were standing up to attack it from within. The Knights of Valor were a ruthless bunch, though. As soon as one of them perished, the body would be dragged back by the soldiers of the rear rows and either destroyed or debilitated before it could rise. The Sword Army had been learning how to resist the authority of the Queen, as well. Witnessing the dreadful scene, Rain remained motionless for a few moments, her breath ragged. Her muscles were aching from the strain of drawing the heavy bow, and she was suffering from the unbearable heat. Even with the pièce de résistance cooling her down, it was too intense and oppressive, sweat rolling down her skin and stinging her eyes. She felt dirty. The noise of the battle was deafening, and its sight was horrifying. Rain was lost for a moment. Then, her shadow moved, and a familiar voice whispered into her ear. "Snap out of it." She flinched and tried to regain her composure. "Summon your sword. Things are about." Before her teacher, Sunny, was done talking, a loud horn rolled across the stretch of the battlefield where the 7th Legion was fighting. Rain failed to register what the unexpected sound meant, at first, but then shivered. It's the Knights. The Knights of Valor were being called to advance. She was currently standing on a toppled wagon, surrounded by fellow soldiers. Tamer Centuria had participated in an assault on the enemy formation not too long ago, and then retreated to rest and lick their wounds while other members of the Legion continued the frantic attack. But they weren't that far from the melee. If the enemy threw all their power into an offensive push. Rain dismissed her bow and manifested the mark of shadows into a black tachi. Tamer had already risen from the ground by leaning on her enormous Zweihander. Fleur had been treating one of the soldiers, so Ray grabbed her and pushed her back to safety. The steel wall of fearsome knights suddenly surged forward, making the ground quake. They suffered a few casualties while toppling the pilgrims, then crashed into the soldiers of the 7th Legion a few moments later. Instantly, the carnage and mayhem of the battle turned 10 times more intense, with all remaining order evaporating in one harrowing moment. A deafening clangor arose, drowning out the sound of human screams. Before too long, the front line of the Legion was broken and pushed back, and the enemies were upon Tamer and her worn-down warriors. Rain jumped off the wagon, thinking that they were lucky. At least the enemies they faced were not the indomitable Knights of Valor, this time. Instead, they seemed to belong to one of the vassal clans. Their cloaks were white instead of vermilion, at least, and many had decorated their armor with feathers. The world shook as countless aspects were unleashed and raged across the battlefield, and the merciless sky continued to batter the two great armies with radiance and heat. Gripping her sword, Rain gritted her teeth and followed Tamer to fight the soldiers of the Sword Army. Her shadow followed too, of course. Chapter 1997. Human Cost. The indomitable formation of the Sword Army elite surged forward like an iron wave, crashing into the 7th Legion and shattering its offensive line. However, not long after, the momentum of the Valor forces stalled. And then, it was exhausted entirely, leaving them in a deadly mire. Their enemy was not to not be trifled with either. The 7 Royal Legions consisted of the best warriors of the Song domain, and among them, the 7th Legion was the fiercest. It only lost to the 1st Legion, perhaps, which had vanished into the darkness of the Spine Ocean and was not present on the battlefield today. After suffering the initial blow, the broken formation of the Song warriors did not buckle, and the warriors themselves did not lose themselves to fear. They were not routed. Instead, they descended upon the Knights of Valor and their auxiliary forces like a deadly swarm, burning with wicked resolve and primal fury. These men and women were neither enthralled by the promise of glory nor intoxicated by the raucous hymns of war. However, they weren't willing to taste the bitterness of defeat, either. A wide swath of the hellish battlefield turned into an even harsher hell, with thousands of powerful awakened and hundreds of fearsome masters clashing in a deadly melee. The cacophony of deafening thunderclaps, the litany of human screams, and the violent tremors of the blooded ground fused into a nightmarish choir of destruction, as if the world itself was in the throes of death, or rebirth, maybe. Perhaps it was the dead deity of Godgrave that was being reborn, its ancient bones soaked by human blood. In any case, the warriors of both the Sword Army and the Song Army seemed to have forgotten themselves, consumed by the dire and macabre necessity of battle. Their previous doubts were washed away by the shock and awe of the harrowing battlefield, and their minds were hollowed by the dreadful, demented noises of the disastrous havoc. The world had gone insane. Rain was so afraid that she did not even feel fear anymore. It was as if that part of her that had been responsible for knowing fear overheated and went up in flames, leaving only cold ashes in its wake. Now, all she felt was fury and resentment. She did not even know what she was furious about, and whom she resented. In the absence of an answer, Rain could only focus her reeling mind on the enemy in front of her. Tamer was the first to clash with the warriors of the Sword Army, vaulting over their loose battle line with the help of her aspect ability and using the second floating step to abruptly arrest her momentum, twist on one leg, and lunge herself at their backs. As soon as her foot touched the ground, her brutish Zweihander flashed in a wicked horizontal arc, breaking someone's armor and throwing them aside. She was putting herself in terrible danger, of course, all alone behind the enemy line. But a moment later, her soldiers collided with the front of the enemy formation. Attacked from both sides, the Feather Knights momentarily fumbled. That was all the opportunity Rain and her comrades needed, tearing into them with urgent determination. Steel rang against steel, and tasted human flesh, as well. Blood spilled on the pristine white surface of the ancient bone. Rain raised her tachi and forced her hands to stop trembling. Somewhere not too far away, the elites of Clan Valor were struggling to hold against the vicious attack of the Song warriors. Acting with astonishing precision and stalwart poise, they maintained their formation and refused to give ground, which was already drenched in blood. The enemy would not allow them to retreat, anyway, and there, behind them, the dead were already stirring, ready to rise. If they were to be saved, they had to carve a bloody path to salvation with their own hands. And so, they held fast. However, a few moments later, a swift figure in crimson garments flashed between the soldiers of Song and crashed into the formation of the ironclad knights. It was a beautiful woman who wore no armor, her ebony hair fluttering behind her in the wind. Her skin was pale like snow, and her eyes were just as cold. Her scarlet lips were pressed tightly against each other. She was one of the blood sisters who followed Princess Sishan, a master of the Song domain. Wielding a sharp dagger with a wavy blade, she collided with the warriors of the Sword Army and pushed them back. Her thin hand moved with inhuman speed, slicing up the throat of one soldier, blinding another, piercing a third one's chest. The knights staggered back in a haze of blood, opening a breach in their formation. The blood sister dashed forward, ready to widen the gap, only for her kriss to be stopped by a sword's blade. Sid, one of the firekeepers who had been sent into battle with the Knights of Valor, pushed the enemy master back and looked at her with a scowl. Her dirty blonde hair was wet with sweat, and her shield memory was gone, destroyed by a ferocious echo, which was a real shame, considering that it had been wonderfully modified by the charming guest of their island not too long ago. As the breach in the formation widened and the soldiers of the two armies descended into a frenzied melee, she sighed and spoke with a hint of regret. Ellie. Her voice was somber. You should have stayed away from this war, stupid girl. The blood sister, the former handmaiden, forced out a defiant smile. It's good to see you again, Sid. With that, she raised her beautiful dagger and prepared to attack. A moment later, the two former members of the Dreamer Army clashed under the merciless grey sky, aiming to end each other's lives. Chapter 1998. Old Friends. Her name was Felice. The two of them had been at the academy together, and arrived at the Dark City at the same time. There were many others that year, as well, although not everyone made it to the Bright Castle alive. Those who had either turned out to be lucky enough to become guards or were left to rot in the outer settlement. Sid and Felice were not lucky, but they happened to possess a few soul shards by then, so they paid the tribute and entered the castle together. Naturally, they stuck close to each other once inside. Their shards did not last long, though. Eventually, they had nothing left to pay tribute with. That day, Cid decided to leave for the outer settlement, while Phyllis decided to become a handmaiden. Cid did not blame her for that decision. Phyllis was a soft girl. The harsh life in the outer settlement would be a death sentence for someone like her, most likely. Hell, Cid was quite pessimistic about her own chances of survival. But she did survive, somehow. Their friendship did not end immediately, either. Phyllis used to sneak out food for her when she could, in those first few months on the Forgotten Shore. The two hid in a threadbare shack and shared their hopes, their fears, and their scars, both physical and mental. But it was hard to maintain a connection when separated by the impenetrable walls of the castle. Eventually, they grew apart. Phyllis became one of Sishan's people, while Cid became a hunter of the outer settlement. And after the war for the Bright Castle and the siege of the Crimson Spire, well, Cid followed Nephis of the Immortal Flame, while Ellie followed Sishan of Song. Their paths did not cross again in the many years since. Until today. Gods! Cid had been a passable fighter all the way back on the Forgotten Shore, otherwise, she would not have survived the streets of the Dark City. And in the years since, she only grew more deadly. The Chained Isles, the Southern Campaign, the Second Nightmare, and the countless battles fought side by side with Changing Star, both across the Sword Domain and here in Godgrave, had tempered and sharpened her already outstanding skill, turning Cid into a unique existence among Ascended. She had even fought the Lord of Shadows once. That monster. And yet, she was being pushed back by Phyllis. Her former friend was just too swift, too strong, and too cunning. Her kris was shorter than the arming sword Cid wielded, and yet, it seemed to be everywhere all at once. Worse yet, the moment their blades clashed, Cid felt her hand trembling from the dire force of the impact. It did not make any sense. Having long saturated her core and armed with memories that no amount of money could buy, Cid was at the peak of what a master could be, while Ellie's aspect, its dormant ability, at least, was tailored to utility. How had she become so monstrously powerful? Staggering back, Cid barely managed to activate her awakened ability in time. Her body became intangible for a split second, and the wavy blade of the beautiful kris passed through her forearm without cutting her tendons. Sliding back on the blooded surface of the sun-bleached bone, she regained her balance and raised her sword into a defensive stance, breathing heavily. It did not make any sense at all. When did you become so strong? Her voice came out hoarse and heavy. Phyllis gritted her teeth, and then lunged forward with the speed of lightning. I have always been strong. Cid used her aspect to give herself a few moments of tremendous might, and battered the sharp kris aside. There was a deafening boom, and an explosion of fiery sparks. Her free hand turned into a fist, flying toward the handmaiden's beautiful face. Some distance away, Rain pushed an enemy aside, deflected a downward slash aimed at her head, and slammed the pommel of her tachi into the visor of another awakened foe's helmet. Gaining a moment to breathe, she swallowed a mouthful of searing air and looked around. All around her, the warriors of the 7th Legion were intertwined in a bloody struggle against the elite forces of the Sword Domain. The Feather Knights had turned out to be tough adversaries, even if they were no match for the true monsters of Valor. Still, they possessed that eerie quality that all soldiers of the Sword Army possessed. They moved as one, seamlessly weaving a net of sharp steel to defend themselves and cut the enemies down. This strange ability was hard to explain with words, but very easy to become a victim of. Many were already dead. Many dead were already rising from the ground, too. That sight was both deeply horrifying and shamefully reassuring. At least the Queen was with them. Rain shuddered. Not too far away, a vaguely familiar blood sister was fighting against a Knight of Valor, her crimson garments and his vermilion cloak turning into a red blur. The enemy Ascended was bleeding from a dozen hideous wounds, but it only seemed to make him stronger. Apart from him, there was another dire problem on their section of the battlefield. It was one of the Feather Knights, a young woman wearing light armor and a white cape, her pauldron and the plume of her helmet adorned with white feathers. Her youthful face was pretty and somber, and her hair seemed to be gold. From the way she moved and her threatening presence on the battlefield, she gave Rain the same impression most legacies did. Sharp, Grounded. Deadly. Among all the awakened warriors they were facing, the young woman was the most dangerous, having already killed several of Rain's comrades. That was why Tamer had fought her way in that direction, and was facing her personally. Damn it! Their battle was both breathtaking and chilling, since both were at the very pinnacle of what ordinary awakened strive to be, but mostly chilling for Rain, because her heart skipped a beat every time the enemy's sharp blade whistled past Tamer, missing her vitals by a few centimeters at most. Feeling an ominous premonition, Rain exhaled through gritted teeth and lunged back into the furious melee. She was trying to make her way to where Tamer and the young Feather Knight were clashing, but it was taking her a long time. There were too many people fighting, bleeding, and dying between her and the two legacies. There was too much mayhem. She could become one of those dying people at any moment, too, falling to the ground in a fountain of blood. Even if her brother was a powerful saint, he was not omnipotent. On a battlefield like this one, life and death could be decided in a split second. And Rain was wasting too many seconds trying to reach Tamer. Chapter 1999. Embrace of Shadow. Both she and the young Feather Knight seemed to have fully saturated cores, possessed exceptional combat skill, and were stellar at controlling their essence, at least to the degree Awakened could. As a result, their physical prowess was truly superhuman, and their clash seemed like a whirlwind of steel that rolled across the battlefield, colliding with other warriors to consume them from time to time. However, Rain could still make out the details of the fight, and while the power of the two legacies were roughly equal, Tamer was obviously at a disadvantage due to being younger and less experienced. At first glance, it looked like she was actually pushing the Feather Knight back. However, Rain could not fail to notice that Tamer's adversary had not used her aspect yet. Either it had nothing to do with combat, or she was waiting for the right time to unleash her abilities. The battle promised to be long and exhausting, after all, and powerful aspect abilities consumed a lot of essence. Any awakened soldier knew to ration their essence in a fight. Augmenting one's body, using one's awakened ability, and activating the enchantments of one's memories, those were the things that they only resorted to when necessary during prolonged battles. If given a choice. And while the young knight seemed to still have the luxury of the choice, Tamer did not, already exhibiting bursts of startling speed as often as she could. That was the only reason she was managing to keep up, for now. Rain had hoped that their clash would take the two legacies closer to her, but they only seemed to be moving further away. Damn it! She did not know what to do. A small, cowardly part of her whispered that she did not have to do anything, either. Trying to help Tamer was putting Rain herself at risk. Tamer was so very proud of herself and her family, their history, their martial excellence, their tradition. Surely, a proud legacy like her could fend for herself. Why did Rain have to risk her own life for an entitled legacy? She had to concentrate on protecting herself, instead. Surviving on this battlefield was already difficult enough, doing so while rushing to reach a deadly enemy was no different from inviting her own demise. Stuck in the mass of sharp steel and fighting Awakened, she gritted her teeth and looked down at her shadow. Then, she forced out a stifled plea. I need help. Rain rarely asked her teacher for help. Her teacher was a mysterious and lofty existence, after all. But her brother? If she couldn't ask her older brother for help in a moment of desperation, then whom else could she ask? A moment later, his soothing voice reached her ears through the cacophony of battle. There is something I can do. But it is a bit unusual. Rain clashed with a warrior of the Sword Army, deflecting his blade aside and delivering a devastating downward slash to his shoulder. His steel armor prevented the black tachi from cutting deep, but the force of the blow threw the man to the ground. Rain kicked him for good measure and shouted, not caring if anyone heard her. Do it! Do it now! In the next moment, something strange happened. Hidden by the havoc of battle and unnoticed by anyone except for her, a second shadow separated from her own for a split second. Then, the second shadow flowed up her leather boot and wrapped itself around her. Rain's eyes widened. What the? Once the shadow embraced her, a wondrous change took place. Her body, which was aching from strain and fatigue a moment ago, was suddenly flooded with enormous power. Every fiber of her being felt energized and revitalized, her muscles brimming with potency and might. Her strength, her speed, her endurance, it felt as if they had magically increased twofold, or even more. Her perception sharpened, making it easier to discern the details of what was happening around her. Even her black tachi felt more deadly in her hand. At the same time, she inexplicably felt calmer. There was a subtle, but vast presence in her mind, unfamiliar, but not foreign. The opposite of foreign, really. That faint, dark presence was deep and reassuring, making her feel secure. Better. Rain heard her brother's voice again. Only this time, it did not come from her shadow, instead, it resounded directly in her mind. She froze for a moment. Quite. That was indeed better. Much better. Who even needs an aspect? Gripping the hilt of her tachi, Rain took a deep breath and launched herself forward. Suddenly, the sea of awakened in front of her was not as impenetrable anymore. Armed with her skill and embraced by the shadow, Rain cut through it with violent speed. Her sword turned into a dark blur as it parried and pushed enemy blades away, and when it was not enough, she used her own nimble body to either slip past them or toss them aside. Perhaps that was what being an Ascended felt like. Throwing one glance at the harrowing battle between the Blood Sister and the Knight of Valor, Rain shuddered. No, she was not ready to face Masters yet. In fact, she was probably still much weaker than Awakened with powerful combat aspects that augmented their bodies were. Granted, the embrace of the shadow was much more versatile than most such aspects, enhancing all her physical traits instead of one or two. It was enough. The distance between Rain and Tamer finally started to shrink, and the more she grew used to her newfound power, the quicker it shrank. Hold on, Tamer! Rain finally felt that her ominous premonition was nothing more than a false sense of anxiety. She was almost there. She had almost made it. But in the end, she did not. Rain was less than a dozen meters away from the two fighting legacies when the cadence of their clash changed. The young Feather Knight did something that made Tamer sway, and then swiftly disengaged. Her eyes suddenly shone like two cold stars, and blue arcs of electricity danced across her steel armor. Before Rain could even react, she pointed her sword forward. Then, an incinerating bolt of lighting shot from its tip, reaching Tamer in an instant and swallowing her figure in a flash of blue radiance. Chapter 2000. Human Beasts. Wisps of smoke rose from beneath it, dissipating in the air. Rain froze for a heartbeat, her mind numb. No. Then, Tamer moved weakly, revealing that she was still alive. What had hit her was no different from true lightning, more than capable of turning a human body to ash. However, the young legacy must have possessed a memory that granted her a high enough level of resistance to elemental attacks. That was how she had survived. Nevertheless, she was still wounded and sprawled helplessly on the ground, temporarily unable to defend herself. And her adversary was unscathed, still holding a sword in her hand. Blue arcs of electricity were still dancing across her armor. Move! Her brother's voice shook Rain awake from her stupor. The young Feather Knight took a step forward, raising her sword with an unsteady hand. Her face was pale, perhaps because she was unused to killing people, or perhaps simply because it was illuminated by the blue shine of her fearsome aspect. A moment later, Rain jumped over Tamer and lunged at the young woman, prepared to strike. Of course, she had not forgotten to pour essence into the pièce de résistance, and limit the scope of its defense to only electricity, thus raising her protection against it as high as possible. The young Feather Knight flinched and shifted her gaze to the new enemy. Her sword moved, and another bolt of lightning crackled as it shot at Rain. Its speed was too dire to dodge, or even react. Rain only knew that she had been hit a moment later, when her vision drowned in a sea of white, and terrible pain pierced her entire body. But it wasn't that bad. She was blinded and in pain, but had suffered little actual harm. It seemed that the protective memory her brother had crafted for her was quite superior to what Tamer, an actual legacy, possessed. She was surprisingly unhurt. The pain was truly terrible, though, and the electrical charge messed up her control over her body quite badly. Ah, hell! Rain was blinded, but she still possessed the ability to sense the shadows. She had been trained to navigate the world with this sense, as well. It would have to do until she regained her vision. She still had to deal with the Feather Knight. A moment later, she battered the young woman's sword away and rammed her shoulder into the enemy's chest, sending both of them flying away from Tamer and tumbling to the ground. Rain was disoriented, but she still jumped to her feet first and slashed down with her sword, feeling a terrifying sense of urgency. She was wary of her adversary. Her movements were fluid and terrifyingly swift, but the young Feather Knight still managed to block the black tachi. She was still on her knees and a little dazed, using both hands to receive Rain's blow on the blade of her sword. Rain could vaguely see that her enemy's helmet had flown off, and her golden hair was fluttering in the wind. The image was vague and blurry, though, making it hard to discern any details. As soon as the two blades collided, Rain let out a shocked hiss and staggered away. What a cunning wench! Her golden-haired foe had used her aspect power in an insidious way. Instead of channeling it into a bolt of lightning, she simply channeled it into her steel sword. From there, it traveled through the blade of Rain's own tachi and into her body, bringing with it even more pain. Arg! Rain's momentary fumble gave the pretty Feather Knight all the time she needed to rise. The next moment, though, she had to duck with a startled expression as Rain unceremoniously tossed the tachi at her face. By the time the enemy reacted, Rain was already upon her, grabbing her sword with one hand and delivering a devastating punch to her chest with another. Rain's hands were protected by the gloves made from black, lusterless leather. Leather was a far better insulator than the blade of the black tachi, so all she felt from touching the enemy's sword and breastplate was a little sting. Her current strength, at the same time, was dreadful enough to make the steel of the young Feather Knight cave in a little, and for a stifled scream to escape from her mouth. But not enough to make the young legacy lose her edge, apparently. In the next second, the Feather Knight's knee slammed into Rain's side, and her fist sent her reeling back in agony, one rammed into her ribs, the other slammed into her chin, making Rain taste blood. Why did she have to be proficient in hand-to-hand combat, as well? She staggered back, then instantly spun and dove down, sweeping her enemy's feet. Not giving the golden-haired knight an opportunity to rise, Rain pressed her into the ground and punched her in the face, causing bright blood to shoot from the young woman's nose. A moment later, the two of them were wrestling on the blood-soaked ground, trying to crush, break, and strangle each other. The white feathers on the young legacy's armor were soon marred and turned red, and Rain's armor was no better. Rain was stronger, but the young Feather Knight was still covered in a blue net of electric arcs, which continuously hurt and numbed the adversary. By then, Rain's vision had almost returned, revealing the dirty, blooded, pitiful face of her enemy. The fear and desperation in her eyes, and frightening killing intent burning in them, as well. For a moment, Rain felt disconnected from her own mind and body. At that moment, the two of them did not seem like warriors, or even humans, really. There was no grace, skill, or honor in their violent and ugly struggle. Instead, they were no different from dirty, wild beasts tearing at each other in a murderous frenzy. Still, one of them would have to die, and the other one was going to live. That was the essence of combat. Rain had no time or luxury to hesitate, think, or even feel. She could only strive to assure that, at the end, she was the one who survived.